Happy Memorial Day, everyone, and welcome to an exciting final day of the Open Fleet Racing National Championships, coming to you live from the beautiful and historic Charles River in Boston, Massachusetts. And while despite the cloudy and misty weather, the competition is heating up and we're in for an exhilarating day of sailing. Welcome into the booth, everybody. Luis Sanchez joined alongside Gloria Kevelcute. And Gloria, well, all these days, all these competitions finally come to an end today, and we have ourselves a tight race up top.
Yeah, it's going to be tight racing without a doubt. This is the finals. We've been seeing the standings constantly moving around. The breeze is looking pretty good for today. I can imagine we'll probably wrap up all the races, especially with the breeze showing to actually lift up towards the evening. So expect a little bit more pressure in the afternoon, and we've got a lot more racing to go.
Well, currently it's Yale on the top spot, and they had a really good finish to yesterday. The Bulldogs with a 4 and a 1 in their A's and a 5 and a 6 in 9 and 10 yesterday. That kept them ahead of Harvard, who's really turned it around. After that second leg of the semifinals, it feels like they really found their footing out on the water. Dartmouth, Brown, and Coast Guard right behind. Coast Guard with their A side finishing first yesterday with the 56, really staying in that race.
Yeah, I think Yale is one of those teams where we've been looking for them to dominate one of these regattas, and they've constantly been on the podium. We've seen them walk home with trophies before in past years, and so I've been looking for them to kind of walk away with a trophy after one of these events eventually.
Well, we will start with race 11A to get our day started. We'll go through 18 and finish out our final day of the Open Fleet Racing National Championships. We'll step aside here in Boston. Join us back for the start of our races here on ESPN+.
Gear up with Zim and West Coast Sailing. We have the gear you need at a great price, backed by fast shipping and outstanding service. As proud partners of college sailing, Zim and West Coast Sailing offer 15% discounts to student athletes on all apparel and soft goods. Get all the top brands including Gill, Rooster, Zyke, Ronstadt, and more. Go to zimsailing.com/college sailing or westcoastsailing.net/scholastic-sailing for details and to apply for your student athlete discount code today. Zim and West Coast Sailing are proud to support ICSA with the College Sailing Give Back program. When college programs make purchases through their Zim and West Coast Sailing team accounts, they not only get great equipment, great service, and great discounts, but also 5% of their purchase is donated back to ICSA. With the Zim and West Coast Sailing College Give Back program, your general fleet maintenance and sail purchases help with general maintenance of ICSA and provides direct support to the organization that makes it all happen and increases access to the water for all.
To my seniors, thank you so much for everything you've done.
I really appreciate all the seniors on the team. They're all super nice and welcoming. The upperclassmen on the sailing team have been some of the kindest and most welcoming people I've ever met. They've been really influential and kind of like a mentor to myself.
You guys are always there for me, and I appreciate everything you do.
They've been great mentors for the new freshmen this year, and we can't wait to see what they do after they graduate.
If you speak the language of bosons and quarks, of nanoengineering, Wordsworth, or hip-hop, then look no further than Brown University. If you want to work side by side with extraordinary faculty, to choose from 78 academic majors across the spectrum, or to follow a major of your own design, then expect some of the brightest young minds from around the world to surround and engage you at Brown University. Take it from me. I'm John Krasinski, class of 2001.
When you become a part of a sport at Dartmouth, you're becoming part of something a whole lot bigger than you ever could have imagined.
The bond between two Dartmouth people is really special because even if it's separated by 10 or 20 years, they know that they have a common experience. It's neat to really just get together and to learn through each other.
This is where I'm from, and this is me. Like, Dartmouth is who I am.
Welcome to the community. We want to introduce ourselves to you.
We're a not-for-profit financial cooperative founded and operated by Harvard employees.
If you work or study at Harvard or any of the teaching hospitals, you and your family are eligible to join.
We've helped thousands in the community buy their first homes, pay off their student loans, and build strong credit.
Ask your friends and colleagues why they bank with HUEC.
And get to know us at huecu.org/hello.
I wrote all the time when I was little. I was always writing novels and making up characters and stuff. I started sailing when I was little. I did all the summer camps in elementary school. I never really got into it competitively until high school, but my high school had a really good sailing program, and I sailed competitively and got recruited to Harvard. I entered college the fall of 2020, so it was all during COVID, so everything was online. And I just randomly stumbled upon The Independent, which is it was a very small newspaper at the time. I was managing editor and then forum editor, and then finally got to editor-in-chief my junior year to senior fall. It's a really cool experience to be there when people are pitching their articles and then see everyone's articles from start to finish. When I entered, it was a staff of, I think, 10 or 15 people, and they're publishing every month online. By the end of my tenure as editor-in-chief, we were publishing weekly, 20 pages, and there was a staff of about like 125. And so that really got built from the ground up. There was definitely a lot of issues along the way, so learning about, libel and defamation and what you can print, what you can't print. I'm actually writing my senior thesis on, the history of defamation and sensationalism in newspapers. I think my favorite one was that I just published 2 weeks ago. It was called For the Love of Doing Nothing. It really was a reflective, introspective piece about often lose sight of the ability to just sit and relax and enjoy where we are and where our feet are. What I am grateful that I did freshman year was that I tried so many different things. And I would really give that advice to other freshmen. I think there's so many opportunities at Harvard to take those leaps freshman year and discover what you actually really enjoy, so that by the end of your 4 years, you can be proud of the work that you've done and be proud of the families and communities that you've built around that.
I think the shared commitment we all have is that we're here to decrease the stigma around mental health. We want to make it a more open conversation, whether it's talking about student-athlete mental health, coaches' mental health. We got one goal, we just got to work together to complete that.
I think the evolution of the conversation about mental health has become prominent year after year for the last decade, if not more. But I think we're finally at the tipping point where the conversation isn't just about how are we reactive to prevent worst case scenarios, but how are we managing everyday stressors and activities?
I have really loved today. I mean, just the conversations. I love talking about mental health, and so being able to dive deeper. I think the keynote was incredible, seeing what mental health in athletics looks like really at the highest level.
Mental health is the same thing as physical health, right? We all have it. You guys are all in the sports space. You wake up in the morning and you do a physical check. It might actually inform how you work out that day, how you approach your training. What would happen if we took the same approach to mental health?
This is my first mental health summit that I've been able to attend, and just recognizing the value of sharing those best practices. We all have very unique institutions, and so, I think it's very valuable to sit here and think, hey, that's really cool, jot that down. How can I adapt that for our institution? And it's also a really incredible moment to be able to just have a lot of school pride, a lot of league pride.
I've always thought mental health is very important. The stress and anxiety that student athletes have to go through to play their sport, to compete in their sport, there's so much going on outside of that, and I think this mental health summit is a really good step forward to decrease that stigma and to continue to give access and to continue to give thoughts.
I think mental health is something where, because we don't talk about it as often, I think coaches might not fully understand the grasp of what that feels like to an athlete.
If your team is not open about talking about mental health, you have to open the doors and you got to be like, guys, we're all in this together.
Dartmouth College has taken holistic student-athlete development incredibly seriously. I was one of few athletic administrators with a sports psychology background, and then since my role has evolved in the last 5 years, I've been able to continue to support a team that is collectively building to enhance mental wellness, well-being, and performance of all of our student-athletes. How do we make sure we're cultivating an environment? And this is where everyone in the room has an impact on the environment that occurs within your campus. And all of us need to be actively cultivating it.
I want the idea of mental health being stigmatized to be something so of the past that we can't even imagine not having this open conversation.
To me, belonging is not just being accepted in a space, but being wanted there. You feel needed, you feel like your contribution is irreplaceable.
When I think of where I belong or how I feel included, it's feeling comfortable in the space that I'm in, feeling like I can be myself, and it's knowing that there's an opportunity for me to make changes or speak out.
Inclusion and belonging stems from not only like being invited to the party, being asked to dance.
I think that a big thing that a lot of us deal with is imposter syndrome and feeling like we don't belong in a lot of the spaces that we're in. And so I think a big part of my own becoming a better person was realizing I do belong in these spaces. And then once I got to that point, I think that passing that along is one of the most important things that I can do.
One of the biggest things that you get from sport is friendship, it's community, it's self-confidence. So when it comes to inclusion, I want to make sure that even if you're not having a great day on the court, you didn't have a great match, or frankly you're not playing right now, do you still feel part of the team? Do you still feel part of the athletic community?
It's easy to feel a little bit left out in high school, easy to feel like the odd one out, and I guess Brown made me feel like I was surrounded by people who got me in a way.
I think to start everything, it is conversation that has to happen, and then it'll turn into action. Once you bring it in more people's minds that it is an issue or it is something that wants to be celebrated, it gets a lot easier to kind of continue.
There's a lot of people coming after me, and I want them to have a better experience than even I had, and keep passing that down to the generations to come.
Next question. Can Harvard students wear uniforms? I mean, yeah, I guess you could wear whatever you want, but you don't have to. There's no required uniform at Harvard. Yeah. That's the answer to that question. Hi, my name is Kalos. I'm a senior at Harvard College concentrating in English, and today we're going to be answering the top most Googled questions about Harvard.
Can Harvard students take classes at MIT? Yes, you can cross-register at MIT. It's a really great opportunity to be able to go to a different institution. They're just down the road. It's literally 2 T-stops away. So it's really perfect and super easy to do.
Can Harvard students live off campus? Around, I think it's 98% of students, or a statistic around that number, choose to live on campus in upperclassmen housing. It kind of makes up a big part of Harvard life and Harvard's campus culture. Even when you do live off campus, you're still affiliated with an upperclassman house most of the time.
Harvard students have cars. Yes, I'm pretty sure they can, and I think I know a few people who do. But again, Boston, in Harvard area in general, there's the subway, the T we call it here. So most people don't really need cars.
Can Harvard students wear uniforms? If you would like to, I'm sure you can. Whatever floats your boat, I guess, if you would like to wear a uniform and want to wear the same thing each day.
Do Harvard students party? Yes, we do. There is definitely stuff going on campus, which is really nice, especially at the weekend. So you can go out if you want to. If you don't want to, you don't have to, but the option's there if you do. And I know plenty of people, including myself, that do like to party.
Do Harvard dorms have kitchens? Oh, this is a great question. Even though most suite setups do not have kitchens, usually the houses also have community kitchens that students can use.
Next question. Do Harvard dorms allow pets? I think generally no, but if you have a registered emotional support animal with the accessibility office, you can have pets on campus in that way. Generally, I don't think animals are allowed in most dorms. I definitely know people who have kept pets on the down low, but don't tell people I said that.
Do Harvard students pee on statue? Is this something my grandma would want to hear?
Assuming this is the John Harvard statue in the middle of campus that all of the tourists go up and rub the toe of whenever they come visit and take a picture. And the answer is obviously no. No one would ever pee on that statue. That would be unsanitary and inconsiderate, and I don't know why anyone would ever do that.
Do Harvard students become rich? Depends in what way. Rich in intelligence? Yeah, definitely experience. People go on to do many different things after leaving Harvard. Some people do choose to pursue financial opportunities. Others will choose to pursue like passions and things like that. But it really depends like person to person.
Why is Harvard unique? Oh, this is a great question. Really the experiences and just the amount of experiences that it offers students, whether you want to go listen to a politician giving a speech somewhere at the Institute of Politics, or you're going to a performance. There's really just so many opportunities at Harvard, and I think that's what makes Harvard unique.
Why is Harvard so hard to get into? The short answer is because a lot of people apply. And I suppose, we could ask like, why do so many people apply? And I'm sure that's, a lot of different reasons. I think the thing about Harvard is like, as far as sort of like, when I was thinking about applying, like it was, that was obviously something that was very intimidating to me, of just like, the fact that the acceptance rate is so low. And oftentimes, you end up being surprised.
Why do you want to go to Harvard? I wanted to study liberal arts curriculum, and I really wanted to go to one of the best institutions in the world for that. Like, location as well is such a big thing for me. I love being near the city, but at the same time, like not right inside it. So those were the main like 2 reasons why Harvard stood out for me.
Why does Harvard do interviews? Harvard does interviews to honestly get to know the person behind all the paper. Not only was it a chance for me to showcase who I actually was behind all my essays, behind my letters of recommendation, I thought it was a great opportunity to also see the people behind the school. So I think that's why Harvard has interviews.
What is Harvard's acceptance rate? Oh God. I think Harvard's current acceptance rate is like 3% or something. The 3% encompasses like everything and everyone who applies, but you're like such a unique person and you have like such a unique experience that you can bring to Harvard.
What is Harvard known for? I think just about everything. All the departments like top of the field, like the research that goes on here, again, top of the field, like industry leading. And then of course, like the name as well, like people have heard of it from like all over the world as well.
All right. What Harvard doesn't teach you? So one of the things about Harvard is that it is a liberal arts institution. So, we don't offer like pre-law, we don't offer like a formal pre-med track, right? We don't offer like a journalism track. I think academics here are far more sort of like just that, academic, as opposed to like technical. There's a lot of, fields that programs that other schools may offer, right? Like a journalism program or like, a dedicated pre-law track that Harvard doesn't offer because we're a liberal arts institution.
What Harvard looks for in a student. I feel like Harvard looks for people who are very passionate about the things that interest them. It doesn't have to be like social change or like climate change. It doesn't have to be like a big important thing if that doesn't like interest you already. In my application, I wrote about like being passionate for like libraries and like reading and books. It's really just having that drive, like what wakes you up in the morning, like having something to answer to that, I think is like something that Harvard looks for definitely.
What is Harvard's most popular major? I think it's probably going to be economics.
Economics?
Economics.
Where do Harvard grads work? So I think this depends on, again, what you're studying. A lot of students will go straight into like industry after they graduate. A lot of students who are like in the natural sciences or like life sciences will pursue some form of like education after their undergrad degree. Honestly, Harvard students do anything and everything after they graduate.
Bam. Where can you study abroad at Harvard? Harvard has a dedicated international education office. That's like, filled with staff who can help you study abroad and like come up with a plan. You can literally just walk in and be like, oh, I want to study, X subject and X country. And like, they will like literally have lists of them available. So they're super helpful. One of the cool things about Harvard Study Abroad is your financially travels with you. For example, if you do a fall semester abroad in Italy and, you have to pay tuition at that institution, your Harvard financial aid will cover that as well.
Where can I buy a Harvard sweatshirt? Well, you could buy a Harvard sweatshirt at the Coop, like in Harvard Square. You'd also probably find it on Amazon. I'm pretty sure when I first got into Harvard, like I didn't have a Harvard sweater, but I wanted to take a picture like, oh, I'm committing to Harvard. So I like ordered one on Amazon. It's probably like not official, but.
Where can you buy Harvard Beets? Like the vegetable? I'm not exactly sure what those are. Those could be the vegetable. Those could also be headphones. I don't even know if Harvard has those, but if they do, I would love some as well. So I'm not sure.
Thank you so much for watching. We hope we answered all of your most burning questions and did a good job at that. And we look forward to seeing you apply to Harvard soon.
If you speak the language of bosons and quarks, of nanoengineering, Wordsworth, or hip-hop, then look no further than Brown University. If you want to work side by side with extraordinary faculty, to choose from 78 academic majors across the spectrum, or to follow a major of your own design, then expect some of the brightest young minds from around the world to surround and engage you at Brown University. Take it from me. I'm John Krasinski, class of 2001.
When you become a part of a sport at Dartmouth, you're becoming part of something a whole lot bigger than you ever could have imagined.
The bond between two Dartmouth people is really special because even if it's separated by 10 or 20 years, they know that they have a common experience. It's neat to really just get together and to learn through each other.
This is where I'm from, and this is me. Like, Dartmouth is who I am.
Welcome back to the Charles Race 11A underway here on our final day of the Open Fleet Racing Championships in the ICSA National Championship. And well, Gloria, looks like these boats are returning.
Yeah, looks like we just started off this A division race with a general recall. That's usually, you know, a great way to shake off the rust, shake off the dust from yesterday, and get that was a quick practice run, I guess, and we're just gonna try and reset here.
As you can see, it's been cloudy for most of the morning. We'll see some light showers throughout the afternoon, but pretty good conditions out there on the water, and the wind is scheduled to pick up as the day progresses as well. So should make for some really good conditions out for the sailors. And again, it's just running down through the top 18 going into this final day. Yale, Harvard, Dartmouth, Brown, and the U.S. Coast Guard Academy are your top 5 teams, while Boston College, Stanford, Roger Williams Bowdoin, and the U.S. Naval Academy are the next 5, 6 through 10. Tufts, who had a really good finish from their B side, they're at 11. College of Charleston not too far behind with 227. MIT, Georgetown, the University of Rhode Island, St. Mary's College, Hobart, and William Smith Colleges, and Tulane are the final 18 teams. And, well, we were talking before this race started, there's still plenty of room with the amount of races left for a lot of these teams to make some noise and potentially move up into that top 3.
Yeah, I think we're going to see the standings switch around a good bit. We've got still, 10 races left in each division, so that's more than half the races left. So I think that, you know, they just moved the pin up a little bit, so it's going to square out the starting line a little bit more. I wouldn't say anybody's locked in just yet, and I think with if the breeze holds and if we're able to get through all 10 races, which we've been seeing it come pretty close with on the Charles, I think that the standings is still, the whole entire podium is open to anybody at this rate.
So Yale with 5 first-place finishes yesterday, 4 from their B division. They finished with 39 total points to lead the B division, and just incredible sailing from the Bulldogs. It felt like yesterday nobody was going to catch them, but Harvard finishing really good with a 6 and a 3 in race 10 from their A and their B, and even Dartmouth with an 11 and a 4 kept themselves in that mix in the top 3.
Yeah, for Yale University in that B division, we have Teddy Nicolosi and Ashley Highland. Teddy Nicolosi was just the NISA Sailor of the Year. So, you know, somebody who's got a lot to prove, a lot to show. And so I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, especially putting on such a big point gap, that's 17 points they're winning A division by Teddy and Ashley. So with, like you said, Harvard's Justin Callahan and Kennedy Leahley just trailing right behind them, I guess, by just enough points. I think that those are 2 very strong boats that we've been seeing all season long. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw the 2 of them matching up next to one another all day long.
We got a 2-minute warning out on the water, so we'll get set as these boats make their way back towards the start line. And, well, you know, we talk about the B side, and Coast Guard, whose B side is at 11th, their A side is number 1, 56 points yesterday. Coleman Schofield and Lauren O'Neill some really great sailing out on the Charles yesterday. They tied with Boston College for first overall, but that's another team that, wow, they really sailed really well yesterday with the conditions.
Yeah, and that's a team we haven't been seeing. They've been in the mix in the spring season. I wouldn't say I would say their A division sailor Coleman Schofield has definitely been up there in the entire season. But if we see better sailing from their B division and a maintaining performance from their A division, it's very likely that Coast Guard can actually move up into the podium, which is one of those teams that I feel like people weren't really predicting to be up there, so I'm almost rooting for them because I feel like they're the underdogs in this podium stance.
Kind of led me right into my next one, right? When you look at the middle of the pack, I know obviously Coast Guard's there in the mix as well, but maybe a middle of the pack team. Stanford's obviously a favorite. They won it last year. Roger Williams has had a really good showing from the women's and in the semifinals here of the Open. Is there a team that sticks out that you think can make a real good jump to get into that maybe podium finish that's currently in the middle of the pack?
Stanford had a little bit of a tough first day. It looks like they're currently sitting tied for 6th. I think that there's no doubt in my mind those women out there, they know how to pull it together and sail consistently. I think they've been sailing almost every single day for the past 8 days, so this is their final hurrah, and I think that we'll be seeing them carry into today with some momentum, and I wouldn't be surprised if we saw them move up significantly today. But taking a look at this start, we've got a beautiful pin start here from Harvard in boat 12. Just crushed that pin start with boat 14 just behind them. That's going to be MIT. Great start for them as well. Most of the fleet is going out to course right, as we saw most of the fleet tack off. I do think that boat 12 and 14 are going to look quite nice as they tack off.
Looks like Dartmouth had a little last-minute adjustment there. They were with the original fleet here on the bottom on the left, but then made the adjustment to go with the right. So maybe they saw something there, as well as Stanford, who's making the late adjustment now to go off to the right side. So Harvard, who won the first 2 races yesterday to get our Open Fleet Racing Championship started, their A side finished in first, then the B side came in first. The B side actually followed that up with another first place finish in race 2. So Harvard knows how to start races, especially out here on the Charles. You can see here as the fleet tries to connect again.
Yeah, I think Dartmouth's in a little bit of a tough spot here in boat 10. You were saying that they adjusted, they essentially had tacked off. They're kind of back in the middle pack right now. They're looking in a little bit of a tough spot, unfortunately.
Yeah, it looks like that decision just came a little bit too late. So for Dartmouth, coming into today in 3rd place behind Yale and Harvard. Dartmouth at 134. They had 3 first-place finishes yesterday, 2 belonging to the A side. On that A side, it's Robert Bragg, or Boyd Bragg, along with Yumi Yasu. And Yumi and Boyd both had a really great showing in the semifinals. When they got paired up together, it really felt like Dartmouth had a push there at the end of those races in the semifinals.
Yeah, I think Dartmouth did a pretty great job of kind of gathering that, once again, momentum towards the end of the day. We saw that do that at a lot of the other events, right, with their women's team and so on. So again, one of those teams I wouldn't be shocked if it's on the podium. These teams that I'm, right now, everybody that we have in the top 7 or top 8 are teams that I was expecting up there. I think Coast Guard is one that is catching me by surprise. So I think they're kind of those underdogs that are just showing up, and they're going to mix things up a bit.
Well, especially on a day like today, we won't see as much separation from the boats out on the water with how good the competition is out there. You can't really make too many mistakes that'll put you behind by a lot, because then you get caught by yourself. As you see, Navy attack here to the near side alongside with MIT. So MIT going to join Navy, moving off to the left. And that MIT boat, it's Sam Bruce and Gemma Schroeder. So Two seniors who were trying to get the engineers back into the race. They were tied for 13 coming into today. A tough finish yesterday for the A side. They went 18 in race 9A and then 16 in race 10A. B side able to hold it down for the engineers with 97 points. A side with 137 for a total of 234.
Harvard kind of a little bit further back here. I'm curious to see how they're going to come across all these boats on the right-hand side. At the minute, they look like they are crossing, but I wouldn't be too positive about those boats that are all the way up on the left-hand side. And even now, looking at their cross, this is a really difficult cross for them.
It's
Maybe
a collision down here on the right.
Yeah, that, between 11 and 12, they did lee bow. So they lee bow. That's when they really just slam on the bow of somebody. I wouldn't say, yeah, it looks like they avoided collision, but it looks like they tacked pretty close. That maybe 11 Navy had a tack off. That potentially maybe a foul, but something tells me it looks like that wasn't the case, but it was definitely very close there. It's hard to tell.
A lot of aggressive moves, and even on that one too, it looks like maybe Stanford got a piece of the end of Navy, so they get spun around. It might have not been Navy, but
that looks like boat 6,
yeah,
perhaps.
6. Yes, that's
Boston College.
And they are just kind of spinning out over there.
Yeah, so that's what they're doing, a 3-6, or I'm sorry, a 720. So if you foul another boat, you have to do a 720. That means you do 2 spins. Whereas if you hit a mark, that's also a foul. You have to do a 360. So it appears to me that boat 6 somehow recognized that they had fouled somebody else, and so they immediately did their spin. They did their 720.
That's the second time we've seen a Boston College boat here in the Open Fleet Championship take the spin instead of waiting to go to the protest run.
That's right, and like I said, I think that's a smart move to do.
Well, we saw them in that race as well, finish in the top 10.
Yep.
Even though they had to do this spin, they still made up enough ground to not get the 18 if potentially losing the protest.
That's right, yeah, and I think that's always a better move, and especially considering that they're sitting in 6th place right now, you don't want to take that chance.
Yale trying to take the inside here. Looks like they might just by an inch, so a good job moving in front of St. Mary's College. Always love this part where you get that kind of traffic at the pin.
Oh yeah, I love that. And it looks like Brown is quite far back there. That was boat 8 that just tacked around the windward mark. A little bit of a digger for them to start the day off, and this is a team that we want to see up in the podium. They've had a very strong fleet race performance throughout the entire season, as well as team racing. I was pretty shocked to see that in team racing they didn't finish where they were necessarily expecting to. So, you know, keeping an eye on that team as they're currently sitting in 4th place.
It looks like Roger Williams currently in last place. I told you Roger Williams made up some ground yesterday with 2 first-place finishes in race 9B and 10B. B-side with 78 points, 166 currently in 8th place in the overall standings for the Hawks, but this is not where you want to be in the opening race to start the day.
Yeah, and it looks like for Stanford in this A division, it looks like we have a swap out for Michelle Larkamp. It looks like we actually have a driver, Thomas Sitzman. It is a freshman who is driving with crew Ellie Harnett. So a little bit of a change up here for Stanford. Taking a look at their performance throughout in A division, they finished the day in 6th place in A division with 71 points. You know, interesting move there to kind of swap out one of their top players. The Charles is one of those venues where it's tricky. Some people get it, some people don't. Some people take a little bit longer to adjust to. And worth noting, Michelle Larkamp has also been sailing so many days. She's been at all these events, every single one of them. We're talking open team racing, open fleet racing, women's team racing, women's fleet racing, coming off of 2 national championship titles now. You know, you're pretty tired. You know, you can only take so much trophy hardware home. You know.
Well, that's why you kind of take a step back, allow your teammates to fill in, and that's what we were talking about with the reserves, right? They make the trip for a reason, and sometimes with the conditions, you got to rely on your teammates, and that's what makes sailing so special and so fun. Is you have obviously your crew and your skipper out there, but there are people cheering you on from the sidelines, waiting for their opportunity to get in, and when the conditions allow, sometimes you get your specialist in there, or sometimes you just got to change it up.
Yeah, I also think the beauty of it is that Michelle Arcamp is a 5th year, so I think this is a big leadership aspect on her part and on the coach's part, where a mutual understanding of, you've had a great running. Let's see how your teammates that are gonna be they're gonna carry the team once you leave. This is your last event. We're not gonna have you next year. Let's see how the team does without you. Might as well just test out the waters. We already have that hardware. Let's see how it's gonna go. Are you okay with sitting on the sidelines? And after speaking with her many times, she's a huge, huge leader on that team. And I can only imagine that she's like, yeah, I want them to go crush it. I want to see how they're going to do. And I know that I'm leaving the team in good hands. And I know that I can even step aside now knowing that.
Well, Larkamp's not going too far. Right? You still got Vanessa there. And
that's right.
Maybe some more
just
waiting in the wings. So.
Just a sophomore. And actually the Women's College Sailor of the Year, the Quantum Women's College Sailor of the Year. So what an incredible feat for a sophomore. That's something that you don't see every day. Great first race here for University of Rhode Island Rams here in Boat 4. Putting in the gap here. Now rounding the leeward gate.
Have a clean round there. They didn't really have to move too much.
No, and they're a little bit launched here, which we haven't been seeing as frequently here in the finals for the open fleet race.
They were just passing the rest of the fleet right now.
Yeah, on this upwind, they're putting in the gap. They've got everybody still behind them, so we'll be looking for them to consolidate, come back over pretty shortly here.
Rhode Island, their best finish yesterday was 3rd place. That came at the end of the day, and it came from this group here on the A side. So the Rams trying to close the gap with the teams above them. They're currently in 15th in the standings. Karam Erkman and Abby Chips are the two in that Boat 4 for Rhode Island. Had a couple of 18s from the B side, which the B finished with 142. 97 from the A side for the URI Rams, again at 239, but opening this first race, 11A currently leading the pack.
Yeah, what a great race. It's a little bit tough making the left-hand side work today. I think it is a little bit of balancing. It's the bottom left, kind of middle top right that you kind of got to make work. So I'd be looking for Boat 4 to be digging into the next set of pressure, and as soon as they can, kind of hitch their way back over to the right-hand side. With all those other boats on the right now tacked off, I'd be going. I'd tack soon, waiting for Boat 4 to go. Kind of want to just reconnect back with the fleet. Not necessarily a huge fan of being in the lead. Right now, they don't have much of the fleet under their boom, whereas if they tacked over, see, they've got 13 and 7 here behind them tacking over soon. And, you got to consolidate. Go back. I'm waiting for it.
So what's the risk here of taking too much time? You allow the fleet on the right side to basically get a better angle in catching up with you.
Yeah, exactly that. So it's, by letting, you're the leading boat. You're in first place. You're letting, look how much of the fleet is on this right-hand side. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 boats of the fleet, all on the right-hand side of the course. That means that you're only covering and actually checking back in with, 6, 7 boats on the left-hand side? Maybe less than that. Yeah. 5 boats on the left-hand side. Do you want to cover 12 boats of this fleet, or do you want to cover 5? So it's essentially, you're taking a risk. They could get, this entire right-hand side could get a massive shift, or you could get a massive shift and just lock in your lead by that much more. But you're taking the risk of the right-hand side getting a massive shift, coming across you, and you lose more than half of those boats. Which right now...
Looks like that's exactly what's happening, right?
That's right. That right came in. We're seeing this boat from the right-hand side coming in with a really nice lift. and it could be that they lost them because they didn't consolidate. You want to come back over, meet them in the middle, right? And they just never did that. It's one of those tough things, and they should be happy if they didn't lose all these boats. And it looks like they might lose 1 or 2, maybe 3.
So that we go back to maybe a minute ago where they had that opportunity to cut back to the right. They decided to take the puff that they were in down to the left side. But now that they're trying to angle off here on boat 9 Tulane, it feels like that. Again, the movements have come too late. And now even Bowdoin is making a move that can potentially, again, they're trying to catch boats, pick them off one by one. Now Bowdoin has a chance.
Yeah, it's one of the simple things of when you're ahead, stay ahead, right? And just pick which you want to follow most. You want to be ahead of most of the fleet. So just count your losses. So where am I going to have more losses by going where? And the same thing of just keeping the fleet under your boom. That's one of the best and probably the easiest rules that I've ever been told from my coaches is keep the fleet under your boom. If you're ahead, if you're in first place, just literally duck your head and you and your crew take a look and see what's underneath my boom, right?
But again, where's Rhode Island going?
They're splitting off. And the tough thing is you can tell that these boats are pretty lifted right now. 9 and 15 are both quite lifted, so that means we're not on lift attack. I think URI is just so dead set right now on just getting a 1 that they're kind of punching off and doing things a little bit, taboo, trying to make something, they're kind of hoping for something else to come in.
You can see how still the water is kind of down here, where up top you can see the movement.
Right. Yeah, they're in a little bit of a lighter spot. I'm just not sure that they're going to have a cross here on 9 and 15. We've been seeing the top right come in. So it's all about that top right. We've been seeing that all the boats coming back on starboard from the top right have been having beautiful breeze, great lifts all the way to the windward mark. And that's the case. 15 and 9, look at their ladder runs that they have now advanced. So ladder runs, right? So here's one ladder run, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is of course, there's no real math behind it, but think about all those ladder runs that they've lost. 4 are now getting a little bit of a lift, they just moved up a few, right?
You talked about the ladders. They moved up from that 4th, 5th level now to that 3rd, 4th level, and it's definitely helped.
So here's what's definitely helpful is that these 2 boats have overstood their ley line. So that means that they sailed a little bit extra distance. The unfortunate thing is they were still in better pressure and a better lift. Boat 4 still lost both of those boats. Not a big deal, right? To get top 3 in an A division race in college sailing open fleet race nationals, not a bad thing. It's just one of those unfortunate things of had we consolidated a little bit more, we would have probably maintained that 1.
It's going to be 12 Harvard, then Navy, followed by Yale. Little close finish there, but it looks like Coast Guard Academy is going to finish just in front of the College of Charleston in that quick race to the pin.
Yeah, I'm telling you, Harvard and Yale just one boat apart from one another, and I'm not too surprised. It's 2 very strong sailors, and they're fighting for first place right now, and I'm not surprised if they're going to be 1 boat apart or 2 boats apart from one another all day long, or smack right next to one another.
It's Boston College, Brown, and Georgetown crossing. Now there's Dartmouth. We saw them make
great recovery.
It was a risky move, but they somehow managed to finish here in the top. And now 7 is Stanford, along with Roger Williams. They were in last place for a majority of this race, and kind of just slowly making their way to the finish line. There is Hobart and William Smith colleges.
Yeah, what do you think of that? Stanford fell back a significant amount here in this race, right? I think they were up there maybe in top 5, top 6?
Yeah, they were part of that group,
Yeah, and then Brown was all the way in the back, maybe in 14th, 15th, and now they're in the top 8. Stanford's in 15th, 16th. So what do you think of that?
Well, you're the one that had Stanford as the middle of the pack moving up. I think Stanford, they've had some ups and downs where it feels like Brown has been the more consistent, especially on the B side. So if your A side is able to give you some finishes here in the top 10, and you know how consistent your B side is, 62 for their B side yesterday. That has them in 4th place currently overall. So if they can continue to get top finishes. They did get a first place finish yesterday for Brown, so that's a big one. But you've been consistent. For Stanford, it's just been, they haven't been able to master the conditions here in the open. It feels like they're right there in the middle of the pack, and they've stayed in the middle of the pack, whereas during the women's championship, they were demolishing teams. I mean, some of those races, they were not even competitive.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right.
So it'd be interesting to see how the B-side had a 17 and an 18 for Stanford. How can they respond here after a little bit of a lower finish here from the Stanford A side? We'll get you final results here on race 11A. Currently, race 11B is underway.
Yeah, also worth noting, I think that there's so much less room between boats. Like, everybody is just, it's one pileup of boats in the Open Fleet Race Nationals finals. Same thing we were seeing with the women's, right? The finals are the top 18 teams in the nation, right? So there is so much less room for error. So we're seeing these top players that were dominating in the semis. They had leads for days, half a leg leads. Now everybody's in it, like, and it's tight. We're seeing those top players that were just winning by so much every single time. We're seeing them in the back of the packs.
It just shows you that come nationals, anybody can step up at the right time and allow for the teams to win. And, well, we've got another good pack here out front for our B race for race 11. And it looks like Rhode Island's in the mix here as well, along with Bowdoin. And they're both trying to track down, it looks like that 9 boat from Tulane.
Yeah, Tulane having a little bit of a tough day yesterday. It looks like their A division has been struggling a bit, and so that's brought them down significantly in the overall standings.
Yeah, just 2 fourth-place finishes. Those were the highest finishes for the Green Wave. They finished 4th in race 2B and then 4th again in race 7B. But again, not finishing in last place, but not getting those first place or those top 3 finishes. So they got to find that success where they're getting into the top 10 more consistently than the bottom 9.
Yeah, that's here in the finals towards the end, as we look at the scores, you're going to see that no team has had just single digits throughout the entire event. You're seeing this is exactly where it's that situation where, especially on the Charles, I feel like we've actually been seeing these top teams have way more high digit finishes. And so that's just going to make the average that you actually need to get across all these races so much higher. So I can only imagine you probably only need 5th or 6th place in every single race to win the Nationals. That's probably going to be the average.
It feels like even when we were looking at the averages for the women's championship, it was right around that number, maybe a little bit higher, but we're seeing more and more packs as they come across, and it makes it that much more harder to create separation with teams that maybe are a point or 2 behind you. This is what I love about the fleet racing. It's not how much time you finish by, right? You can be up by a mile, 2 miles. That second place team, if they're just 1 point behind you and they finish in second, you know, that's why it's so exciting. So
yeah,
it's interesting that the point system allows for everybody to still be in it as you go race to race.
Right. Yeah. It's not like your summertime racing where sometimes they time out. So but granted, these are fleets of like 200 or 150 boats. So it's, you know, if you get like an hour and a half or something like that, maybe half an hour after the first boat finishes for everybody else to finish. And sometimes you can just get the DNF because you got timed out. But it's nice that we don't have that here. So it looks like the right-hand side has come into play big time today, as we're seeing most of these boats on the downwind going course right as well. This is the B division race.
So again, it's been, for the most part, it's been the left side. We were talking about before, like, don't get into the right, don't get into the right. It's deceptive. Now today, it's the one that's really been working for a lot of these teams and finding success on the right side. And again, it's question will be, will that pressure continue, or will the teams have to make an adjustment as the wind adjusts?
Right. Yeah, it's definitely been looking downwind, it's course left, and then looking up, it's course right. So it's that side. It's on that side with the what would you call that? Is that the Boston skyline technically?
Yep, right, yep.
Yeah, so it's all on kind of coming. That's been the cleaner side for today, hasn't it? Kind of making that work. A little bit on the lower left-hand side of the course for, I'd say, the first 1/3 of the race. You can get away with the left-hand side, and then for the second the other 2/3 of the race on the upwind, I would say that you'd want to be on the course right. So it's and here you can see actually most of the boats here in the fleet are choosing to go to the left-hand gate and going to the course left. You kind of hold on a little bit, get over towards the shallower water. And what's going on here? Why is that boat? Oh, that must have been an A division boat. Oh, quite misleading there. But it looks like you kind of send it out towards those beautiful trees right there. Hold out there, wait for the next pressure and next shift, and then you take that back over to the middle. Kind of just keep using the right-hand side.
Talking about that backdrop there. It's Back Bay of Boston, Massachusetts. Go a little further and you'll be in Copley Square, the finish line for the Boston Marathon. The town was incorporated back in 1630, officially a city in 1636. Yeah, way back when.
That's why the roads make no sense.
Well, so it's funny you say that, because I saw a picture the other day of Sturl Drive, and it was just dirt roads. They had the old school cars with the horses pushing the buggies, and it's so crazy to think that this has all been built up year after year, and now you have an incredibly populated city.
And not that much room.
It's not that much room, but that's why I said populated, right? And
so populated.
It's very populated. It's still building.
Overpopulated.
They're building buildings on top of buildings.
Overpopulated. I would say that it's such a small square footage with way too many people inside of it.
That's the great thing about
the
this
beauty of it?
city. Yes, you're not as big as New York, right? You don't get all the people.
They're worse.
Right?
Not
Chicago
like that,
has
not like
has
that.
kind of the big feel, but the small kind of town people vibe, right? So.
Yeah, I guess I can't say that much about Boston. New York is small square. Well, small. No, yeah, totally. Small square footage with overpopulated as well. I feel like Boston's getting there. They're getting there.
Well,
They're
you
like
know, Boston, New York, they have to have this rivalry.
that rivalry.
It's not
True.
just sports.
They're both
and
on
now
the East Coast. You
Yeah,
have to.
now
You
it's
have to.
trickling over to population battles.
Yeah, you
Who
got
can
to.
build the most buildings?
Yeah, facts. I'll let them battle it out. I'll just go back home to Chicago.
We've got a battle here. You said that right side has been filling in, and look at this push from the right. Looks like that's boat 10, Dartmouth, trying to take the lead.
10 and 13, you're right. That's Dartmouth and Yale there. Dartmouth and Yale.
So nice race. Looks like 3 in the lead. We have boat 5 making a move down here on the left side. Looks like that's Roger Williams. And well, we saw what happened with the University of Rhode Island here on the left side. So see Roger Williams, they learned from that, and now they're moving up.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those. Sailing's such a funny thing because it's it's like sometimes you learn so late that it's like by the time you learn it, it's already switched up on you. So it'd be like, you know, you finally figure it out after a few races, and then it's like actually the left starts to work, you know, or you learn it early enough and then it's to your advantage, right? Or you're one of those people that just is like, I don't trust it, and you'll watch people try to do something different, and they'll be like, no, it's gonna shift back, and then it never does. And so you'll see people just keep trying something different, and that's never the case. Well, it is sometimes the case, but it's just one of those things. But it looks like a beautifully sailed upwind there by Dartmouth and Yale. both at the top right there.
Yeah, it's a packed leaderboard here in the top 5, but Dartmouth and Yale, we said their B-sides have been spectacular, and they're showing it here so far in race 11B. They are neck and neck with the fleet trailing behind. We'll give you some official results from race 11A. It was Tulane who pulled in front, taking first place. It is their first place finish here of the Open Championships. So they are now at 250 points at 15. They hold the sole spot at 15. Coming in right behind them was Bowdoin. So a couple of the bottom teams that we were talking about needing to make some noise. Bowdoin with a first place finish back in race 9A. Now pick up a second place finish in 11A. Coming in third in that last race was the University of Rhode Island. They led for the majority of that race, but another top finish for the Rams. And then fifth place was Navy. Actually, fourth place was Harvard. So the Crimson pick up a top 5 finish. And again, Navy in 5th place. Yale came in 6th. Coast Guard in 7th. The College of Charleston, the Cougars, came in at 8. And then Boston College at 9. And Brown in 10th.
Ooh, Brown in 10th. You know, that's one of those, it sounds like they came back up in that race, right? They were totally in the back of the pack. I like it. That's that knit grit, you know. You're like, I'm gonna pick up some boats. I'm not gonna finish in 16th. I'm gonna pick up some boats. And they did, and those points are gonna make a difference in the end. Nice mark rounding here for boat 13. That's Yale, and right behind them is boat 10. That's Dartmouth. We got 18. Great race for Tufts here, rounding in 3rd. They just gotta hold on to it.
Here's a good finish here for 4th, 5th, and 6th. Who's going to get the inside? Looks like 4 is going to pass first, but 7 had a good chance.
Nice.
So Rhode Island, another top 5 finish for the Rams. So another good placement for the Rams, excuse me. So again, but URI finding their way here, opening up the first couple of races. It feels like they've been clean.
Yeah. You know, here's something you don't see every day is a lot of boats jibing immediately after that windward mark. So that just is a huge telltale sign that there's a pretty big shift on the right-hand side. So everybody's kind of going towards that way. You don't necessarily want to jibe so quickly after you round the windward marks, just because usually that means that you're going to get all the bad air from the boats that are still rounding. So, but it's just a determiner that, or if that's even a word, that's even more terminating that. I think that's a word. After so many days, you need to go pick up a dictionary again.
Well, we told you Webster's going to start adding your words into their dictionary.
Maybe.
We've already reached out to them for confirmation. So
good stuff.
They've got Urban Dictionary. Now it's going to be Gloria's Dictionary.
I need one because bilingual. You know, sometimes you just
make up words.
Yeah, you're like, I think this sounds right.
But it's the same thing in Spanish. You just add, a little.
Yeah, you just add a little. It's always like the little endings. I feel like for Lithuanian, you just add like an AS at the end.
My biggest thing when I was learning English was in Spanish. You put the word before what you're saying. So it's like paper toilet, but it's toilet paper.
Oh,
so anytime I would say paper toilet, people would be like, what? But it's toilet paper.
Oh, interesting.
So for a long time in my life, and I'm a little afraid to admit this, but I was probably like 25 when I figured out that I was saying it wrong. Yeah, it was bad. It was so bad.
No, it happens. It totally happens. Honestly, there's been plenty of times where it's like, well, I remember my first day of preschool. I didn't know which school I was at because I started Lithuanian school first, and so I showed up to my English school preschool teacher, and I just started babbling off to her in Lithuanian, and my dad was like, "Hey, wrong language. This is the other school. This is the other school." And I was like, "Oh, oops. Got it. My bad." So
looks like we got some light air here. It's the first time we've seen this kind of happen to our races, where it's kind of just died down for everybody.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit lighter. We still got a little bit of something. So they're all reaching, but it's hard to tell if it's because it's super light or if it's because the right-hand side is kind of filling in. So it looks like we've still got a little bit of wing on wing. It's definitely lightening up over by Yale and Dartmouth. It's definitely a telltale sign you don't want to go too far right, I think.
If you're one of these trailing boats, are you seeing what's happening to Yale and Dartmouth and say, hey, we stay away, stay far, far away from that over there?
Yeah, and I would say right now it looks like Yale, though, has gotten into some pressure here. So actually, you take a look at them, and they're actually quite cruising now. So it looks like maybe they just got into a lull, which is just like a little dead pocket, essentially. So it was just momentarily, and now they're kicking with some fire now.
You can't really blame the skyscrapers there either, because they're on the Harvard docks here today, so that's more on the open side with the brownstones and Back Bay instead of the John Hancock and the Prudential Building. And I always love this part of our races, Gloria, is when both divisions just come across and you've got to avoid just colliding with boats on your race and in the other race.
Oh yeah, and it actually looks like the breeze is filling in quite beautifully now. So take a look at these boats, even in the B division boats, you can tell they're all hiking. So you've got the crew and skipper on the rail, kind of sticking out. So now the breeze is kind of filling in pretty quickly. So that's just the testament of the Charles. It maybe dies for a second or two, and then it just comes back in twice as hard. So that looks like a finish for Yale and Dartmouth. Not sure which one finished first, but trailing right behind them. Let's see, that is boat 18 Tufts. They were able to hold on to that third place finish, which is great for them. Maybe moves them up a little bit. They're sitting in 11th overall.
The Jumbos, I love their mascot. It's the Jumbos.
So
it's an elephant. So it's out there. They're green and brown and baby blue. Which who would have thought that color combo would have worked? I mean, talk about style points.
They made it work. I like it. 7 and 6. That looks like Stanford and Boston College as well as right behind them was 8 Brown. So talk about a nice little change up there. You know, we saw Brown with having a little bit of a tougher race in A division, a 10th place, but you know what? I wouldn't even call it that tough because they did a great job climbing their way back up. So 10th was great mid-fleet, and now their B division had a stellar top 10 race as well. Same thing for Stanford. Stanford definitely had a further back double-digit finish in the A division, so it's really helpful that their B division did so great.
Yeah, for Stanford, a 14, as you talked about, in that A division. So this helps with a better finish. But again, this race B felt more of those top names, again, gaining control and finishing in the top 10.
Yeah, and it looks like the breeze is quite beautiful. Take a look at that. Everybody's cruising. You got some nice pressure even on the right-hand side. You don't want to go too close. You can see like right along the shore is kind of this patch of a little bit of light spot, a little bit of glassy breeze. You can see the boats are still moving over there. It's just you're going to lose a little bit of that momentum, whereas these boats right here kind of stayed in that pressure, and they're already cooking with some fire coming back into the left-hand side, whereas maybe this boat's in just a little bit less breeze for a little bit of time. You'll watch as the closer and closer to get to this kind of patch of breeze, the faster they'll actually end up going.
That's MIT leading the pack right now in front of Yale. Good job tacking over for Bowdoin.
There's boat 3 as well, like you were saying, Hobart and William Smith having a pretty good race here as well.
So it's a nice little mix. You got obviously your favorites, but you have some of these teams in the bottom that know they have to make up some ground, and a lot of ground for some of those in the 17, 18 in the standings, and they know that. They're coming in, they're proving that they did their homework. They're not just following the pack, but even for like a URI, they're guiding the race for the most part. So it'll be interesting to see how these teams in the bottom work their way back up to the top.
Yeah, and I think it's worth noting, like we were just talking about the right-hand side, right? It's all about making the right work. You don't want to bang the right? There's that little happy balance. So we saw that these boats kind of didn't bang the right. Take a look how you can see their bows actually digging into the water. So like taking a look at boat 14, they're in a little bit more pressure, right? And you can actually see they've got a little bit of wake around their boats, off the bows, a little bit of wake. Whereas you can see that the boats back further, they're moving a little bit slower. They're in a little bit of lighter pressure. Their bows maybe not pointing as high. And so it's all about, you know, don't bang the right. You just want to make the right work. Come back a little bit middle-ish. And just, it's all about that consolidation, right? So staying on the lifted tack, making sure you're sailing fast and don't sail yourself out of that pressure. Imagine that sailing is like we were talking about, chutes and ladders, right? Except the ladders, beyond the ladder runs, maybe the chutes, we'll say, the chutes. The chutes are beautiful pockets of pressure, so puffs. We also call them puffs in sailing. So you're sailing into the puffs. And you want to, I also say it's like connect the dots, right? So each dot is a puff of pressure. Sail into the puff. Connect the puffs all the way to the windward mark. Same thing, all while staying on the lifted tack. We're seeing a lot of boats overstanding ley line today. You know, it's one of those tough things where it's that you got to make the top right work, yet try not to overstand ley line, as well as you're going to have massive starboard trains today. So starboard train is when you have this massive line of starboard boats. What that means is that if you're a port boat coming in, you've almost got nowhere to go, right? Like you're like, do I lee bow and slam my way in there, or do I essentially duck 10 boats right now? So it's one of those things where you need to expect that, anticipate it, and plan ahead. So you know that today there's a huge starboard ley line, huge starboard train almost every single race. What do? You need to get there ahead of time. You can almost expect that if you're going to enter on port, you're going to lose a lot of boats. So how do I get to the right-hand side clean and faster and earlier than other boats? That way I'm actually one of those boats in the starboard train pretty comfortably, and not one of the boats that has to take a massive duck of 10 boats or end up fouling trying to tack my way in.
So always so many decisions, so many things running through a sailor's mind when they're out there and what they have to do. But that's another good race for MIT. Engineers coming into today in 13th, and a tie for 13th with Georgetown.
And 17, College of Charleston having a good race here. Like you were saying, some of those unexpected boats kind of throwing themselves into the mix in this race.
Yeah, really great job by Noah Zitrer and Lucy Klempen. They made a nice move. They were taking that left side wind pocket, and they came into the fleet there at the end to kind of make it a little more interesting with MIT and Bowdoin, and MIT was the one to take that one.
Yeah, and breeze looks beautiful. Take a look at this downwind. Everybody's on wing. Nice pressure. You can take a look at the water. It's got nice ripples, looking beautiful. Everybody's sailing fast. I can only imagine that the breeze is going to continue to build throughout the day, so they might as well consider this as rest for their legs, because if they start hiking, they're going to start getting pretty tired pretty fast.
So again, there's that pocket, right? That pocket of like light air where you're not getting enough push. You're moving, but you're not getting a lot. So for Bowdoin here on the bottom, what can they do to try to catch up with those two up there before the end of this race?
So we're talking about these guys right here?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're doing a good job of catching up to them right now. So just taking a look at how much distance they've closed between their sterns here. They're closing the gap even right now. So we just drew it where they were before, and notice how we haven't moved too much on the stern there. So I think that, yeah, College of Charleston has caught up quite a bit here. So, and all it is really just taking a look at what's behind you, right? So where's the breeze coming from? And I think that there's just a little bit more breeze down on this left-hand side. And maybe now they're driving over to go sit on one of those boats. So that's a good opportunity to catch up to them as well, is take a more aggressive stance. What they're going to do is they're probably going to jibe pretty shortly here as they come up on the breeze of this boat that's ahead, which is going to be essentially like a cone right here. And they did a really good defense tactic, is they jibed off. That way their actual breeze line changes from that to over there. So now their breeze line is back open, and now it's a lot harder for College Charleston to defend.
Especially with both on either side there. So
yeah.
That's Sam Bruce and Gemma Schroeder for MIT around the marker.
Beautiful mark roundings here. Yeah, so boat 17, there wasn't much they could have done. I think that it's tough here because if you look at the leeward gate, you can tell that this mark, actually the course right mark is, or I'm sorry, looking downwind, it's the right-hand gate mark, is actually a little bit lifted, so that's why you're seeing a lot more boats headed towards it. So it means it's just a little bit more favored. Less distance being sailed if you sail to that mark. So that's probably why 17 didn't split off and go to the other gate. Personally, I would have maybe seen that these two boats were heading towards that gate and maybe saw it as an opportunity to gain a little bit by going to the other.
I think Yale saw an opportunity to attack early, and they did, so we'll see if that angle is going to pay off for them. MIT didn't wait as long as some of the other boats we saw, rounding that marker, taking more of an aggressive approach down the left side. So now we'll see, because it's Bowdoin, Yale, and MIT all on the same path.
Yeah, I think MIT did a great job of recognizing what shift they're in. I actually think they're in a really great spot right now. I know we were talking about maybe it's a little harder with the bottom left, but they saw an opportunity. Nobody's going to the other gate. I can actually lead back in the left-hand side, higher up on ladder runs than others. And actually right now, even this entire portion of the upwind, maybe now they're just a little bit bow even with everybody else below them, but they were lifted, and they were actually looking a lot better than the boats over to the right-hand side. So, and I like it, right? They're the leading boat. And what's the number one rule if you're the leading boat is if you take a look underneath your boom, what's below you? Most of the fleet. So we're going to see them tack here shortly to consolidate back with the rest of the fleet, keep them under their boom.
Look at Bowdoin, though. Bowdoin's got a nice little push that's giving them maybe not enough. Again, a great move by MIT to realize what was happening. Again, seeing what the fleet is doing and giving them an opportunity to kind of match or make a better move.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they saw College of Charleston, their attack, and they decided to just match that, right? So what they're doing, once again, keeping the fleet under their boom. I wouldn't expect them to attack just yet. What they're going to wait is for the actual boat 3 to hit their line of their edge. So now that 13 also tacked, I'd expect to see them tack soon. Here we go. And now we're consolidating. This is beautifully done by MIT of just maintaining the lead, consolidating the fleet, keeping everybody under their boom, and just keeping everybody in their coverage zone. Now, they did let 17 go out to the left-hand side. Guess what? Not mad at it at all. Because they see that there's two boats below them, whereas one out sent off to the left-hand side. Do we think that College of Charleston boat 17 is going to get something on the left-hand side? We don't know, but the entire rest of the fleet is over to the right. So why would you give up the entire fleet for one boat, right? At that point, MIT is doing beautifully in terms of strategic sailing if you're in the lead.
Take a look at boat 17. That's the College of Charleston Cougars with Noah and Lucy. And they have been the more aggressive boat here in this specific race. They've been taking the chances. We talked about risk it for a biscuit. They know they have to climb up the standings, and they are taking those chances here in this race. But even on this look, a beautiful look, right? You see where each boat is. You got your back fleet on the right, but these 4 or 5 leaders know that they have to utilize the space in front of them, and they're trying to take it.
Yeah, and I think it is paying off right now for them. Boat 17, College of Charleston, they are coming back on a lift. Still, at the end of the day, like I was saying, I'm not mad at what MIT did. I think MIT did the exactly right play. Is they recognized, I want single digits. I don't want to lose the entire fleet. And they're even doing a great job of still kind of keeping that fleet along with them. We don't know if, right now we know that you want to enter on starboard ley line still. Let's see, 17 is like wicked lifted though, which is kind of wild to see. Just very, very lifted. I think they're going to plan on leading back to the left-hand side soon here. But I still think, MIT just did everything by the textbook. It's just one of those things where you're letting go that one player, that one boat, knowing that they may come back in first place, but that's a reasonable risk to give up because you don't want to lose the entire rest of the fleet, right? So, not mad at it at all. And look who just popped back into the picture, boat 5, Roger Williams. Where'd they come from?
They made an announcement, and I think for the most part they followed that College of Charleston line. They were that lone boat that was way behind them, and while the rest of the fleet went up to the top, they stayed behind the College of Charleston, and it's paid off for them.
Yeah, I'd say that's one of the send it moments. So it's one of those things. So I think Roger Williams was far back, right? They said, I've got a lot more to lose, or I've got nothing to lose, right? So if you're a leading boat, you got a lot to lose. Now, if you're in the back, you got nothing to lose. I think Roger Williams was in the back of the pack, and they said, oh, I can bang it to the left away from every single person in the fleet. Why? Because I'm already kind of losing in the back of the pack. I might as well try something completely different. And unfortunately in sailing, that's only going to pay off maybe 10% of the time. This is one of those races. It paid off, right? Same thing with 17. 17, if they wanted to sail a more conservative race, they would have actually followed MIT out back to the right. But I guess they just kind of risk it for the biscuit. You know, it's one of those dangerous things, but it pays off sometimes. And
when you had said that the left is filling in, right? Yeah. So it's not more of like one side is favoring the other. It felt like both sides were now getting a good breeze or good pockets there. And while the College of Charleston tried to connect with the rest of the fleet, that opened the door there for Roger Williams, and they slammed their foot right through it.
Yeah, sometimes sailing, the risking for the biscuit works. It worked for them here, and good for them, but it's just one of those things where, as a coach, your heart drops as they're doing it. You're like, why did you do that? And then it works, and you're like, you just got lucky. You got lucky, you know? So we'll see if the left-hand side keeps filling in the next few races, but I think people just need to you just got to sail on the lift attack, and they did it.
For our first 3 races, it feels like you do not want to be a leader in the race, because teams behind the leader so far have made excellent moves that have surpassed them either on the final leg or the second to final leg.
Yeah, they're definitely taking advantage of the luck on the Charles. You know what I mean? That's why the Charles is so unpredictable, and you do get those remember we were talking about that the other day. It was during one of the semifinals where the Charles is so shifty and unpredictable that you can actually get away with doing, you know, like the
risky stuff.
Risky stuff, right? So it's one of those where it's like your chances are, usually the chances of doing risky stuff is like 10%. On the Charles, it's like 20, 25, you know, you can get away. It happens more often where it ends up in your favor kind of thing. And so that's kind of what we're seeing now and that's why some of the top players are not as consistent, because to them they're doing the right thing, but then you'll have people in the back that are doing the, you know,
the lucky thing.
Taking the lucky thing, the unexpected chance, and they're doing the things that haven't been working, and it works out for a split second, and then they just get launched ahead. So it's those players that are doing consistently well. They're like, I don't understand. I did everything right. Why is it hurting me? You know, like, I think MIT did everything right, and they still got burnt. So wear your gloves, folks, because you're going to get burnt.
And College of Charleston really started that path for Roger Williams.
And they took it and ran with it even harder.
Mean, look at the gap, right? What they were able to do, taking that left side approach, rounding the marker as cleanly as they did, it has now created an opportunity for Roger Williams to finish on top again. A couple of tough finishes in race 11 for the Hawks, a 13 in race A and a 10 in race B. Dartmouth taking 11B with a first place finish, followed by Yale. Boston College finished that race in 4th. It was Tufts that came in 3rd.
Yeah, Roger Williams doing it. It's definitely much easier, I think, on these downwinds to keep the lead. With consistent breeze, it's like when it does get super light, it's a little bit harder to maintain a lead. But with the breeze being consistent, it's like you can pretty much just fly away with it. So on the downwinds, it's a little bit harder to catch boats in on a day like today. So Roger Williams, right? They've got good breeze, pretty consistent breeze across the entire downwind. Once you round that top marking first, you can pretty much fly away with it. It's really the upwinds, you know.
For Roger Williams, today in boat A, it's Aiden Hoagland and Michaela O'Donnell. And you can see for Aiden, he keeps peeking back, making sure that fleet is not catching up.
Yeah, you definitely gotta keep your eyes on everybody behind you, and it's one of those things where I usually like my crew to do it because I feel like if I look back, I'd panic a little bit.
So you take a look at the skippers for Roger Williams here at the Open Fleet Championships. Kyle Frang, Carlos De Castro, Aiden Hoagland, and then the crews are Michaela O'Donnell, Carly Kiss, and Claire Buckley. The Hawks again really trying to just control this race and have a top finish. 2 back-to-back first place finishes for Roger Williams to end the day yesterday on their B side. Their B side sailed so well, especially in the last 5 races. A 2-2-5, a 1 and a 1 for the Hawks. Came into today 8th overall in the standings. Looks like it's going to be Roger Williams. Just another good race, another great showing for a lot of these schools, and finding their way to navigate the Charles, even when the weather becomes unpredictable. You were seeing some of the great handling from these sailors, and get some more boats crossing the finish. Already an exciting start. We've seen some popular teams finish in the top, and we've seen some of the underdogs make their way and fight their way to take a top spot, as we did in that last race from Roger Williams. So still plenty more exciting races to take place here on the Charles.
We love seeing the underdogs climb up.
Especially when, you know, you look, the great thing about coming into day 2 of the finals is you know where you are. You know where you sit. You know what you have to do. And again, we've been talking about just picking off boats. At this point, you're picking off schools, right? Especially if you're in the middle or the bottom of the pack, you just want to get to your next one, right? You got to catch up with that school in front of you, and once you get there, then you worry about the next placement. But we've been talking about it with the way the first 3 races have gone. It can be anybody's day.
Yeah, and I think the neat thing is that especially if you're one of those top players, I think it's a big recognition of, you know, nobody has been consistent here today or yesterday. This is a Charles. None of the top players have been okay, sure, there's some consistent players. I shouldn't say that. But nobody's been like extremely consistent where it's like you can't get in your head where you're like, I have to be in the top 3 every single race. You know, shift your mental aspect of it and be like, you know, I just need to be top 10. Top 10 single digits. If I'm just rolling with the single digits, I'm going to be okay. If I have a digger, I need to really just climb my way back up into a single digit. And it will be okay. And just recognize that everybody's having a bad race. Everybody. It doesn't matter. Even the teams in first place are having bad races. Do not get into your head. For goodness sakes. If you want to podium, you cannot get in your head. We've seen how underdogs are coming into the top. Like, everybody's in the mix here today.
And that's, you know, to that point, Gloria, when you talk about just some of these teams that had good finishes yesterday, right? Boston College with a 16 in race 4B. They go on to have top finishes in most of their races, top 10 in all but 4 races, and even in those races that were below the top 10, a 12, a 13, a 13, and a 14. Today, they're keeping those numbers in the single digits. So again, it's just riding the momentum, not having bottom 3 finishes or bottom 5 finishes, but keeping pace with the rest of the pack as well.
Yeah, it's just you definitely have to keep pace. Like, it's all about pacing. It's a long day. It's going to be a long day. I can't imagine that we're going to get 10. Okay, so technically 20 total races, 10 in each division. I can't imagine we'll get these all done before, or before 5 o'clock. It's going to take up most of the day, so it's all about fueling yourself and just maintaining stability, Be stable for your, and just Positive vibes. Positive vibes. Pretend like you love it.
And take the spin. Don't go to the protest
Take the spin. Don't go to the protest room. So well said. Take the spin. Don't go to the protest room. You couldn't hurt yourself more than going to the protest room.
Especially on a day like today.
Oh my gosh, it's the day of the finals. I mean, you just never want to leave things up to umpires or protest rooms, and it's not because they're wrong or anybody's wrong. It's just you're putting your fate in somebody else's hands. Is that what you want? No, I don't think so. You know, like you are. What is it? There's like a Disney movie about it. You know, I think it was called Brave. Let me search up the quote. I'm not gonna botch this.
As you search that one, it's Dartmouth taking the left, and Tufts taking the right, and now the fleet will split off with both those two leaders. Looks like Dartmouth has a nice puff on that right side. On the bottom left, it's Tufts just ahead of Boston College and Coast Guard Academy. You can see Tufts right there, BC Eagles getting to the left side, so they're gonna try to veer away. No, they'll go back. They thought about it. They might have. So here's the thing for Boston College: they ran into kayakers before, realized kayakers are in our sight. Get away! Just get away.
Yeah, 100%. Like actually 100%.
Again, what was it? The cyclist of the water.
I've never heard it better said than that. I think that's so accurate. It's summertime, so and it's the same thing. Cyclists, they're out and about in the summertime.
Yep.
Kayakers out and about in the summertime. I also figured out the famous line of Merida from Brave: "You control your destiny. You don't need magic to do it."
I love that. That's great. I gave you chills. Good quotes are always. Send us all your favorite quotes. We love inspirational quotes.
Yeah, favorite. Yeah, what's your quote if you're coaching or parenting or even a teammate?
There is no progress.
Ooh,
it's Frederick Douglass.
Wow.
Yep.
That's good.
And for me, it was always perspective, right? Because you are, to get where you want to get, it's going to be bumpy. There's going to be some tough days, and you got to roll with the punches. And
say it again. What is it?
Without struggle, there is no progress.
That's beautiful.
Yeah. Short and sweet too.
I like it. I like it.
And then, of course, Gandhi's my favorite quote with "Be the change. Be the change you wish to envision in the world." Yep.
I don't know who said this, but for me, I've always stood by it. Is treat others how you want to be treated.
I absolutely love.
I don't even know who said that.
I don't think they can trace it back because I've never heard it credited to anybody.
That's
but that is such a powerful.
That's my day by day. Just live like that. I have to. It's just like. That's it. I feel like that is, that's how I do my days. Just that.
Yeah.
I don't know. Since like forever. Ooh, look at this fog. My goodness.
We have had everything you can ask for in these races.
I know.
I mean, from hydrofoils to blimps to kayakers and doggos on the kayaks. We had beautiful sunny weather with no wind, sunny weather with plenty of wind, and now we get your cloudy, misty, obviously spring Boston weather.
Yeah, it's like mysterious. I like it because it's the last day of nationals, so it's like mysterious who's gonna win.
Well, it factors in, right? So it's like you have to, as a sailor, as a skipper, a crew, you have to manage the conditions.
Yeah.
It's not just the water, it's not just the wind. You get that mist. You got to deal with maybe gripping that rope a little tighter because if it slips, then you lose your balance. There's a lot that goes into a day like today now.
Yeah, it's true. It's very true. And it's just like also just wearing the right gear. I don't know how cold it is, but you're sweating still. Like it's weird. It's like a little bit humidity is like up a little bit. Just, just got to be ready for anything. Take a look at Dartmouth here. Boat 10 having a great race. Leading back in from the right-hand side. On their tail, they've got 18. That's going to be the Tufts Jumbos. You were right about their colors. It's just so... Who thought of it? I don't know.
I love the baby blue. The baby blue just sticks out.
Nice.
And again, I mean, who wears brown? Not a lot of people wear brown, but they were like, you know what?
Bold move.
We're going to go with it.
Bold. And
then we're going to go with baby blue. And it works. And the Jumbos, I mean... We were talking about mascots and logos. When you get the perfect fit, you know it immediately. Tough Jumbos works perfectly.
Masterful. I think that's a word.
Master. We're making up words
Masterful.
now at this point.
Is it?
I think.
Masterful. I think so. I'm not sure. It's probably. Who
Dartmouth
knows?
trying to hold on.
Harvard doing a. So Harvard's in an interesting spot here. They're one of the lower boats here, kind of leading back over towards the windward pin. You can see they're trying to. You watch as Harvard over here. What they're trying to do is they're trying to pinch up and get this boat behind them to tack. So they've got a boat right behind them. Harvard can't tack right now. They want to tack because they know that they have to get over back onto the starboard ley line. Here they go. They did a great job of sailing super high, pinching off boat 2 a little bit. I think 12's in a way better time to tack over onto the ley line. That looks like that's the B division sailors, Justin Callahan and Kennedy Leahley, whereas their A division is Lachlan McGranahan and Marbella Marlowe. So here, 12 Harvard is finally tacking back over. That's Justin and Kennedy. Ooh, it looks like they had to do a double tack there. I can only imagine. Oh,
They didn't want to get that Tufts boat, so they have to now.
Yeah.
Oh.
So they're in a tough spot. Remember we were talking about the starboard ley line. So when you've got the starboard train of boats. So Harvard found themselves in that tough spot. That boat was kind of pinning them out for way too long. And then they had no other chance. They were like, okay, I'm just going to tack in, see if I make it around the mark. And then they were like, okay, we're not making it. And we're getting really close to these boats. We might be getting ourselves into a protest situation. We need to tack back over. And they got really lucky. There was a pretty nice gap open behind them, between them and the next few boats. So they were able to do a double tack. Thank goodness for them, right? But there's other times where if you do that tack, you're risking it, and there's a huge line of boats. What you have to do is literally duck, jibe around, and then go and round all behind all those boats. So they got super, super lucky.
Takes up more time and maybe puts you behind more boats than you wanted to be originally, especially when you were in that top 5 before you made the move, right? So now we're seeing kind of another split here.
Yeah, and Harvard looks like they're going course left-hand side on this downwind. Kind of leading boat 15. That's going to be Bowdoin. In the middle, you even have boat 6. Boston College, great race for them. I'd say they're in 2nd or 3rd at the minute. Ooh, and breeze filling in. Look at that. Look at Harvard just kind of launching off right now.
And they stayed on the right. They didn't move. Boston College was right there with them. They decided to go up towards that Dartmouth boat in the 10 and stay alongside Tufts. But Harvard is the one that's been more aggressive throughout this race. And well, now they've hit that light air pocket, right? Now it's kind of
a little bit, yeah.
It's died down for them.
Yeah.
Whereas it looks like Dartmouth is just kind of in their own little world right now.
Yeah, we're really lucky today that these light spots are actually not too bad. We're still seeing boats wing on wing, so the light spots are definitely not as bad as the semifinals light spots. Those ones were bad.
Well, I don't know. Harvard is like stranded.
They're
now.
Pretty stopped.
They have hit
They're a little
rough
panicked.
patch. Yeah, they are trying to get that boat to move. The good thing is the fleet behind them is also in this patch.
Yeah.
The only one that's kind of benefiting from this is Dartmouth right now.
Which usually on downwinds, that's not the case, right? That's when boats usually advance on them, right? Because they catch any breeze before them. But they really had what we love calling it a personal puff. Personal. It's yours and yours only.
And that's what they're utilizing. And it looks like we just got maybe a push from the cameras south to the north, going up towards that Boston side, because a lot of the movement has been outward instead of towards the shore.
Yeah, and so what that's going to mean is for this upwind, that means the breeze is kind of filling in from the right-hand side, right? So if all the boats are starting to kind of push their way up, that means that we're going to start seeing breeze filling in on the right-hand side. That means when you're going to be rounding, right, you've got the 2 gates at the bottom. I'm just drawing them now. That's not them. But you're probably going to want to round this mark and just stay in the breeze. Or depending, if this mark is maybe a little bit higher, you want to round here, gain a little bit of ladder run advantage, and then just tack right away so you're, essentially 2 ladder runs higher than the right-hand side.
Well,
and then just take that to the right.
With the opening behind these top teams, would that quick tack up kind of benefit before the rest of the fleet comes across to make it a little more, I guess, more hectic there at the pin?
Yeah, that definitely can be a factor, 100%. So we'll see what kind of the leading boat Dartmouth here does. I kind of wouldn't be surprised if they took the right-hand gate, kind of just kept that ladder run a little bit high, and then just waited to see where the fleet behind them was. So yeah, it looks like, you know, considering they're on starboard now, maybe they're heading towards that right-hand gate. Or maybe, is this their finish? It's their finish. Okay, so they're just sailing to the finish then in this case. And Dartmouth is just totally launched.
Well, again, they got up further, and it allowed them, like you said, that personal puff was just carrying them throughout the end of the race.
Where's the finish pin?
I think there might be.
Oh, we might have already passed it. Oh, there it is. There it is. And you'll keep a beautiful eye. There is that finish pin. Yeah, Dartmouth, what a great, incredible race. And who do we have in that Dartmouth boat there for the B division? Looks like we have Maddie Hawkins and Reese Bragg, the A division winners of the women's Fleet Race Nationals.
Well, they really did a great job in the women's nationals, and when you look at what they were able to do in this race, we've seen Dartmouth really take opportunities maybe that other boats haven't, and it paid off in the semifinals, and now here, one of their best races. And that B side has been trying to keep pace with their A side. We talked about consistency. They have had pretty good races, not just in the semifinals, going back to the team championships and the women's championships. Dartmouth with just one bottom three finish. That came in race 1B. But since 1B, they have not finished worse than 13th, and that only happened once.
Yeah, and it appears that Dartmouth is just doing a good job of kind of staying consistent at the minute, and it looks like we've still got some more coming across the finish here. Looks like we had 2 and 3 cross. We've got 17.
Well, another good race. It felt like Dartmouth made the first move that would keep them in front. A little bit of a track down there by Tufts and Boston College and other schools just behind, but a good finish here. We will step aside from the Charles as we just finished up our set of 12s races. We'll go to race 13A next. We'll join you in a few here on ESPN+.
Gear up with Zim and West Coast Sailing. We have the gear you need at a great price, backed by fast shipping and outstanding service. As proud partners of college sailing, Zim and West Coast Sailing offer 15% discounts to student athletes on all apparel and soft goods. Get all the top brands including Gill, Rooster, Zyke, Ronstadt, and more. Go to zimsailing.com/college sailing or westcoastsailing.net/scholastic-sailing for details and to apply for your student athlete discount code today. Zim and West Coast Sailing are proud to support ICSA with the College Sailing Give Back Program. When college programs make purchases through their Zim and West Coast Sailing team accounts, they not only get great equipment, great service, and great discounts, but also 5% of their purchase is donated back to ICSA. With the Zim and West Coast Sailing College Give Back Program, your general fleet maintenance and sail purchases help with general maintenance of ICSA and provides direct support to the organization that makes it all happen and increases access to the water for all.
To my seniors, thank you so much for everything you've done.
I really appreciate all the seniors on the team. They're all super nice and welcoming. The upperclassmen on the sailing team have been some of the kindest and most welcoming people I've ever met. They've been really influential and kind of like a mentor to myself.
You guys are always there for me, and I appreciate everything you do.
They've been great mentors for the new freshmen this year, and we can't wait to see what they do after they graduate.
Welcome to the community. We want to introduce ourselves to you.
We're a not-for-profit financial cooperative founded and operated by Harvard employees.
If you work or study at Harvard or any of the teaching hospitals, you and your family are eligible to join.
We've helped thousands in the community buy their first homes, pay off their student loans, and build strong credit.
Ask your friends and colleagues why they bank with HUEC.
And get to know us at huecu.org/hello.
I wrote all the time when I was little. I was always writing novels and making up characters and stuff. I started sailing when I was little. I did all the summer camps in elementary school. I never really got into it competitively until high school, but my high school had a really good sailing program, and I sailed competitively and got recruited to Harvard. I entered college the fall of 2020, so it was all during COVID, so everything was online. And I just randomly stumbled upon The Independent, which is a very small newspaper at the time. I was managing editor and then forum editor, and then finally got to editor-in-chief my junior year to senior fall. It's a really cool experience to be there when people are pitching their articles and then see everyone's articles from start to finish. When I entered, it was a staff of, I think, 10 or 15 people, and they're publishing every month online. By the end of my tenure as editor-in-chief, we were publishing weekly, 20 pages, and there was a staff of about like 125. And so that really got built from the ground up. There was definitely a lot of issues along the way, so learning about, libel and defamation and what you can print, what you can't print. I'm actually writing my senior thesis on, the history of defamation and sensationalism in newspapers. I think my favorite one was that I just published 2 weeks ago. It was called For the Love of Doing Nothing. It really was a reflective, introspective piece about often lose sight of the ability to just sit and relax and enjoy where we are and where our feet are. What I am grateful that I did freshman year was that I tried so many different things. And I would really give that advice to other freshmen. I think there's so many opportunities at Harvard to take those leaps freshman year and discover what you actually really enjoy, so that by the end of your 4 years, you can be proud of the work that you've done and be proud of the families and communities that you've built around that.
I think the shared commitment we all have is that we're here to decrease the stigma around mental health. We want to make it a more open conversation, whether it's talking about student-athlete mental health, coaches' mental health. We got one goal, we just got to work together to complete that.
I think the evolution of the conversation about mental health has become prominent year after year for the last decade, if not more. But I think we're finally at the tipping point where the conversation isn't just about how are we reactive to prevent worst case scenarios, but how are we managing everyday stressors and activities?
I have really loved today. I mean, just the conversations. I love talking about mental health, and so being able to dive deeper. I think the keynote was incredible, seeing what mental health in athletics looks like really at the highest level.
Mental health is the same thing as physical health, right? We all have it. You guys are all in the sports space. You wake up in the morning and you do a physical check. It might actually inform how you work out that day, how you approach your training. What would happen if we took the same approach to mental health?
This is my first mental health summit that I've been able to attend, and just recognizing the value of sharing those best practices. We all have very unique institutions, and so, I think it's very valuable to sit here and think, hey, that's really cool, jot that down. How can I adapt that for our institution? And it's also a really incredible moment to be able to just have a lot of school pride, a lot of league pride.
I've always thought mental health is very important. The stress and anxiety that student athletes have to go through to play their sport, to compete in their sport, like there's so much going on outside of that, and I think this mental health summit is like a really good step forward to decrease that stigma and to continue to give access and to continue to give thoughts.
I think mental health is something where, because we don't talk about it as often, I think coaches might not fully understand the grasp of what that feels like to an athlete.
If your team is not open about talking about mental health, you have to open the doors and you have to be like, guys, like, we're all in this together.
Dartmouth College has taken holistic student-athlete development incredibly seriously. I was one of few athletic administrators with a sports psychology background, and then since my role has evolved in the last 5 years, I've been able to continue to support a team that is collectively building to enhance mental wellness, well-being, and performance of all of our student-athletes. How do we make sure we're cultivating an environment? And this is where everyone in the room has an impact on the environment that occurs within your campus. And all of us need to be actively cultivating it.
I want the idea of mental health being stigmatized to be something so of the past that we can't even imagine not having this open conversation.
To me, belonging is not just being accepted in a space, but being wanted there. You feel needed, you feel like your contribution is irreplaceable.
When I think of where I belong or how I feel included, it's feeling comfortable in the space that I'm in, feeling like I can be myself, and it's knowing that there's an opportunity for me to make changes or speak out.
Inclusion and belonging stems from not only like being invited to the party, but being asked to dance.
I think that a big thing that a lot of us deal with is imposter syndrome and feeling like we don't belong in a lot of the spaces that we're in. And so I think a big part of my own becoming a better person was realizing I do belong in these spaces. And then once I got to that point, I think that passing that along is one of the most important things that I can do.
One of the biggest things that you get from sport is friendship, it's community, it's self-confidence. So when it comes to inclusion, I want to make sure that even if you're not having a great day on the court, you didn't have a great match, or frankly you're not playing right now, do you still feel part of the team? Do you still feel part of the athletic community?
It's easy to feel a little bit left out in high school, easy to feel like the odd one out, and I guess Brown made me feel like I was surrounded by people who got me in a way.
I think to start everything, it is conversation that has to happen, and then it'll turn into action. Once you bring it in more people's minds that it is an issue or it is something that wants to be celebrated, it gets a lot easier to kind of continue.
There's a lot of people coming after me, and I want them to have a better experience than even I had, and keep passing that down to the generations to come.
Next question. Can Harvard students wear uniforms? I mean, yeah, I guess you could wear whatever you want, but you don't have to. There's no required uniform at Harvard. Yeah. That's the answer to that question. Hi, my name is Kalos. I'm a senior at Harvard College concentrating in English, and today we're going to be answering the top most Googled questions about Harvard.
Can Harvard students take classes at MIT? Yes, you can cross-register at MIT. It's a really great opportunity to be able to go to a different institution. They're just down the road. It's literally 2 T-stops away. So it's really perfect and super easy to do.
Can Harvard students live off campus? Around, I think it's 98% of students, or a statistic around that number, choose to live on campus in upperclassmen housing. It kind of makes up a big part of Harvard life and Harvard's campus culture. Even when you do live off campus, you're still affiliated with an upperclassman house most of the time.
Harvard students have cars. Yes, I'm pretty sure they can, and I think I know a few people who do. But again, Boston, in Harvard area in general, there's the subway, the T we call it here. So most people don't really need cars.
Can Harvard students wear uniforms? If you would like to, I'm sure you can. Whatever floats your boat, I guess, if you would like to wear a uniform and want to wear the same thing each day.
Do Harvard students party? Yes, we do. There is definitely stuff going on campus, which is really nice, especially at the weekend. So you can go out if you want to. If you don't want to, you don't have to, but the option's there if you do. And I know plenty of people, including myself, that do like to party.
Do Harvard dorms have kitchens? Oh, this is a great question. Even though most suite setups do not have kitchens, usually the houses also have community kitchens that students can use.
Next question. Do Harvard dorms allow pets? I think generally no, but if you have a registered emotional support animal with the accessibility office, you can have pets on campus in that way. Generally, I don't think animals are allowed in most dorms. I definitely know people who have kept pets on the down low, but don't tell people I said that.
Do Harvard students pee on statue? Is this something my grandma would want to hear?
Assuming this is the John Harvard statue in the middle of campus that all of the tourists go up and rub the toe of whenever they come visit and take a picture. And the answer is obviously no. No one would ever pee on that statue. That would be unsanitary and inconsiderate, and I don't know why anyone would ever do that.
Do Harvard students become rich? Depends in what way. Rich in intelligence? Yeah, definitely experience. People go on to do many different things after leaving Harvard. Some people do choose to pursue financial opportunities. Others will choose to pursue passions and things like that. But it really depends person to person.
Why is Harvard unique? Oh, this is a great question. Really, the experiences and just the amount of experiences that it offers students, whether you want to go listen to a politician giving a speech somewhere at the Institute of Politics, or you're going to a performance. There's really just so many opportunities at Harvard, and I think that's what makes Harvard unique.
Why is Harvard so hard to get into? The short answer is because a lot of people apply. And I suppose, we could ask like, why do so many people apply? And I'm sure that's, a lot of different reasons. I think the thing about Harvard is like, as far as sort of like, when I was thinking about applying, like it was, that was obviously something that was very intimidating to me, of just like, the fact that the acceptance rate is so low. And oftentimes, you end up being surprised.
Why do you want to go to Harvard? I wanted to study liberal arts curriculum, and I really wanted to go to one of the best institutions in the world for that. Like, location as well is such a big thing for me. I love being near the city, but at the same time, like not right inside it. So those were the main two reasons why Harvard stood out for me.
Why does Harvard do interviews? Harvard does interviews to honestly get to know the person behind all the paper. Not only was it a chance for me to showcase who I actually was behind all my essays, behind my letters of recommendation, I thought it was a great opportunity to also see the people behind the school. So I think that's why Harvard has interviews.
What is Harvard's acceptance rate? Oh God. I think Harvard's current acceptance rate is like 3% or something. The 3% encompasses like everything and everyone who applies, but you're like such a unique person and you have like such a unique experience that you can bring to Harvard.
What is Harvard known for? I think just about everything. All the departments like top of the field, like the research that goes on here, again, top of the field, like industry leading. And then of course, like the name as well, like people have heard of it from like all over the world as well.
All right. What Harvard doesn't teach you? So one of the things about Harvard is that it is a liberal arts institution. So, we don't offer like pre-law, we don't offer like a formal pre-med track, right? We don't offer like a journalism track. I think academics here are far more sort of like just that, academic, as opposed to like technical. There's a lot of, fields that programs that other schools may offer, right? Like a journalism program or like, a dedicated pre-law track that Harvard doesn't offer because we're a liberal arts institution.
What Harvard looks for in a student. I feel like Harvard looks for people who are very passionate about the things that interest them. It doesn't have to be like social change or like climate change. It doesn't have to be like a big important thing if that doesn't like interest you already. In my application, I wrote about like being passionate for like libraries and like reading and books. It's really just having that drive, like what wakes you up in the morning, like having something to answer to that, I think is like something that Harvard looks for, definitely.
What is Harvard's most popular major? I think it's probably going to be economics.
Economics?
Economics.
Where do Harvard grads work? So I think this depends on, again, what you're studying. A lot of students will go straight into like industry after they graduate. And a lot of students who are like in the natural sciences or like life sciences will pursue some form of like education after their undergrad degree. Honestly, Harvard students do anything and everything after they graduate.
Bam. Where can you study abroad at Harvard? Harvard has a dedicated international education office. That's like, filled with staff who can help you study abroad and like come up with a plan. You can literally just walk in and be like, oh, I want to study, X subject and X country. And like, they will like literally have lists of them available. So they're super helpful. One of the cool things about Harvard Study Abroad is your financially it travels with you. For example, if you do a fall semester abroad in Italy and, you have to pay tuition at that institution, your Harvard financial aid will cover that as well.
Where can I buy a Harvard sweatshirt? Well, you could buy a Harvard sweatshirt at the Coop, like in Harvard Square.
Welcome back to Boston for our ICSA 2024 Open Fleet Racing Championships Day 2, our final day of racing here on the Charles. And we get started with race 13A. A couple of races in the books from 11 and 12. Now we move on to 13, and well, another good start, but another split at the start here, Gloria.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where we're halfway through the day, and the breeze could be shifted. It's one of those things where you just wait and see what happens in these races to see which side is sort of filling in. So I'm curious to see what this split is. Is it going to be the right side that's a little bit more advantageous, or the left?
Well, you see Navy down here with College of Charleston. It paid off for the Cougars early on, taking this route. We'll see if it pays off again. We already see some boats tacking up to the right. But a couple of big wins so far. Dartmouth earning a 12B victory. They go back-to-back yet again with a first-place B finish in 11B and a first-place finish in 12B. So the Big Green trying to catch up to Yale, Harvard, and the others in front of the overall standings here at the National Championships.
Yeah, and you can see boat 16. That's College of Charleston once again kind of making the left side work. They seem to be one of those teams that's just been, kind of hitting the left, and they're like, I'm going to make this happen. I am going to, fingers crossed, make it happen. And it looks like it is paying off at the minute. So they're crossing the fleet quite significantly at the minute on the right-hand side. Maybe not significantly. They'll definitely come back together a little bit. And it looks like they're actually leading the right-hand side back out to the left.
We talked about Noah and Lucy, the two in that Cougars boat. Noah is a sophomore from Clear Fall, Texas. He's done a great job working with Lucy in the boat throughout the Open semifinals and now here in the finals. Chose the College of Charleston due to its city, beautiful city, and a great location for the campus.
Yeah, and they were just the hosts of nationals just a few years back, actually, in don't quote me on it, but I believe 2016 or 17 they were the hosts of national championships.
Well, and again, a sophomore working with a senior in Lucy Klempen. Lucy from the U.S. Virgin Islands, as you talked about, a hotbed of talent down there for great sailors.
That's right, and I will stand by that. That's for sure. You'll see that most of the top teams have at least somebody from the Virgin Islands, whether that's St. Croix or St. Thomas, as well as St. John. Really just, there's only 3 of them, but all across all 3 of those islands, and you'll see them coming from either the high school in St. Croix or from Antilles High School, which is based in St. Thomas.
Women's side for the Cougars finished 12th at the Women's Fleet Race Nationals. Got here winning their conference championship, second conference championship in as many weeks for the College of Charleston. Again, talented roster of sailors. Skipper of the year for Emma Tallman. For Lucy Klempen, she was named part of the Open Crew of the Year.
I think the telestrator keeps shutting off on Gloria up here. It just keeps shutting off.
Yeah, it's turned off. I can't get it back on either.
So you're seeing the left side along, it's Roger Williams and Boston College trying to take this puff, and it's the College of Charleston here as well, taking that angle that they took early on, or at least their B side took on in their last race. So another good angle again for the Cougars, who have felt like they have been trying to master here the Charles River. And we told you, for Charleston, they came in to the day in 12th with 227 points. They've been able to hold on to that 12th spot just ahead of MIT, who had a great finish earlier today, but are still trailing Tufts. Tufts B side has made it really hard for the Cougars to catch up here with the Jumbos and the top 10. Navy holding on to that 10th spot. Bowdoin in 9th. Roger Williams in a tie for 7th with Stanford. Coast Guard in 6th. Boston College in 5th. Brown in 4th place with 184 points. Dartmouth 155 in 3rd. Harvard in second with 145, and Yale 129. They're holding on to the lead and to the top spot overall here in the Open National Championships. As we get to our pin, it's going to be the Cougars there first. Navy has to make the adjustment, and they will. Good job there getting the turn. So it looks like heading for our first turn is going to be College of Charleston, Hobart, and William Smith. That will be a good showing for them if they can hold on. They've fallen to last place overall. You see Harvard with the head of steam coming in. They're going to get to that pin along with Tulane. Hobart, William Smith in second. Looks like it might be St. Mary's College there trailing behind. Actually, it might be Boston College. So another light air pocket here for the College of Charleston. So they're able to kind of separate away here. Again, great job by Noah and Lucy in the Cougars boat. But now the rest of the fleet has fallen behind here with the light air. And it's forced the Cougars to kind of just glide away in their own little puff while everyone behind them kind of jockeys for position.
Yeah, talk about a cluster of boats, huh? Right behind the Cougars, I mean, pretty much the entire fleet is just clustered in one pack, like a can of sardines.
Just stuck there, not a lot of movement. And you see Charleston not panicking. They're just kind of taking their time, waiting for the gust to come and get a little bit of a breeze there.
Yeah, it's really hard to not panic when you've got the entire fleet behind your back just like that. I feel like it'd be really hard to stay calm in this situation. But it looks like there is some breeze being caught on. It's just an interesting, you don't see it very often where it's like the entire fleet is just one straight line across the downwind.
Just tracking down the Cougars. It's Hobart, William Smith. You've got St. Mary's College in the mix. We'll see what Charleston will do here. They're the lowest boat. They turned first in first. Now it will be a question if they'll have to make a move upward to stay in front of the pack.
Yeah, I think they're doing a pretty good job. I like that they're staying a little bit high, so they'll be the inside boat coming up to the right-hand gate, unless this is the finish. But even then, they're staying high. They've got clean breeze. They're staying, they're really trusting the left-hand side, College of Charleston. They've really been putting all their eggs in a basket on the left, so they're really just sticking with that and making it work as best as possible. Now, we are watching as most of the fleet is jibing over, so we'll see how it ends up paying off for them. They've put in a significant enough of a gap where I don't think the fleet will catch up, but we'll see. It looks like it is shifting over. You can see actually how all the jibs are starting to somewhat luff on all these boats, and that's kind of a little bit of a telltale sign that it's time to jibe over.
You can see them try to make that move. So great communication there by the College of Charleston to try to keep that gap with those boats trailing in the water.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure how they're looking on ley line. I do think it's a little bit interesting that they're kind of sailing themselves into maybe not the best pressure right now. I mean, they're just allowing for themselves to get covered by some of these boats behind them, and as you can see, the gap is kind of closing. So
you can see that the sail literally went back inward.
They had the right idea at first, but my thing is just I like that they didn't reach back over to these three boats, but I'm not really sure what their plan is. I'm only assuming that they must have been so over ley line that they're just kind of trying to reconnect back to the middle, but we'll see how this ends up paying off for them. It's got to be, there's a bigger picture that I'm just not seeing at the minute.
have to be worried about overcorrecting in a situation like this, right?
Oh,
Where you're
totally.
trying to get back into a good rhythm, a good pocket there, but if you maybe overcorrected too much, then you just pass it.
Yeah, 100%. You couldn't be more right. I think it's one of those things where when you're coming back to, consolidate with the fleet, you see it all the time where people try to overdo it, and that's where they end up losing so much distance. So that's why I initially liked that when they were consolidating, they did it on a wing, whereas a lot of people would overcorrect and go to a reach, right? And that actually closes so much more of that distance. So it looks like they did a pretty good job of maintaining. So it was a ley line, so they were trying to get over to the gates, which
You were spot on that.
Yeah.
I mean, it looked like they were just kind of moving way too close to the shore, really, is what it was, and that the gates were too far up. And if they moved closer to the shore, then that gap would have been a lot shorter because those boats that were together were moving way quicker than they were.
Right. And it looks like that they decided to go with the left-hand side again. They're really left is law is what they're saying today to themselves. I can just imagine them whispering it under their breath here. So it does look like the right-hand boats, the boats that went to the left-hand gate and actually are going to the right side of the course, they are kind of looking pretty good tacking back over. So one boat in particular in my mind is 11 and 10. So that was Dartmouth and Navy that took the left-hand gate, and they tacked off pretty quickly, coming back over to the left-hand side. So we'll see how the left pays off on this side.
And the right has been the sneaky, risk-reward side, right? We've seen a couple of teams take it and not benefit from it, but we've also seen teams come into it, specifically Roger Williams going from about 7th place to 1st place after taking that left side approach.
Yeah, so, and it's tough. So it's like you see 9, they look pretty good. They actually look like they have pretty nice breeze here on the left-hand side, and 16 did a good job. So what I do appreciate about 16, which is College of Charleston, who's kind of been sticking with their guns of left is law today and making it work. What they did a nice job of on this upwind, which I really like, is that they didn't just bang the left. They did their consolidation. So they came out to the left, but not too hard, not all the way to the shore, right? Like some of these boats on the left-hand side are just taking it a little bit too far. So 16 did a great job. They came left, went back middle, reconnecting with the rest of the fleet, making sure that they have their whole fleet under their boom. And a nice job tacking right there. I think that's a great spot because they're now keeping in mind they've got these boats behind them as well as these boats over to the left-hand side. So they just want to make sure that they're keeping them all right behind them.
And that's that you said right at the right time. It felt like 9 was creeping, so you had to keep 9 in your vision, but you also know that top has been a heavy push from the city inward towards us. It feels like they've gotten some really strong winds. So now if you're the College of Charleston, you realize we got to manage both sides. And with that turn there at that moment, it felt like they kept both in their sight.
Yeah, and so it's one of those things as well of where they're kind of giving up on these top boats here over on the left-hand side. So they kind of sacrifice a little bit by giving up on them, but like we were talking about, same thing with MIT, right? They knew what they had to do as the leading boat. They had to give up on College of Charleston in that one race that was going all the way left because they know that the rest of the fleet is over here. So they are taking a chance here, right? You've got those those boats out to the right-hand side that are just kind of banging it, and you just got to let them do it because you don't want to risk losing the rest of the fleet on this end.
You're keeping an eye here on 9 Brown. Looks like they took that inside route, and it's paying off for them as well. They've got a good breeze, it looks like, to stay there with the College of Charleston.
Yeah, and talk about a stellar performance by Brown. Brown has definitely been one of those teams that I think has been doing the textbook, I'm never giving up today. So we saw them have a few races where maybe they started out towards the back, but they climbed their way up every single time. And that is a team that is going to probably end up on the podium. And without a doubt, I think that if you're a team that falls back but doesn't let themselves fall all the way down and picks themselves back up, those points that they've picked up in those races where they don't give up are points that are going to count towards them in their favor on the podium.
For Brown in the A boat is Connor Nelson and Vera Allen, and, well, you got a nice young freshman in Vera who's in there with Connor, and, well, the freshman holding it down, doing a really great job working with her teammate, and it feels like you talked about it. They have been in the race, especially on the A side. We talked about how competitive it is. Boston College and U.S. Coast Guard tied at 56 yesterday. Harvard and Dartmouth tied at 62. Yale at 67, but right behind them is Stanford and then Brown.
Yeah, and there's Stanford probably making their way back up today. Again, one of those teams that I kind of put my eggs in a basket in them a little bit from the get-go. I mean, they've got a title they want to defend from last year. They're currently sitting in tied for 7th with Roger Williams with 205 points. Just 10 points from behind 6th place, that is the Coast Guard Academy, and just 12 points behind 5th place Boston College, and a little bit further away from the podium. I'm definitely far away from 1st place right now. Yale has been doing a stupendous job of putting in the gap between them and 2nd place. And granted, I would say that anything over 10 points is a significant gap in the open fleet race, because points are usually so tight in the finals.
That Yale team, again, yesterday with 5 top finishes. Today in the 2 races, the sets of races that we have had, nothing worse than a 9. Everything has been in the top 10. And when you talk about being consistent, Bulldogs have been consistent here on the Charles. And again, when it's so unpredictable, you got to give them credit, because they've been able to deal with everything out there on the water.
And worth noting, a team that's really been climbing their way up today from last place is Tulane, who's now pushed themselves into 16th, dropping down St. Mary's Seahawks into 17th. That's my alma mater. Seemed like they had a pretty strong performance in the semis, but are struggling a little bit more in the finals.
Yeah, and definitely trying, when they get a 1 and a 15, they know that they have to make better numbers. Then they go back and get a 12 and a 13. So again, we'll see if they can continuously improve as the day goes on. And it feels like, again, a day where there's going to be one of those bottom teams in that group of 5 or 6 in the top, or maybe 2 or 3 teams in that group of 6 at the top. And right now it's St. Mary's. We've seen the College of Charleston. There's a lot of teams that might be playing a spoiler role here today.
Yeah, we're kind of seeing it with College of Charleston, right? We've been seeing this team kind of 100% up in the mix. And this is a team that was in the bottom half of the fleet going into the day. And maybe they're way too far in points-wise from the podium, but you're right. They're showing up and they're stirring things up.
Got
I like that.
This right side, right?
I know. So it's the left, yeah. I guess when you're looking downwind, it's the right, but it's and you're right. Looking downwind, the right-hand side, these teams are taking it, right? And it worked on the upwind. Take a look at Brown, who's just sitting in about 2nd place right now in boat 9. They're right behind Charleston, doing a good job, kind of sailing high ahead of what maybe looks like Dartmouth. That's Dartmouth, boat 11, yep. So it looks like right now it's in 1st Charleston, 2nd Brown, 3rd Dartmouth, with another boat out to the left-hand side. Maybe that's boat 12, Yale, or 17, Georgetown.
I think that's
St. Mary's.
Yeah,
my apologies.
Your
that's
crew
St.
out
Mary's.
there, yeah. Well, it was kind of hard to tell because,
one.
it kept flipping as soon as we were
Yeah.
trying to mark it. But, yeah, it looks like they're taking that beeline towards the gates, where it looks like for the College of Charleston, they're trying to do what they did before, where it's, hey, let's just move up as we get closer, but not panic, not overdo it.
Yeah, and you're right. That is St. Mary's. I just saw the 1, and then the 7 was like, I was like, is that another 1? So that is St. Mary's College, and we were just talking about how, they dropped down. We're not looking so hot right now in the overall standings, but here they go, stirring things up. About to get a 4th place finish here, and that's going to stir things up for some of these top leaders. A team I don't see in this top 4 right now is Yale Bulldogs.
Yeah, we haven't seen them at all here in this race for
Yeah.
13A. We've been able to mark up a lot of the teams, especially when they were coming around the marker, but Yale was just kind of lost in the mix there. So we'll see as they approach this final gate, the finish line, where the Bulldogs are and where the teams behind them like a Harvard, Dartmouth,
Yeah,
even a
that's
Coast
right.
Guard are.
That's right.
Oh, here goes that light pocket again, right? That's
Mhm.
where you see them start moving in the boat, trying to get onto the right side.
Yeah. So it's interesting. Earlier today, we saw the right-hand side work. Now we're seeing the left-hand side work.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things where we were talking about there's different strategies with the players, right? There's people that pick up on the side that works just a little bit too late. So imagine you're one of those boats that's like, oh, the right-hand side is working, right? And so you start going right, and it's like the left fills in, right? And it's just like, oh my goodness, I just figured this out. What do you mean it's the left now, you know? Sailing can be so frustrating for that exact reason. So it looks like the left is starting to pay off, and Charleston has been taking advantage of that without a doubt.
Even that move right there just moved them way closer to the pack. It just, both the skipper and the crew just moved all that momentum, launched to the left side, and wow, that boat moved.
Yeah, so that's a beautiful example of boat handling. So that roll jibe really just good boat handling, you know, and it can help you out so much in these races.
But again, maybe just a little too much because it gives Dartmouth an opportunity to pull in front.
Yeah, that's right, and that's Boyd Bragg and Yumi Yoshiyasu from Dartmouth Sailing just launched themselves into first place in that race.
Unbelievable. That
with
was
a great roll
right.
jibe.
That was just, and that's what the College of Charleston tried to do, but we're just a little. The boat just went too much into the water, gave them just not the momentum they needed. But Dartmouth does that same move clean. Not a lot of water splashing up. And I
Right.
guess that's the rule, right? You don't want too much water to splash.
Yeah, you definitely want to kind of avoid any friction, as much friction as possible. But yeah, you're right. They totally just boat handled their way into that first place finish, and that's a big difference. You know, talent and just also hard work, right? So that's something that you're practicing all the time at practice is roll tacks, roll jibes, right? And it just goes to show how important it is on the day of an event.
Yumi, a senior from Houston, Texas, and again has just had a spectacular women's championship and now in the open working with Boyd Bragg. And them two, since they've been paired together about midway through the semifinals, they have not missed a beat.
They do not skip a beat. It's true. They don't skip a beat. It's a truly strong pairing. We saw Yumi be put, and their 12 actually just crossed the finish line. Yale, we're talking that's maybe like a 10th or 11th place finish for them. So a little bit of a digger. We'll see where Harvard landed. We're looking for boat 13. It could be that they already crossed that finish line. Just not seeing them just yet. It could be that they already crossed or that they're one of these boats that's way further back.
We're talking about Boyd Bragg and just all the accolades that he has been able to accumulate in his career. And you know, he was one of those freshmen that started the season during the COVID pandemic. It was cut short, then the Ivy League schools not participating the following year. So a couple of years of missed competition, but since returning back for his junior year back in 2021, 2022, it feels like Dartmouth has continuously gotten better and better. And they are showing it here in the Open National Championships.
Yeah, they have such a strong team, and it's so deep. It's their team just goes so they really could put a C team player in, and they would still shine at nationals. So, it just goes to show A, how competitive it is, and B, how talented that team is. And like I said, they have incredible coaching staff over there. They have Justin Assad, Rebecca McElvin, and Kate Beauregard. So. Just goes to show they really put in the work at practice, and now they have a new boathouse that's being developed, so it's for a deserving team. I'm excited to see how that's going to go for them, and they have a beautiful venue they get to sail at every practice, so just out there in New Hampshire in nature, my goodness, so beautiful. So just sweet kids, so you know, it seems like a really great team dynamic to be a part of, and also just a team that you can really grow on and become quite a talented sailor on.
Not too far, Hanover here from Boston, Massachusetts, and we were talking about a lot of these schools north of Boston where they have to find places to sail and conditions and the water being a lot colder, and well, they've been able to master it up there in Hanover for the Big Green. And again, it's showing here in this competition. It showed in the women's championships as well. Dartmouth vying for a top spot here in what looks like an all-Ivy top 4 right now, with Yale in first, Harvard in second, Dartmouth in third, and Brown in fourth.
Yeah, and Brown is one of those teams that's also got a very large roster, right? Also just drowning in talent. Like, you know, there's some of these Ivies. Harvard has a bit of a smaller team, right? So Harvard's working with a bit of a smaller team, also really deep in talent. It's just these Ivy League teams, you know, Brown over in Providence, they've got a beautiful boathouse. They sail out of Edgewood Yacht Club, and which is now so close by. And so, you know, I see those kids work so hard, so talented, so similar. The Brown, Dartmouth, it's really all these Ivies, and Yale is such a deep team as well. So it's like any one of these Ivies you'll have such big teams with so much talent and such hardworking kids, you know, academically very driven as well. And so it just goes to show, like, all these Ivies they bring the heat to nationals every single year. So, and all of those teams also have great coaches. I'd say I can't think of any bad coaches in college sailing, quite honestly, whether Ivy or not. I think that all the coaches are they are a huge part of that talent. So take a look at this now. Breeze here, dead. Here, not dead. These boats on the right-hand side now are cruising, which actually, if you were to ask me 45 seconds ago where I thought the Breeze had filled in, I would have said for this pack on the looking downwind right-hand side, whereas now looking downwind, the left-hand side has totally filled in. Now the Breeze is kind of coming in across the race course, but talk about the gap that has been put in between the fleet now.
And you can see the boats here on the bottom side working. You can see them trying to get back to where that Breeze is, but it is too far gone. That fleet up top, it is just going, and they are not looking back. You know, back to your point about Brown, and you know, you get out to India Point Park, you can see the Providence Harbor, you see the Providence River, and there's so many good venues out there to have opportunities to sail.
Yeah, and the neat thing about Brown, I feel like in the spring they always have really, really good breeze. Well, granted, there was the NISA Champs, so day one there wasn't very much breeze, but usually it's honking at Brown. So, yeah, and in terms of NISA, I feel like Brown and Harvard, MIT have really great spectator spots, as well as Tufts, I'd say. Tufts does as well. So really great spots for, like, parents and coaches to watch from. I mean, the sailing is just right there in front of you. So, and Brown has, you know, a lot of these venues have really great boats, have been taken very good care of. You know, and up at Tufts you have the Larks, which are an interesting set of boats to be sailing on. So, yeah, you know, Brown being in Providence, it's so funny because it's a city, yet it's a smaller city, but it's one of those, like, town vibes.
Absolutely.
Which is really nice, and so their campus is beautiful if you've ever gone. I'm sure you've found your way around
I've
there.
loved Hope Street. I had lived
So
on Hope
pretty.
Street for a while,
Love
so
it.
got the best of both in between India Point Park, and then you go down and there's Brown's campus. You also have Moses Brown in the distance, so it is. I always tell people that Providence is a place many people should think about moving to. It is the city feel, but you have the town-like people.
Yeah.
And everybody knows each other. Once you go to the store, they start remembering your name, and that's always at least what I wanted when I was a kid, is just like living somewhere where I was familiar with everybody.
Yeah, and I'm definitely biased because I live in Rhode Island. And, like, Providence has really great food and also just doesn't break the bank. It's not like other cities where it's like you go out for food and you're breaking the bank.
You go to Federal Hill and you still get a good meal in a reasonable price range.
Right.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, not many cities you can do that anymore, quite honestly. Yeah, that's for sure. Like, not even Chicago, you know. It's just tough. It's tough. Oh, wow, take a look at that. This whole So side of the fleet that was on the left-hand side on the downwind is now way surpassed from the rest of the fleet that was on the right-hand side. I mean, the rest of the fleet is barely even around through the gate. So taking a look leading this race, it looks like that is, there's a boat top left-hand corner.
Yeah, just ahead
Is
of
that
Boston
14?
College. It looks like 14, yeah.
Right, 14?
Looks like it might be Bowdoin.
That looks like Bowdoin, boat 14. Then we got boat 7. That's going to be your Boston College.
It's actually Dartmouth up there. So
Oh,
Dartmouth
actually,
is
that's
the
11.
one. Yeah.
Got it.
So Dartmouth has created another gap.
That's well done by Dartmouth. So Dartmouth 11. We've got 7.
Trying to go back-to-back for Dartmouth. Their A side won their race in 13A. And yeah, so it's Boston College. They're in second place.
We've got 9 Brown. Talking about Providence.
Yeah, another. Well, we talked about how important it is for Brown to stay in the mix, and
right.
back-to-back races where they're in the mix.
Yeah, I think their A division just got 3rd as well, right?
Yep.
Isn't that weird? I don't think they know that their teammates are finishing in these spots, but we know, and so it's neat. If Dartmouth gets a 1-1, Brown gets a 3-3, that would be pretty neat.
BC would have to drop back to 8 to go 8-8,
Yeah.
but I don't think they
want
want to go.
that.
Yeah,
You don't want that. I mean, that's okay to get that. It's not that you don't want that. You'd want that rather than the 12.
If you're a BC fan, you don't want that.
That's
if you're
right,
everybody else's fan, you're like, it's okay, BC, drop a little.
Yeah,
you know?
right. Exactly. We got boat 10. That's Naval Academy. Right behind them, I want to say that's boat 6. So that would be Stanford Cardinal. So these are a lot of those teams. We're hearing some of these teams that we expected it. I think the Harvard may be out of the picture, out of your eye vision right now, but Harvard is also in the mix in boat 13. I'm sure that you will see them pop in here shortly. I believe that they were just taking the course left-hand side.
One for Harvard. They'll need a top 6, top 7 finish after their A side finished 17th. 17th in 13A.
What?
Well, we talked about it. Those top
We didn't
programs,
see them,
even
yeah.
Yale, 12th place finish, uncharacteristic of Yale. We've talked about them staying in the single digits. This is just the 5th time that Yale, the 5th time that Yale has finished with double digits.
Wow. I mean, you said it though. You called it. You were like, I don't see Harvard. I don't see them in the front, middle, and so for them to finish 17th, that's a really tough race for Harvard. Yeah, this will impact the standings without a doubt.
Well, even for Stanford, in what felt like a day, they could make some moves. They came in tied for 6th with Boston College. They have not had a great day of racing. They're currently in 8th place right now.
What?
For the Cardinal, a 14, 11, and 15 in their A races today. They did get a 5 in race B and 11B, but a 12, and now they are in the mix here in race 13B, but positioning is going to be really important for Stanford now.
Yeah, this is, I'm getting turned around here because I totally did say going with confidence. I went into the day. I was like, boom.
You said it
Cardinal.
immediately. Yeah, it was
immediately.
Middle of the pack. You Stanford.
I didn't skip a beat. I didn't
Yeah.
even think twice.
Yeah.
I immediately thought Stanford.
But let's go back to the point you brought up, right? This is day 8 for the women who are racing, right?
Exhausting.
8 days of consecutive racing. For the most part, we've not had many delays that have stopped racing once we've started racing.
Yeah.
Now, maybe the beginning of the day we get a little bit of a push that forces us to have an hour or two, but once we got it going, it was going.
Yeah.
And there's no days off. This is women's championship from semifinal 2 days to 2 days of finals to now 2 days of the open semifinals and now the final day of the finals.
Yeah, and the other thing that I feel like is worth noting for the fact that there's 8 days, like we were talking about, the Charles is inconsistent. We've been seeing conditions all over the place. We've been seeing all different sorts of directions, different breeze types, everything. And it's super unpredictable. Sometimes at other venues, right, when other venues host, after 8 days you would think that, like, some teams actually it's advantageous because they've gotten so many reps in that they actually know the venue now better than any other players that have only been there for 4 days, 2 days, whatever it may be. Whereas the Charles is so unpredictable that even 8 days, if anything, it's mentally drained you trying to figure out a completely new situation every single day. Whereas sometimes it would have been viewed as advantageous because by the 8th day, you're a total legend. You're like, yeah, I've got this on lock.
Yeah.
You know, I'm an expert. Let me know if you need some help, you know? So
you'd be lucky enough to get 2 consistent days on the Charles in those 8.
That's exactly right. So I would say maybe where 8 days could maybe be advantageous at a different venue, this is probably one of those venues where that's not the case. It's actually probably merely opposite, which is maybe why we're seeing Stanford, who I thought by now would have been, you know, mastering it. But I 2 days on the Charles can mentally drain you. 8 days? I mean, that's exhausting. That is exhausting. Look at how everybody's getting thrown into a mix right now. You know, so these are the top 18 teams in the nation. We've seen so many of these sailors just dominate before, and everybody's getting thrown in the mix. And everybody's getting thrown in a spiral. Look at, Harvard was leading the day. Their A division got a 17. So it happens even to the best of us. We've seen Yale get those double diggers. We've been seeing, all these top players that we have seen launched College Sailors of the Year. We're seeing even the best of the best take really tough races on the Charles. That says something. It says something.
We've always said from the beginning of our broadcast, the Charles will make or break you. Some people want to fight it. Some people want to kiss it.
That's
I don't
so
think
true.
I'd be kissing the Charles.
I don't think I'd be kissing it today. I mean, I feel like I want to go and interview some of these top players because I can't even imagine. They're probably so upset.
Yeah.
It's so frustrating for them. It must be, right? Ooh.
Well, makes for good competition.
Oh yeah, and it makes for drama for us.
Yeah.
So I can't complain.
We'll take it.
We love the drama.
Well, we see the similar situation here in 13B that we did in 13A, where on the bottom side of your screen, you're seeing those boats have to move up to where that push is coming. And Boston College and Dartmouth, they stayed up to the left, and it's benefiting them. But now it looks like they've also got a light pocket here.
Yeah, and a boat I'm looking for is 12. I'm looking for Yale. So we just saw a tough race for Harvard, right? Now, Harvard's kind of in the mix in this one, but my question is, where's Yale? Because Yale's been doing pretty good. They've been leading. Where's Yale? Where'd they go? Huh? The Bulldogs.
Bulldogs have had a good start to the Open Championships, but here in race 13, the A side with a 12th place finish, and on the B side, not in the top 6 quite yet. So, for the Bulldogs, currently holding on to a 15-point lead over Dartmouth and a 21-point lead over Harvard in 3rd place. So, positioning again becomes a huge factor as we start closing out these races. 105 here on the East Coast, so still some time to get some races in.
I don't know why I thought it was later in the day. I'm like, 105? You got so much more ahead of us.
Still plenty to be decided.
Oh, yeah.
So we're approaching
the finish line, right?
Yeah, looks like we have 3 boats getting close. A little bit of a crawl to the finish for Boston College, but they look to be finishing in 1st. Not too far behind is going to be Dartmouth, and it looks like that's Brown. So a BC, Dartmouth, Brown top 3.
And it does appear to be lightening up around the course, doesn't it? This downwind does look a lot lighter than what we've been seeing earlier. All that being said, I can only imagine maybe it's dipping down in the forecast before it goes back up. Let's take a quick gander here.
We've been talking about, again, the unpredictability, just not knowing where or when it's coming from on the Charles. Makes it that much more difficult to navigate. And to assess situations. And as you mentioned, you might take one route and it feels good, but you see that the other route looks good. By the time you get over there, you should have just stayed on the same path you were on, because it has been ever-changing here on the Charles.
Yeah, and that was 10 and I believe 13 that crossed the finish line in 4th and 5th, followed by 16 here. That's going to be your College of Charleston Cougars. Great races for the Cougs today, huh? And it does look like the breeze in the forecast kind of dips down a little bit at 1 and 2 o'clock, but comes right back up at 3, and then starts cranking at 4 and 5. Here's the rest of the fleet.
Another great race in the books. We'll get you final results as they come to us here.
And a boat I'm still looking for is that boat 12 for Yale. Where art thou?
Well, again, it just feels like the breeze
there they are.
Died down, and now these boats trying to finish are just trying to get to the finish line.
Yeah.
Here.
So it looks like boat 12 did cross. They're a little bit past the finish line already. So maybe they got like a 10th, maybe 11th or 12th for Yale there in their B division. Nothing too crazy. We'll see how that holds them in the standings.
Can see the rest of the fleet just trying to finish again, while race 14A is getting underway.
Here they go. They're on this downwind. So it looks like A division has some more breeze on this downwind. What do you think?
Yeah, it looks like it. Looks like, especially with that leading pack right there on the right, feels like they're moving pretty good. And then the rest of the fleet following behind. Looks like they've got a nice little push coming in. So a little bit different than how we finished race 13B, where it felt like the wind was nowhere to be found.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think it definitely looks a little bit more promising for them. We like that. We want that because we want racing to continue. And, you know, I think they're getting a good amount of races off as well. So, you know, especially with B division, they're starting their 14th race. That would mean that we only have 8 more races left for the day. So we're getting through them. We're getting through them. Cruising.
Looks like College of Charleston is going to stay on the path that they've liked for the most part here today, while MIT is going to run into some trouble here. They got to make some moves to avoid the rest of the fleet, and they do. Good job there by the engineers. Looked like they were on a collision course for the rest of the fleet that's trying to turn the pin. It did take some time away from that gap that they had closed against the College of Charleston.
Yeah, also worth noting, Charleston. Let's talk Charleston. Charleston has been coming in hot in these races. Charleston especially has had a drastic change, what I would think is a drastic change. They just recently, this past year, they lost their head coach, Ward Cromwell. He actually moved over to Eckerd College as their head coach. And so I believe Ward Cromwell had been there for well over 10 years, if I'm not mistaken. And so their former assistant coach, Connor Bluen, is now their head coach at College of Charleston. And Connor Bluen actually used to be a coach at St. Mary's College of Maryland back in my day. So God bless him. I love that guy. And I've been coached by Ward Cromwell, who is also an awesome guy. And I know now College of Charleston is lucky to have Annabelle Carrington, who is an alumni of College of Charleston, I believe All-American. She's a fantastic sailor, very talented. And so they have an awesome coaching staff over there. And so I'm not even surprised to see that their sailors kind of came into day 2 of finals, and they're coming in ready to fight.
Yeah, you talked about Annabelle was a 2-time national champion, helping the Cougars bring home the team race national title back in 2017. Then an open fleet race national title in 2019. And just that experience alone really helps when you're talking to this younger generation of athletes that really want to know, what did you do during your time, right? So very interesting that she can say, hey, I'm a 2-time champ.
Yeah, she's like, what did I do? What did I do? No, I love that. It's a huge flex. And also just, like, garner so much respect from the players, you know? It's like, she's a legend. She's a total legend there.
Well, you talked about Charleston. A-side with 2 back-to-back second-place finishes. They have been doing a great job on this course here today, and it looks like they will stay in the lead here, pulling in front of Coast Guard Academy. And how about Coast Guard? We haven't said their name much. Their A-side had a phenomenal day yesterday. B-side not so much, but they're in this mix here, and they came into today in the top 5. They remain in the top 6 currently, so Coast Guard with an opportunity to gain some ground with the rest of the pack.
Yeah, so it seems like they've been having a little bit of a harder day today, which, you know, today's conditions have not been easy. I mean, we've been seeing A division, B division, all over the place. It's the left, it's the right, it's the left, it's the right. You know, breeze is up, breeze is down. We'll see if it gets a little bit more consistent with the afternoon, but...
And you say you want to sail in college.
Yeah, right. Let's just say life gets a lot easier after.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, it's one of those sports that you got that love-hate relationship with, right? It's just some days you love it, some days you go home and you just want to yell inside your pillow.
That's the best thing I've heard all day. That is so good. Yelling in the pillow, that's on point. Or yelling in the team van. You don't even make it home because you have a 9-hour drive home.
Yeah,
how about that?
Well, at that point, you have teammates that are also feeling kind of the same probably. So everybody just a simultaneous kind of blurt it out.
Yeah, when you have like a 9-hour drive home, it's like headphones on and just locked in. The only words you say is, I need to go to the bathroom. Just kidding. No, I was always chatting. I was always chatting it up with my coaches, good or bad day. Yeah, they'd be like, we have 9 hours. I'm like, I can talk for 9 hours. I can do it.
Trust me, I've learned that through our time together.
Yeah,
so.
right? Well, I mean, and so now we're doing it professionally.
Yeah, now it just works out.
Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Probably a few people, maybe. They're like, yeah,
They saw it. They saw it coming.
They saw it, yeah. They're like, I have a really good idea of what you should do.
Well, we are glad to have you. Obviously,
Thank you.
Now your 3rd time doing national championship coverage here for the
That's
ICSA, and you've become a pro.
Oh, far from it, I think, still.
I don't know. That telestrator is now second nature to you, so.
I like this thing. Telestrator is quite nice.
Especially when you're breaking it down, right? It allows you to kind of see where things are, and especially for our viewers at home who may or may not be as knowledgeable as you are, and being able to just differentiate what the paths are, what's happening, why the boats are slowing down, why the sailors have to do the movements or the boat handling that they are doing. I think it really gives a different perspective to our viewers back at home.
Yeah, I mean, I like using the telestrator. It's just so much more... It's also just funny. It's so easy for me to say what to do from a telestrator when I can see the entire race course and all the boats so perfectly, and then it's a whole other thing to be the sailor on the boat, and so I would say that I'm it's much easier for me to say it from up here, that's for sure. So for example, I'll say it, boat 12 coming into a little bit of an iffy spot here. I just missed them. But basically, boat 12, there they are. They're coming into the screen, and essentially they're going to be in a little bit of a tough spot here. So actually, it ended up being an okay situation for boat 12. But basically, when you have a huge line of starboard boats there and you're coming in on port, you're like, this is going to be tough. But so lucky for them, they found a nice little opening. That's also just a part of the talent, right? So they saw the opening. They made their way around just fine.
But you know who is in boat 12?
Yale Bulldogs.
It's not a good position to be in right now. It's kind of in the middle or towards the end of the pack if you're Yale.
You know who's in a worse position right now?
Looks like Harvard, they're at 13, just rounding the mark.
They're in DFL right now. It's a tough spot for Harvard right now. So if you're Yale, you're actually like, it could be worse. It could be Harvard right now.
Could be a race that we look back on here today as a big turning point for the standings. Some of the top teams in Yale and Harvard came into today 1 and 2 in the championship standings, and now here in this race, struggling a bit.
Yeah, you know, it's definitely one of those things where, let's see, we've seen Brown round in a tough spot a few times today, crawl their way back up. Let's see if Harvard has that same, you know, mental aptitude of, I need to pick off as many boats as I can. I don't care if it's 1 or 2. It's just got to be more than 0. I can't just give up now. I need to pick up a boat here or there, because that 1 point difference could be everything for them in the very end.
Dartmouth has now jumped into 2nd place. Day 2 of this Open National Championship, Dartmouth has been lights out. A 12th place finish to start the day for 11A, but a 1st place finish for 11B, a 1st place finish in 12B, and then a 2nd place finish in 13B, the A side with the 12, 7, and 1. So now they are just 7 points shy of Yale and 1st place, while Harvard has dropped to 3rd with 167, Brown at 190 in 4th, and Boston College now in 5th place, surpassing Coast Guard with 202.
Yeah, and let's take a closer look at that, right? So yeah, there you go. Dartmouth just 7 points behind Yale. We're talking this race actually may be the race that brings and launches Dartmouth into 1st place here. If Yale is finishing in about a 10th and we've got Dartmouth up in the top 2, this race right here could be giving the start, rather, of Dartmouth's lead.
Yeah, and it looks like, again, Dartmouth has just been able to finish top 2 in the last 5 races, and they'll have another race here where it feels like they're going to be in the mix. You know, 1st place, there's 3 1st place finishes from their A and their B to start the day, and we've still got plenty of racing to go.
Yeah, we saw this happen at the semis. Dartmouth started to gain so much momentum in the 2nd day. Something about the 2nd day with Dartmouth, they just come in so hot, and they just get on a roll. They get into such a good groove and a routine. And, you know, on a day like today where we're seeing very low consistency from any of the top players, right now the only team that I think I can confidently say has been quite consistent, or at least the most consistent, has been Dartmouth.
Absolutely, and again, just trying to keep pace with the top. They've been able to do that while Yale has struggled to finish in the top 6 for the last 4 races. It's been Dartmouth in the top 7 in those last 4 races. So again, points become that much more important as you get towards the end of the day here at the Open National Championships.
And it looks like that may be Dartmouth that actually just crossed the finish line in 1st or 2nd.
I mean, unheard of what they're doing right now.
Yeah.
1st, 2nd, you get a 1st in your A. Now this is 14A, and it looks like they'll get another top 2 finish.
For fire. Nothing but net. Nothing but net.
Heat check, right? That's when you go for the heat check.
Ooh, I've never heard that one.
Oh, it's when you're just making shot after shot, and then you shoot one that's probably like maybe a little bit out of your range just to check to see how hot you are.
Yeah.
But yeah, heat check. So they sent it. They sent it earlier, and now it's paid off. So now you got to check that temperature in that Dartmouth boat because they are on fuego.
On fuego. Seriously though, that is an incredible finish for them. So I think we'll have to take a look at the standings afterwards, but I do believe this will be launching them into 1st place, perhaps. Maybe they didn't finish 1st or 2nd. My mistake. That does look like I see boat 3 was there, and maybe 18.
Charleston. I think that actually might be 16's Charleston.
Or 16, yes.
Again, another good race for the Cougars.
The
I mean,
Cougars.
it's Dartmouth and College Charleston. Those are the two programs
Yes.
so far today
Yes.
that have stuck out above everyone else's. They've been consistent, and they've been finishing in the top 5.
That's right. That is right. Let's take a look at some more of these boats. I see a 15. It's an MIT boat. I see a 7 BC. There's 13 Harvard. So this is the B division from, we see boat 13, that is Harvard leading this race. Harvard needed that. They needed that.
And look at, there's a big gap too. You don't really see much boats behind them. Looks like the closest one might be Stanford, but Harvard doing a great job turning there. Looks like they'll tack back here onto the near side.
And we see that's boat 8 on the downwind, Tulane. Let's see who's trailing behind here in 4th. 7. That was boat 7, Boston College. Here's boat 10, Navy. We got boat 1, Tufts 3 and 12 over there. That's going to be the Coast Guard Academy and Yale. Where is Dartmouth?
Nice move there by Harvard to avoid Hobart and William Smith. They had to navigate away.
Yeah, taking a little bit of a duck there. Big question is, where is Dartmouth? Boat 11. This is a boat we've been hyping up all day. Here they are, rounding the, what looks to like the right-hand gate. That'll put them in about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9th in this race. Not the best of their races, but their A division having such a stellar performance. We'll see how much they'll be able to catch up on this upwind. They are opting to go to the left-hand side of the race course at the minute.
It's uncharacteristic. They've gone to the right for the most part to start the day. A lot of their moves have been opposite of what the rest of the fleet has done, and well, it looks like they're going to continue to stay down here with Navy. Oh no, they'll join the rest of the fleet here.
Yeah, I think that's one thing that I think they've been doing so well is just the consistency, right? So it's one of those things where they're not the ones that are going to take that massive chance of counting on luck. And so, you know, they know what they have to do to get the job done, and so they're going to be more consistent with it, right? So they're not going to risk it for the biscuit necessarily. You know, they're more, oh, I need to sail consistent. If I get a 9th, that's okay. I'm still single-digiting it. And I know what's been working, and I'm going to stick to what I know.
Sometimes that path traveled is a lot better than the path less traveled.
Ah, yes.
And right now, you're seeing a lot of that here in these middle races. After the start is, hey, let's just be, as you said, let's just be consistent. Let's not overdo it. And especially for the top teams where you don't want to make a mistake that puts you towards the bottom that costs you a podium finish.
Yeah, that's right. You don't want to cost the podium. They're doing so well, and you know, that looks like that's Maddie Hawkins and Reese Bragg there again in that B division. And they just know, I need to be consistent and I need to get single digits. Right now, we're up in the single digits. It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay.
For Harvard, it looks like that's Justin Callahan and Kennedy in that boat 13. And not too far behind is going to be Stanford. And Stanford with Vanessa Larkamp and Alice Schmidt. Those two had a really good women's championship.
Oh, tell me about it, right? I think they had won A division, but even then they had, I mean, they had knocked it out of the ballpark.
Even that, we were talking about how Vanessa, being a sophomore, sailing in A division when they have such a talented roster, it just shows you how deep that Stanford team goes.
Yeah, I think also just blows my mind. She's a sophomore. And then her crew's, I believe, a freshman. Let's see, Alice Schmidt. Yeah, she has a freshman crew, and she's a sophomore. I'd be terrified of them on the water. I mean, such a young pairing, and they just show up and just destroy it on the water. So impressive.
Alice from Point Luma High School, hometown San Diego, and as you said, a freshman, so just so many young sailors, such young talent on that Cardinal team. Is, right now they look like they could go for the three-peat next year.
I see it. I can see it. I can see it.
It'll be a big target on their back. That's a Stanford team going back-to-back now. A lot of teams will be gunning for them next year.
Yeah, I think Yale's woman team in particular, I think that was a big upset for them, especially with the team racing. So for team racing, they were the back-to-back champions, and they lost what that could have been their three-peat, So, and then to top it off for their fleet racing, they are an extremely strong team, and I think, they were expecting to go in winning the thing, and it was unfortunate that they didn't. But, most of those women on their team, they're juniors. So I have good faith. I think that they're going to be up there next year again.
Another top 3 finish for Yale after being in the top 3 a year ago. Boston College, another good showing after winning the event 2 years ago. This year, a better finish than they were a year ago at Kings Point. So you talk about some of those teams up top, some of those programs that have had a lot of success, but then you look like a Stanford program. They've invested, they've really bought into the mission of what they want sailing to be, and it has paid off already here for the program as they continue to bring back hardware. It'll be interesting to see. I know the ACC is different from some of the conferences in sailing, but if they get more competition now that they're in the ACC, maybe get more opportunities to be on the East Coast now that their program is moving to the Atlantic Coast Conference.
Yeah, they've kind of always been in the mix in the East Coast. Like I said, they do a lot of travel for a team on the West Coast. So I don't doubt that that's going to stop anytime soon for them, especially considering that they're one of the best in the nation. It's you can say that. You can say that. They did that. They are the best in the nation. Wait. Let me repeat that really quick. They have the best women's team in the nation.
It's that saying, it's we the champs till we the champs no more.
They won.
So they're the champs.
Yeah, they won both women's championships, national championships this year. They are, and let me emphasize this because I can't even say they they are the, capital T-H-E, best women's team in the nation at the minute.
And they're currently the defending Open champions.
Oh, pow. Drop the mic.
There you go.
Drop
well,
the mic.
They have to defend their title here.
Yeah.
And they are trailing. They dropped as low as 8th place, but they are doing a good job here in race 14B to try to keep pace. Still waiting on official results from 14A.
May have been some tight finishes there.
It looks like it is. Yep, they're probably checking the monitors to make sure they get the right order. Because, again, positioning matters for a lot of these teams right now.
You know what I want to know? Where did Harvard finish?
I knew that was coming. That
like,
or Dartmouth? It was Harvard or Dartmouth? Which one?
It was Harvard that was in 18th. They rounded in DFL, remember?
Yeah.
I want to see what I think it's a testament to see. I want to see where they finish, because I think if they finish in 18th, there was a little bit of a it's too late, give up now mentality. If they finish even a point ahead of 18, I know they don't give up.
They don't buy into that mindset.
They don't buy into that mindset. I want to see where they finished.
After a 17 and 13A and a 5 and 13B, this is going to be a huge indication of that top 5 of who's going to be in the race for a podium finish, depending on the results there. Because again, we are closing out our races. We will head to 15A following the conclusion of race 14B, which is dominated by the Harvard Crimson right now.
Yeah, so we want to know how their A division did, right? Talk about their B division right now, absolutely annihilating it. That's Justin Callahan and Kennedy Leakley. Let me tell you one thing. These two, they don't give up. They don't give up. They've got a strong mentality. Maybe they saw how their teammate was doing, and that's why they came in with so much heat into this race and said, hey, my teammate might have just gotten 18th. I'm going to go win this by a mile, you know?
And you can see still all effort here, even with the large gap they have in front of the fleet. You said it, not taking a moment off.
No days off. You know, and I will say Justin Callahan and Kennedy Lee have both had such a strong season, and so much talent between the two of those. They definitely are big carriers of the team at Harvard, as well as, of course, their A division. That's Lackland, McGranahan, and Marbella Marlowe. But as well, you know, Justin has a twin brother on the team as well. That's Mitchell Callahan. We haven't seen him just yet in these race days, but those pairings, the three of them, have just been such a strong powerhouse, especially team racing team. You know, it's kind of upsetting, I think, for them this year that they didn't win the team race national championship. They had come a little bit close. They were on the podium, but they had just missed it by, I think it was half a point. So it's a tough finish for them, but they were the reigning champs of last year, as well as they had won there's another team race championship in the summertime. Here's boat 12, Yale, coming to the finish line. Great job catching up some boats. I think maybe they're in like 7th or 8th place here, but incredible job by boat 12 catching up as many boats as they could have. That's your sailors from Yale, that's the B division there. Teddy Nicolosi and Ashley Highland. Teddy is a senior, so he's not going to leave here fighting. Or he's going to leave here fighting.
Arms up, swinging.
That's right. That's what I meant to say.
All right. Well, Gloria, we have results from 14. 14A, the top 5 will go like this. Coast Guard edges out Charleston for first place. So Charleston, the Cougars, in second. That's 3 second-place finishes in a row for the College of Charleston, and they continue to add points. They are now in 11th overall. In third place came MIT. The Engineers needed a better finish, and they've got one from their A side. In fourth place was the Stanford Cardinals, so a better finish from the results they've had to start the first 3 races. It's their best finish so far today with the 4th place. And then in 5th, Dartmouth. Yale finished in 8th in 14A. And you go down to the Harvard Crimson. They finished 16th in that 14A. Close.
I like it.
Close.
I like it. I'm very happy to hear that. I think that just goes to show they don't quit. They do not quit. They do not have I'm going to give up mentality. I love the fact that they moved up 2 points.
So, as we head to our races 15A and 15B, the current standings, Yale in first place ahead of Dartmouth by just 4 points, 159 to 163. Harvard has dropped back to 183. They remain in third place, but coming quickly behind them, the Brown Bears at 201 and the Boston College Eagles at 212. We'll step aside here from the Charles River in Boston. You are watching the ICSA 2024 Open Fleet Racing National Championships.
Gear up with Zim and West Coast Sailing. We have the gear you need at a great price, backed by fast shipping and outstanding service. As proud partners of college sailing, Zim and West Coast Sailing offer 15% discounts to student athletes on all apparel and soft goods. Get all the top brands including Gill, Rooster, Zyke, Ronstadt, and more. Go to zimsailing.com/college sailing or westcoastsailing.net/scholastic-sailing for details and to apply for your student athlete discount code today.
To my seniors, thank you so much for everything you've done.
I really appreciate all the seniors on the team. They're all super nice and welcoming. The upperclassmen on the sailing team have been some of the kindest and most welcoming people I've ever met. They've been really influential and kind of like a mentor to myself.
You guys are always there for me, and I appreciate everything you do.
They've been great mentors for the new freshmen this year, and we can't wait to see what they do after they graduate.
I wrote all the time when I was little. I was always writing novels and making up characters and stuff. I started sailing when I was little. I did all the summer camps in elementary school. I never really got into it competitively until high school, but my high school had a really good sailing program, and I sailed competitively and got recruited to Harvard. I entered college the fall of 2020, so it was all during COVID, so everything was online. And I just randomly stumbled upon The Independent, which is it was a very small newspaper at the time. I was managing editor and then forum editor, and then finally got to editor-in-chief my junior year to senior fall. It's a really cool experience to be there when people are pitching their articles and then see everyone's articles from start to finish. When I entered, it was a staff of, I think, 10 or 15 people. And they're publishing every month online. By the end of my tenure as editor-in-chief, we were publishing weekly, 20 pages, and there was a staff of about like 125. And so that really got built from the ground up. There was definitely a lot of issues along the way. So learning about, libel and defamation and what you can print, what you can't print. I'm actually writing my senior thesis on, the history of defamation and sensationalism in newspapers. I think my favorite one was that I just published 2 weeks ago. It was called For the Love of Doing Nothing. It really was a reflective, introspective piece about often lose sight of the ability to just sit and relax and enjoy where we are and where our feet are. What I am grateful that I did freshman year was that I tried so many different things. And I would really give that advice to other freshmen. I think there's so many opportunities at Harvard to take those leaps freshman year and discover what you actually really enjoy, so that by the end of your 4 years, you can be proud of the work that you've done and be proud of the families and communities that you've built around that.
I think the shared commitment we all have is that we're here to decrease the stigma around mental health. We want to make it a more open conversation, whether it's talking about student-athlete mental health, coaches' mental health. We got one goal, we just got to work together to complete that.
I think the evolution of the conversation about mental health has become prominent year after year for the last decade, if not more. But I think we're finally at the tipping point where the conversation isn't just about how are we reactive to prevent worst case scenarios, but how are we managing everyday stressors and activities?
I have really loved today. I mean, just the conversations. I love talking about mental health, and so being able to dive deeper. I think the keynote was incredible, seeing what mental health in athletics looks like really at the highest level.
Mental health is the same thing as physical health, right? We all have it. You guys are all in the sports space. You wake up in the morning and you do a physical check. It might actually inform how you work out that day, how you approach your training. What would happen if we took the same approach to mental health?
This is my first mental health summit that I've been able to attend, and just recognizing the value of sharing those best practices. We all have very unique institutions, and so, I think it's very valuable to sit here and think, hey, that's really cool, jot that down. How can I adapt that for our institution? And it's also a really incredible moment to be able to just have a lot of school pride, a lot of league pride.
I've always thought mental health is very important. The stress and anxiety that student athletes have to go through to play their sport, to compete in their sport, there's so much going on outside of that, and I think this mental health summit is a really good step forward to decrease that stigma and to continue to give access and to continue to give thoughts.
I think mental health is something where, because we don't talk about it as often, I think coaches might not fully understand the grasp of what that feels like to an athlete.
If your team is not open about talking about mental health, you have to open the doors and you got to be like, guys, we're all in this together.
Dartmouth College has taken holistic student-athlete development incredibly seriously. I was one of few athletic administrators with a sports psychology background, and then since my role has evolved in the last 5 years, I've been able to continue to support a team that is collectively building to enhance mental wellness, well-being, and performance of all of our student-athletes. How do we make sure we're cultivating an environment
And this is where everyone in the room has an impact on the environment that occurs within your campus. And all of us need to be actively cultivating it.
I want the idea of mental health being stigmatized to be something so of the past that we can't even imagine not having this open conversation.
If you speak the language of bosons and quarks, of nanoengineering, Wordsworth, or hip-hop, then look no further than Brown University. If you want to work side by side with extraordinary faculty, to choose from 78 academic majors across the spectrum, or to follow a major of your own design, then expect some of the brightest young minds from around the world to surround and engage you at Brown University. Take it from me. I'm John Krasinski, class of 2001.
When you become a part of a sport at Dartmouth, you're becoming part of something a whole lot bigger than you ever could have imagined.
The bond between two Dartmouth people is really special because even if it's separated by 10 or 20 years, they know that they have a common experience. It's neat to really just get together and to learn through each other.
This is where I'm from, and this is me. Like, Dartmouth is who I am.
To me, belonging is not just being accepted in a space, but being wanted there. You feel needed, you feel like your contribution is irreplaceable.
When I think of where I belong or how I feel included, it's feeling comfortable in the space that I'm in, feeling like I can be myself, and it's knowing that there's an opportunity for me to make changes or speak out.
Inclusion and belonging stems from not only like being invited to the party, but being asked to dance.
I think that a big thing that a lot of us deal with is imposter syndrome and feeling like we don't belong in a lot of the spaces that we're in. And so I think a big part of my own becoming a better person was realizing I do belong in these spaces. And then once I got to that point, I think that passing that along is one of the most important things that I can do.
One of the biggest things that you get from sport is friendship, it's community, it's self-confidence. So when it comes to inclusion, I want to make sure that even if you're not having a great day on the court, you didn't have a great match, or frankly you're not playing right now, do you still feel part of the team? Do you still feel part of the athletic community?
It's easy to feel a little bit left out in high school, easy to feel like the odd one out, and I guess Brown made me feel like I was surrounded by people who got me in a way.
I think to start everything, it is conversation that has to happen, and then it'll turn into action. Once you bring it in more people's minds that it is an issue or it is something that wants to be celebrated, it gets a lot easier to kind of continue.
There's a lot of people coming after me, and I want them to have a better experience than even I had, and keep passing that down through the generations to come.
What I did not expect about Harvard was that the most special part to me is community.
Harvard isn't a place where I feel like I have to prove to be someone or prove to be something that I'm not. I can just be me, and that's always more than enough.
It's a place that will open up opportunities and ideas that you may not have had before.
Teaching at Harvard is my favorite thing. It feels at times.
We welcome you back to the Open National Championship Fleet Racing as we are underway in race 15A, getting to the marker and turning first for boat 12 is Dartmouth. Yet again, leading the pack for the Big Green, and we were just talking during this break. It's a Dartmouth team that's trying to get back to that first place finish. The Big Green trying to really establish themselves here, and it started from the women's championships and has really carried its way through here through the Open Championships.
Yeah, and you were saying that there's what, like a 4-point difference between them and the leaders, Yale. So just taking a look at this race, if it finishes where it is now, which Yale looks like they're about mid-fleet at the minute. You can see a little peeking of boat 11. It's the other black-looking boat. So you've got 12, we've got 10, 14, and we've got 11 just peering in the back there. So you see a lot of these leaders. We've got Dartmouth, Brown, you can see you have URI, as well as Harvard, all kind of in the front of the pack here, as well as boat 8, even Boston College. So
yeah, a little sneaky one too is boat, the Navy boat, the Naval Academy, just lost the number there, but they're up at 9. They were on the left side. So I mean, that's another program that we've been talking about here, starting the day off in the top 10, trying to climb the rankings. Feels like this is the race that feels like the top teams are all there in the mix right now.
Yeah, that's exactly what was kind of going through my head. I was like, hey, finally, it's one where everybody's kind of back together again, holding hands up at the front. I like to see it.
Well, again, but this is where that light air pocket has been for the most part today. It's been pretty consistent. Once they turn the markers, you get about a couple of meters down the water, then you hit it, and it hits you like a force.
Yeah, that's for sure. And, you know, the more and more we see boats reaching, then the more and more it means that it's getting a little bit lighter. Right now we've got a little bit nice. Definitely looks like we've got nicer breeze here on the course left than there is on the course right. Like you can see Harvard's kind of reaching just now, going back down to a wing. But you got to be really active on these downwinds. So it's definitely not easy. You're about 9 Navy here. Roger Williams is not even budging.
Maybe a little bit of miscommunication there. It looked like on the Navy boat they wanted to push it, but both kind of went the opposite way. So that kind of allowed Roger Williams to, looks like, get a little bit of an edge. But now Navy trying to correct it.
Yeah, so you'll see that essentially Navy is definitely trying to get matched by Raj. Raj just had a little bit of better boat handling there in boat 3, and so they are punching forward just a little bit. It doesn't help that they are also on Navy's air right now. Now things are going to switch up a little bit. Now Navy's the boat with the clear air. They're sailing fast and forwards, and maybe we'll see them catch back up to Raj as well. They're going to be on the inside of Roger Williams coming into the leeward gate.
For Navy, it's Nathan Smith and Darby Graham in that boat for the midshipmen. Darby, a sophomore from El Paso, Texas. While Nathan Smith, a sophomore from Yorktown, Virginia. Some good waters down there by Virginia. As you see, the rest of the sailors for the U.S. Naval Academy: Nathan Smith, Jack Welburn, Darby Graham, Ellie Alex, Henry Algier, Ava Bluvelt, and Tanner Kelly.
And actually, fun fact is Nathan Smith and Dartmouth's Boyd Bragg here, both in the A division, went to high school together over at, oh my goodness, I'm blanking on the name, Christchurch Academy, which is also in Virginia. So the two of them went to high school together there, and now they're competing against one another for completely different schools in the A division at nationals.
Always loved that, where you get to go to high school with, you know, one of your best friends, work with them, and then they go off to separate colleges, but yet you meet again, and this time stakes are a little higher.
Yeah, and they're not going anywhere. You're definitely going to run into them for the rest of your life, so especially if you stay in the sailing community. So I like what Dartmouth's doing here. They're leading. They've got, once again, what's my little golden rule? Take a look under your boom if you're leading, and can you see the rest of the fleet? Wow, that is thickums. So can you see underneath your boom? Where's the rest of the fleet? And it looks like most of them are underneath their boom, because when you look, here are the other ones, and they're all underneath it. So Dartmouth doing a great job of just what we call fleet maintenance and maintaining their position as the leaders. Worth also noting how beautifully they're moving their weight in the boat. Yumi, you can see the crew beautifully pointing out the next set of pressure. So she was pointing with her fingers and her hands outside of the boat. Look how well she's actually balancing her weight in the boat. So this is an FJ. The crew's always sitting backwards, and it takes such hard work and effort on the crews to actually slither in and out of the boat. And it's so important to keep your hips inside of your shoulders, and so you can just watch as she's slithering in and out of the boat so beautifully. The pressure comes down, she's in the boat, she slithers in so beautifully. Very cat-like is what we like to say. You want to be light on your toes as a crew. So she slithers back in, the breeze comes up, she's right back up on the tank with Boyd. So beautifully done. Yeah, it just looks masterful, right? It's like that song, Smooth Operator, right? Yes.
Just beautifully done.
Smooth operator.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to blame you for all these songs that get stuck in my head this week. It has been my own little personal jukebox in my brain at this point. I mean, what is going on? Dartmouth, again, just so smooth on the water, leading the pack. But again, that right side always scares me because when you get that push, out of nowhere, it can make a big difference. And for right now, it's Harvard trying to take advantage of it.
Yeah, and they did a textbook right there from Dartmouth. So they saw that the two boats were starting to come into their coverage zone. They knew they had to tack. So I would imagine that we'll see them tack back over to the left-hand side pretty shortly here, maybe as soon as Harvard goes. So, you know, if I'm Dartmouth, I'm just keeping a quick eye on boat 10. They tacked fantastic. I probably can hold for much longer now on port up until I've got these two boats, those three boats kind of to worry about. So once those three boats start coming back over towards me, if I'm Dartmouth, I'll be tacking along with them. Here, watch Dartmouth go for a tack very shortly here. Here they go, leading the pack right back over to the left towards the marks.
Now, is that one of those moves where maybe Harvard forces their hand a little bit there?
Maybe bit, yeah. Yeah, 100%. You got it. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, so basically, like Harvard at that point, they know that they need that Dartmouth has to cover them. So they kind of know that as soon as they go, Dartmouth is going to go. So you're totally right there.
Well, this has become quite the race now with Harvard, Dartmouth, Navy's in the mix there.
Ooh, now the question is Harvard making ley line here? So are they going to make it around the mark, or are they going to have to do a double tack? Wait for it. Ooh, double tack they're going to need.
Oh, so that's going to give up positioning there to Coast Guard Academy.
Yep. Great race for Coast Guard. Talk about a team that's just been sailing stupendously throughout this event. They finished the Open Fleet Race Nationals last year in 7th place overall. So, you know, we're over here talking about, you know, quote unquote, you know, I called them underdogs earlier. They're not necessarily underdogs. They've been up there. And I think that, without a doubt, this year, you know, if they finished 7th last year, I think this year they're going easily for a top 5, top 3 podium finish.
Coleman, the junior from Arlington, Virginia, helping lead that U.S. Coast Guard Academy along with Lauren O'Neill. And just again, have that A side finishing yesterday with a total score of 56. They were tied with Boston College. And yet again, another strong performance for the Coast Guard.
Yeah, and they have an incredible coaching staff there as well. So just goes to show, hard-working team over there.
You know, we were talking about mascots.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure the Bears fits the Coast Guard.
Yeah.
Not sure.
What are you thinking? Anchors.
Oh, anchors would be good.
I know.
Oh, that's right off the top too. That came out quick.
I know. I actually didn't even hesitate. I didn't even hesitate. I've never thought about it before.
I can picture it too.
I haven't thought about it before. I just thought of it just now. I know.
There's some really, I don't know, you know, obviously you're on social media with the Instagram and the TikToking and all that. There's this really cool social media person that basically takes the logos of different teams or their mascots, and they'll do like an alternative logo.
Wow.
Think they have to do one for Coast Guard.
Oh, whoa.
I think that would be a cool one.
That would be cool.
Well, you got so many choices, right? You talk about the
That's
anchor,
true.
talk about even just the color coding, right? Was it orange, yellow, and blue? So you got some colors to work
pretty
with
neat.
there.
Pretty neat.
I mean, their bear logo is pretty sick. It's pretty.
It is
it's
really
like
cool.
It's like the Boston Bruins ferocious Bruin logo.
Yeah, it's intense.
I mean, even with the claw up, give me some of that.
It's very intense.
Yeah, give me some of that. That's pretty cool.
Thinking of cool mascots, Tulane. They're the Green Wave. A green wave.
And you can just picture it, right? Like,
yeah.
Especially up here in the Northeast, we get a lot of green waves up here.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
So to see that they also get some seaweed water down there,
right?
You know, makes kind of sense.
I know. It's pretty neat. I like it. I like it.
Well, again, we hit that pocket of maybe not a lot of gust, not a lot of breeze, but this one's a lot better than we've seen before. It's not like boats are kind of being stranded on islands. They're still moving, but maybe at a snail's pace here.
Yeah, and you can kind of see boat 11 kind of leading the left hand, what appears to be the right hand side. I do believe that is Yale Bulldogs kind of leading a little bit on that right hand side now. With 12 right behind. Is it Yale winning this race?
It looks like they've pulled in front.
When did that happen?
Well, you know, Yale's that sneaky team today that realizes midway through the race they have to make a move, and then they do. But might have been just leading that pack.
Or maybe they're leading that pack. So it looks like it is still boat 12. That's the Dartmouth Big Green. I may be misled. Depth perception is a very difficult thing to judge in sailing. I will say that's what makes it tough as a spectator sport. Does look like boat 12 is leading this from Dartmouth, followed by Coast Guard Academy.
The Coast Guard Academy Cutters.
Ooh, that could be good.
Right.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay. We
See?
got some ideas for 'em. We'll contact the dean.
I think they're pretty happy with their logo. We're just, we're just trying to give them a hard time, I guess.
That's fair. That's all right.
It's not that bad. It's
No,
now that I see the logo with the bear and the claw, I'm kind of selling myself that it's a pretty cool.
It's pretty good. I like that it's aggressive.
Yeah, it's exactly the aggressive
ferocious.
look.
It's a
like
ferocious bear.
It's not just a. I'm not going to say any logos, and then they'll probably take offense to it. But
No, it's okay.
Yeah.
We're allowed to say. So it looks like this is boat 11. That's the Yale boat, which means that's not good for Yale.
No, we talked about being off on your own island. And now they've got the B races going by, so it makes it a little bit difficult.
We're talking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 boats ahead of them, with Dartmouth taking the lead in this race. We said it before going into this race. Yale was only winning by 4 points. That means that Dartmouth has now launched themselves into first place overall in this national championship.
Incredible race for Dartmouth yet again. And now we're seeing more boats get to that finish line.
It's just going to be a dueling battle between, I think, Yale and Dartmouth for the rest of the day. Yale, Dartmouth, Harvard. I think the three of those are, now as the scores are kind of getting launched further and further forward, the more and more races we do, I think we're starting to see maybe a little bit of a bigger split between the podium and the rest of the players.
Yeah, for Brown, 11 and a 17 in race 14A and B. That kind of hurt their chances a little bit here. They're at 218, and we'll see where they finish here in 15A to see if they've made up some ground. But it is currently Yale, Dartmouth, Harvard, Boston College, and Brown. Those are the top five, but right now it's becoming a three-team race for that top spot between Yale, Dartmouth, and Harvard. So the conclusion of race A, and now to the start here of race B. And it looks like out in front to start is going to be the Tuft Jumbos.
Right behind him kind of looks like 17. That's going to be Georgetown University. That's a team that has been notoriously strong, especially in fleet racing. And even in the past years in team racing, I think we've been seeing them struggle a little bit more throughout these national championships.
Yeah, on that B side, you talked about it. Georgetown, it felt like they were a team that needed to get some support from their B side. So far today, they haven't gotten as many good finishes, many top 10 finishes as they would like. Their B side did come in 8th in race 13B, so they have gotten better as the day has progressed, but they need more finishes.
Yeah, I think if anything, we'll see this team kind of coming into the mix in the top and kind of mixing things up in terms for the top players. But I think it's the more and more races we go into, the more and more divided our fleets are getting. Right now, I really do think that it's going to be very difficult for any team in 4th or 5th or 6th to fight their way into the podium, as our podium teams have been sailing quite consistently. So right now, it's more just really keeping an eye on Yale, Harvard, and Dartmouth and seeing who's going to be falling back, and then maybe keeping a close eye on BC and Brown, who are just trailing in 4th and 5th.
We're talking about consistency. We're talking maybe not getting a 2 and a 2, right? We're talking about, hey, maybe if you do get a 13, get yourself up to a 5 or a 6 so that averages out, right? But if you're getting a 15 and an 18 and then an 11 and a 15, those add up way more than maybe finding those middle numbers on the averages.
Yeah, I think I'd be happy as a coach if you were getting a 6 and an 8. Like, I wouldn't even be mad about that. I think a 6 and an 8 is better than, you know, a 14 and a 5, right? Maybe. Wait, hold up. Yes. I'm like,
some quick math.
I'm
there.
like, please tell me I didn't just name numbers. It's the same thing. So let's take a look. So we're looking for Yale, Dartmouth, and Harvard. That's going to be boats 11, 12, and 14. 14, talk about doing good. Harvard's kind of leading here right now in boat 14 on the left-hand side here. Now the next two boats we'd be looking for are 11 and 12. 12, if I'm not mistaken, is back here. It's a tough race for Dartmouth, if that's the case. And that will once again mix up first and second. Like, you just fight your way back to the top and then you're reversing the work that you just did. That's how complicated and how frustrating sailing can be, and how it goes to show that consistency. Now, all that being said, you might drop back. That's if Yale is further ahead of them. I don't see Yale right now either.
Yeah.
Boat 11.
Well,
so
and this race specifically is really spread out. You don't
Totally.
really see fleets, the fleet together. It's everybody kind of working in little different pockets.
yeah, this has been the first one in a while that we've seen like this.
I think that's boat 11 coming across right
Oh
now.
my. Well, if that's, yeah, you're right. So, actually, even if Dartmouth is having a bad race, it might be that Yale might just be having a worse race than them.
Well, and I think this is going to be a really good turning point here at at this marker is how can they get back with the fleet, and then who's going to separate after the turn? Because, again, we've talked about how spaced out they are. Harvard's just running away with this one. They're not even worried about who's behind them. That's good for the Crimson, but not good for the rest of the pack behind them.
Yeah, that's right. And let's take a look. So we'll see here where 11 and 12, how beautiful is it that they're both coming together? Woo! There's boat 12.
Wow, Dartmouth.
This is tough race for Dartmouth. Maybe they had been over in this race or something, but this is not going to be good for them. So what we're seeing is Yale and Dartmouth kind of fumbling back a little bit in these races. Now, what does that mean for Harvard if Harvard is having such a great race? Maybe Dartmouth and Yale drop down to second and third. I'm sorry, Dartmouth and Yale, drop down to second and third, and maybe Harvard's going to launch themselves into first. I'm telling you, I think it's going to be a punching battle between the three of these teams.
Well, the B side has definitely raced better for the Crimson. They had a first place finish in 14B, so if they could go back to back, that really helps their average and their number go up. So as we keep track of these boats turning on this marker, there's boat in, and again, that's boat 11 turning. So there's Yale, and they are trailing the pack here. So Yale and Dartmouth. Well, the good thing for Dartmouth is Yale's not too far in front. They're just one boat in front. And then there goes Georgetown and then Tufts. So a couple boats will round that last marker. But for Yale and Dartmouth, you've got to start chipping away at some of these boats.
Yeah, pedal to the metal, Remember, at the end of the day, you're having a bad race. Who cares? I'm picking up a boat. I'm going to gain 2 boats on this downwind. I'm going to gain a boat on the upwind. And then I'm going to gain 2 more on the next downwind. I'm playing aggressive now, right? We're fighting for podium. We're fighting for first place. I want to win this. I'm going to go sit on another boat, and I'm going to make sure I catch one. I don't care how I have to do it. I'm going to play really aggressive on this downwind.
Just look at this beautiful picture here as the sky is starting to open up in Boston. You see some blue in between the clouds, and see the Prudential building there in the background, the old John Hancock building there as well. This has just become such a great venue for this event. When you talk about maybe the unpredictability of it, it makes it that much more special.
Yeah, I think so. I think the part that I really like is the challenge, right? So this is bringing out the worst and best in people. So, and I like that it's challenging. So it's you can't win without a massive fight. Like it's not going to be easy for anybody, and I like that.
Looks like we've got a kayaker right in front of our lead boats. We'll see if they have to make an adjustment
It's a kayaker clump.
Yeah, you see the bottom
over to the
ones as
bottom
well.
side. This one kayaker is just lost. They don't know where the rest of their squad went. Hey, they're over there.
It's like that. It's the ugly duckling that's trailing behind the rest of the family. Just kind of.
Oh yeah.
Wait for me, guys.
Yeah, right. Oh, hold up. If I were them, I'd start paddling way harder. You gotta get out of there.
We talked about it. Canoes are a little scary, especially when you've got a couple of sailboats coming your way.
I think the canoe is scarier. Yeah. I feel like a canoe has less stability than a kayak.
Yeah.
All right, look at that. Come on. The front kayaker's not even kayaking. Come on. What? There's two of yous. There's two of you.
It's always like when you see people on the tandem bikes and just one person's pedaling the other one in the back.
Yeah. Like, what are we doing? Look at that's two kayak boats where only one of the people are kayaking. Come on now.
We're seeing a little bit of a split here. Oh no, they're both gonna come. They're all gonna come this way. It looks like.
Harvard's still leading this race in boat 14.
Oh, not as sunny as it's been recently, but this is some good weather to be out on the water. It's not too hot, not too cold.
Yeah, no, I think we'll take today. And you were right. You know, boat 11 and 12, Yale and Dartmouth really are just one boat apart from one another. They are both in the back, kind of fighting their way back up, huh?
They've been able to close the gap here. They're going to both turn here. So 11's on your right, 13 on, 12
they're
on your left.
splitting.
Yeah.
Ooh, talk about spice. There's 11 and 12. Oh, no, they're not.
I think that's a smart move, though, right?
You know,
you don't want them to go too far. You don't want to give them the opportunity to be in the right path and you're in the wrong path.
That's very true. I think you're right. Yeah, it's one of those things where you ask yourself, do we split and take a chance, or do we follow and stay with them?
Yeah.
Stay close, yeah. Because you know that there's just such a small point gap between the two of you. Sometimes you're like, you're totally right. We gotta stay close. We don't want them to bounce off and be on the right side and then gain on us by 6 points when right now they could just gain by us on 1 point.
So you see the split. It's currently Harvard in the lead. Looks like those top boats are going to try to join the bottom half. Bowdoin on the top as well with Coast Guard. They're still on that same path, that same outside path, while Harvard and down here, Navy. Navy's had a couple of back-to-back races where they have sailed really well. So Dartmouth currently, as you talked about, surpassing Yale for the top spot after a first-place finish in 15A. They have not sailed well here in 15B, but currently in first place.
Yeah, and in first by 2 points. So you were so spot on there. I think Dartmouth did the right thing. They know that the points margin is so small that it's not worth splitting off and trying to go for a bigger gap when the points margin is so small. You trust your teammates. That's where the teammate trust comes in, that your teammate will close the gap there, and you know that you'd rather just have 1 point apart from them. Oh, brilliant.
And it looked originally like they wanted to split. Like they had that gap where one was going to go to the left, one was going to go to the right. But I think, as you said, that communication happened, and you realize, hey, we got to keep them in our sight. We got to keep them within a point. As long as we sail side by side, we have a chance.
Yeah, and even then, maybe it's a little bit of a confidence thing, too, of, you know what? I know we got great boat speed. We can go right next to them, and we'll beat them even if we're right next to them. So,
and you have confidence in your teammates, as you said, right?
That's right.
You got great teammates. We know they're going to handle business. Let's take care of our business.
So I do want to see how they're going to come out and play in this upwind, as I don't think they're going to stay right next to one another the entire time, but definitely within the same vicinities. I'm curious if maybe they were able to pick off some boats on this upwind.
Okay, I know there have been plenty of birds in our view. This is the first one that I've actually seen.
Yeah, right.
Seagull going by our camera. Great job.
Yeah.
So now we've got it all. We've gotten the cars and the trucks on Sturo. We've gotten the hydrofoil. We've gotten canoes, kayaks. I mean, people on the paddle boards. It has been, we've seen it all.
Yeah.
I was just waiting for a bird. It feels like I have not seen a bird in our view, and now, finally, it's on my checklist here.
I love it. I love it. on the
there's
last
our
day.
Charles River tour.
Who would have thought? Memorial Day? Wow, they work hard. They work hard. Let's take a look here. So nice, great race here from Harvard. I think they made the left work. So the left-hand side has kind of been filling in quite nicely. We've been seeing some great shifts on the left-hand side. So the right, you kind of lose a little bit there. It's nice because you come in on that starboard lay line, but the left has truly been working. And rounding here in first, we have the Harvard Crimson. This is excellent after their A division races. They really needed this. And just a stellar performance today from Justin Callahan and Kennedy Leahley in Harvard. Definitely carrying their team a little bit points-wise.
Looks like that's the Dartmouth boat up top. So they've created some separation, but Yale has a beeline to the pin. So we know the race is going on, but two of the top teams that we're trying to keep track of for everybody at home is that 11 and that 12. That's Yale and Dartmouth, and they're the top two teams currently in the overall standings. And it looks like that move is going to pay off for Yale more than it is going to be for Dartmouth.
I agree with that as well.
Maybe a little bit too aggressive, but again, the good thing is it looks like they're going to be just a boat length behind.
That's right. We'll see how boat 2 comes into play as well in terms of Dartmouth, but I think that maybe they just lost one boat, but it looks like actually they will be rounding ahead of boat 2. So it looks like once again Dartmouth is going to be rounding right behind Yale. That's good news-ish for Dartmouth just because they can just sit on Yale's breeze that entire downwind and slow them down. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a jibing battle between the two of them, just 1v1ing each other on the downwind. That would be exciting.
And if you're Dartmouth, you've still got to be very confident with yourself. You make a risky move. You want it to pay off. It doesn't pay off, but you're still in the same position you were in. Maybe a little bit less room, right? You're maybe a half a boat length or a boat length behind, but you're still in position of one spot behind.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you want to be aggressive, you want to be competitive, but keep it conservative. Hence on conservative. You're winning, be conservative. At the end of the day, it's all about minimizing mistakes and be the one that makes the least amount of mistakes. That's it. That's really, it sounds, keep it simple. Well, actually, a quote one of my coaches used to say was, KISS, keep it simple, stupid. That's it. Keep it simple, stupid, you know? And you're like, keep it simple, stupid, you know? Just keep it simple. At the end of the day, just sail your race, and that's it.
Well, because, again, we talked about overthinking, right? Overcorrecting. There's times where it's such a mental sport that you just have to channel your emotions and keep your composure. And it feels like even with everything that's been thrown at these sailors, we haven't seen a lot of frustration on the boats.
Yeah, I think we've been seeing a lot of composure, just like you're saying. Yeah, everybody's been quite calm. I think maybe we've just gotten so good at hiding it as well, I'll be honest. But yeah, you're right. We're not seeing any temper tantrums, which I can easily say we've definitely seen some of those before. It would be more likely that we'd see more of the temper tantrums if we panned over to the boathouses where the coaches are, though. Not that the coaches are having the temper tantrums, but as a sailor, I've seen it happen where the sailors come to shore, and it's when they start venting to their coaches, and they're like, I don't get what happened out there. That's when you see the temper tantrum come out. So they wait to lay it on their coaches, because coaches, at the end of the day, they're like our parents, you know? They just take the heat, and they're like, man, that's why you love coaches, because you're like, I don't know how they do it, you know? Like, they have to see it all, you know? They have to see the temper tantrums and then calm down the temper tantrums and be like, hey, like, that's the craziest part about coaching, right? It's like you help them reset sometimes. Yeah, sometimes they can't reset themselves, and as a coach, you have to be like, dude, get your head in the game, you know? Take a deep breath, drink some water, wipe that tear. Maybe there's a tear. Wipe that tear and get back out there and just give them it all. So.
And sometimes that's all it takes, right? Sometimes you just need that motivation, that person that you're so comfortable with and confident with, that just gives you that quick message of reassurance, encouragement, and it gets you right back out on the boat. And like we've seen here today, you could finish in 10th, but then have a first place finish in your very next race. So anything can happen. You get into that spurt where you're going 7-3, 7-1, and 2, like Coast Guard Academy. You can gain some ground on these top teams, and again, try to finish in that top 3 for a podium finish.
Yeah, and Harvard excellently did that. They crossed in first place, followed by boat 9, Navy, and then boat 8, Boston College. Not too far behind them, there was boat 4, Coast Guard Academy. What an excellent race.
Yeah, Coast Guard with another good finish. We've been talking about their consistency.
Just keeping an eye out for boat 11 and 12.
There's 12 right there. Going to cross with the College of Charleston. Not sure if Yale was right in front of them or not.
Not too sure.
Dartmouth has crossed the line. So Dartmouth, again, the first place team currently going into race 15B, trying to hold on to that top spot. Just 2 points clear of Yale at 174, Dartmouth at 172. Harvard, though, with this race and this finish, will close the gap between first and third. It came in at 187. First place finish here will be at 188. And now we officially have 3 races left for the A division and 3 races left for the B. 6 in total till we get to the finish line here in Boston. And, well, we go back to race 16A, as looks like this is another Harvard Crimson boat in the lead.
Wow, talk about good recovery. So this is where we were talking about that mental aspect, right? Maybe you're having a breakdown. You know, you're just like so defeated after that last race. You go talk to your coach or you talk to your teammate, whatever it is, and you mentally reset after a bad race, right? They got 16th last race, this A division sailor from Harvard, coming back, winning the next race. That's what I love to see. Not only did they finish 16th after rounding in 18th, that means they had the mental aptitude of picking off 2 boats. They said, you know what, I'm not even going to finish dead last. I'm going to go pick up 2 boats. They finished that race and they said, you know what, I feel good about that. I picked up 2 boats. I didn't even let myself finish in last place. Heck yeah, you know. And then going into this race being like, you know what, I had a bad race. I'm going to go win the next one. And that's exactly what they're doing here. So maybe they might not win this one. It looks like they got punched out a little bit here by the Yale boat, but they sure are up in the top 3, which is incredible. And that's like one of my favorite things to see is sailors bouncing back like that after a bad race.
And as you said, rounding that leg, going into the final leg in 18th to pick off those 2 boats. You said it, 18, you might be like, oh, all right, we had a 17, now we have an 18. We're out of it.
Yep.
We're probably not going to be able to compete for the top spot. But because you finished 2 spots better, and then you follow it up with a 3rd place finish, well, after that race, your B side holds you down with the 1st place finish. Then you go back out there and you go 3rd, awaiting the results of this or of the B side. You could be right in that battle for a top spot, even though that race 16A goes to 18. Might be looking at a different conversation.
Yeah, that's right. It's such a that's the neatest part about sailing, right? It's such a team sport, such a like at the end of the day, there's a reason why we have incredible people that also sports psychologists that some of these teams work with. Sports psychologists for sailing, because sailing can be, I mean, just with any sport, but I feel like sailing in particular, it's so grueling. You've got 18 races at an event. 2 days long. Look at nationals is 4 days long. You've got 2 days of semis. I don't know another sport that is even remotely close to it.
Yeah, you get your breaks in between semifinals in basketball, hockey. And
yeah.
You get your days off in most sports where it feels like, no, there's no days off.
No days off. Days off. What is that?
Sleep?
Yeah, sleep.
Who sleeps?
Oh my goodness. No way. No way. Not for us. Right. Oh. Yeah, so.
Oh, the split. Oh, this is a beautiful split, as you can see.
Wow.
You got your line on the right, your line on the left, and then your oddball boats in the middle.
Yeah, and I'm taking a look. So we've got boat 11 here on this left-hand side. So we've got Yale over here. We've got leading this race, the Harvard Crimson. We're going to be looking for them to possibly go back out to the right-hand side soon. Then behind them, it looks like that is, what is that, 16 MIT? We got 16 MIT. They're up in the mix as well. So, what are the boats that I'm looking for right now? I'm looking, where's Dartmouth? Where's Dartmouth? Where's our lovely BC in 4th? And then where's our Brown in boat 10? These are all teams that are up in the mix. These are the top 5 teams. So we know Yale and Harvard are kind of in the mix. You know, we thought Harvard was maybe going to stay in 3rd place after Yale and Dartmouth have such a good past few races, but Harvard just showed what it's like to not give up and fight your way back for first. Now the race, taking a look with Dartmouth with the Dartmouth boat being so far back here now, they're actually having 2 bad races. Now it's more of a mix between Yale and Harvard than it was Yale and Dartmouth now. But, like you said, technically we've got 6 more races. This is one of them.
So now the top spot is a tie between Dartmouth and Yale. Harvard, with that great finish in 15 with a 3rd in A, a 1st in B, are just 3 points shy of the top spot. We said it's going to become a 3-team race, and it has clearly become a 3-team race. Boston College and Coast Guard, they need some miracles here in the final 6 races. Not that it's not possible. They can get in there with a couple of good finishes, but the consistent way those top 3 teams have been sailing, it's going to be really hard to break through.
Yeah, you're right. And also just got a big shout out, Coast Guard Bears doing a stellar job of, came into the day in 5th place, maintaining a 5th place right now. You almost want to hope that they have that opportunity to get up to the podium. But in terms of points wise, I mean, they're just about a little under 50 points away from 3rd. So you're right, it would be counting for miracles now.
That Coast Guard team led by Coleman Schofield and Lauren O'Neill, they have continued to sail really, really well. And again, just trying to hope for that opportunity to get into the top spot, the top 3, to finish on the podium here at Nationals. They are currently leading all of Division A. Still, after a 56 in day 1, they are at a 76 here today. Wow.
Wow, I'm so impressed. Winning A Division is so, so hard to do. You want to talk about it. They've been getting a 7-3, 7-1 to the Coast Guard Bears in A Division.
They have not finished less than 7th here today.
Wow. We've been talking so much about Dartmouth, Harvard, right? We're looking for them every single race, talking about consistency. When all along,
Coast Guard has been as consistent to start today as
textbook consistent.
Those are the numbers we've been talking about that you want, right? You want to come
right.
into a race, and those are the lowest of the lows can be a 7, the highest of the highs can be a 1, and you'll take that any day, 7 times on a Sunday.
That's right. And here you see your leaders of what will be of the regatta here. Harvard rounding in 1st in boat 14, followed by in 2nd, boat 11. That is Yale Bulldogs, followed by boat 10, Brown Bears. And you've got boat 3, Roger Williams. Boat 16, that is MIT Engineers. Boat 15, College of Charleston. Boat, let's see it, there's boat 2, Tufts. 8, Boston College. 7, Tulane. 17, Georgetown. 9, Navy. 13, Bowdoin.
There goes Dartmouth coming in.
4, Coast Guard Academy. A little bit of a tough race there for their A Division. 5, Stanford. Also a bit of a tough race for the Stanford. Oh, my. That was boat 12, Dartmouth, taking a spin.
Looks like they got some contact there.
In the back of the pack and taking a spin. There's boat 6, URI, but Dartmouth taking a 720 here, boat 12. meaning they are putting themselves in last here. But right ahead of them, we've had 7. That was Tulane and 18 St. Mary's, College of Maryland also. But just behind St. Mary's, which has been struggling a bit throughout the day, is now Dartmouth. That would mean that they're currently in 18th in this race, looking to climb and pick up on a boat at every single chance that they can.
But that now opens the door for some of those 4 and 5 teams that, hey, we needed a miracle.
Yeah.
Ask for a prayer and you get one. Dartmouth needs to make up some ground. They need to get at least a boat or 2 here to make it a little bit more reasonable. But an 18 here in 16A would not be what the Big Green have wanted or need.
Yeah, I think at this rate, it's after this race, it's if they get another digger, it's kiss goodbye to the podium. I think what they need to do after this race is just keep calm, and just kind of nail the next few races. That's the best thing you can do.
Don't let that one get to you.
Right, exactly. Do not let this race get to you. Do you hear me? If you are listening, do not let that race get to you. And pick yourself right back up, and just keep doing what you were doing.
But
right?
here's where it becomes that much more important, right? Yale is currently in first place now.
Yeah, they do look like they've punched out, huh? Right there.
Just in front of Harvard. Harvard's that top boat there. So this is where it becomes interesting, right? Because now it's the numbers, it's the positioning. You get a 1 from Yale, maybe a 2 from Harvard, and 18 from Dartmouth. That keeps Harvard and Yale in the mix. Dartmouth now falls off, and it opens the door for Boston College and Coast Guard.
Yeah, and maybe even, depending on where Brown is, Brown's up pretty far back now with 242, but maybe even Brown with a 3rd place finish here can even kind of throw things into the mix here. Especially with the Coast Guard having such a bad race. This is now going to put Brown ahead of Coast Guard, put Coast Guard behind Brown, and now Boston College is kind of having a mid-fleet finish, and Boston College is about 20 points from Brown.
Now, we talked about the
Just
Coast
about
Guard A side and how good they have been. How about Boston College's B side? A 2.42, 1.33 in their B races so far today, going back to last night's 10B finish at 2nd. So it's a Boston College team that has been consistent towards the end. And we talked about finishing in the middle of the pack. Maybe not highlight 1st, 2nd. We haven't talked about them much, but they're doing just enough to keep pace with the rest of the pack.
You want to talk about stellar performance? The BC B division, Colleen O'Brien and Libby Redmond came into today in 12th place in B division. Right now they are sitting in 6th place B division.
Wow.
That's how well they've been doing. They climbed up 6 spots from yesterday. That's incredible. Colleen O'Brien and Libby Redmond.
Colleen, the sister of Michaela, 2 sisters from Little Silver, New Jersey. I mean, we have a bunch of siblings, twins, brother, sisters, brother, sister, a whole bunch here in the sailing world.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, just trying to think off the top of my head, from Dartmouth, we have Boyd Bragg as well as Reese Bragg. 2 different years. I'm trying to think some more. I know we have some twins from Roger Williams as well.
Got the Larkamps from
from
Stanford.
I'm trying to think who else. I do believe Tulane also has a sibling. A sibling from Tulane has a sibling at Charleston. I mean, we've got them everywhere. I know Henry Tyndall from Tufts had a sister at Stanford, Abby Tyndall. I'm trying to think. Justin Callahan has his twin at Harvard. Mitchell Callahan, Yale University's Teddy Nicolosi has his younger sister on the women's side, Mia Nicolosi. I mean, the list is endless. It just keeps going. I feel like I can, if I just took even more looks, I could keep going, just roll them off.
Another good finish here in race 16A. Take a look on board the Polar Bears on the right side. And take a ride on the Charles with our boat cam here in Boston, Massachusetts. Been a great day of sailing. Got 5 races left And still, looks like plenty of time at 2:32 here on the East Coast. Looks like we are going to potentially see our way close, if not all the way through 18 races.
I think that we can get through all 8. If this breeze stays this consistent, I think that we can finish them by 4 o'clock. I've got by 4. I'm thinking because we're in the 16B race right now. Actually, you know what? Take that back. Well, no, I do think we will get them done by 4. I think before 4 o'clock we will have the races done. Think about it. 16B is underway. They're finishing that up. As soon as that is done, then they're going to come back in and rotate, and then the final 2 races, and that's it.
You know, I tried to believe you when you were a meteorologist the other day. So I will
not trust me. That's
not
okay.
trust you on that situation.
No, that's totally fine, actually. I accept that fate.
Then we'll get
Okay, so I did just get news. Sorry for my sigh. Because I'm only sighing because it makes my prediction less likely. But there will, which actually this is very valid. I think that this is very smart of them to do. If you do have so much time left, I think that's absolutely acceptable. Basically, what they're deciding on is with this extra time and 2 more races to go for each division, they're going to do a strategy meeting in between coaches and sailors in between races 17 and 18. Now, what that means is because they're so tight in points with the podium right now, imagine you're going into your last race. You want to talk to your coach, and your coach. This is exactly that moment we were talking about. But on previous days, they kept timing out, so they never had a chance to do the strategy, and so the sailors were kind of having to count in their heads. But now with the extra time, you'll be able to come to shore, and this is the moment where your coach goes. This is like the terrifying moment where your coach goes, "We need a win, and you need to go beat this boat by 2 points. Go make it happen." And you're like, "Oh, no pressure. Okay."
No big deal.
Okay. You know, or they're like, "You need," like, whatever they say, like, this is when they give you the points, and the pressure is so high stakes. I can't wait. That's actually quite exciting.
Was there a position you were in where you needed to catch? Yeah.
Yeah, it was team racing, and it was like, you need to win this next race, or you're not going to nationals.
Did you win it?
We did win.
There you go.
Oh my God.
So how did you manage, maybe assuming where you were at that point, getting the message of, hey, you got to go win and you got to beat this boat by 2? What did that do for your mindset going back into the boat to get it done? Ooh, that's a loaded one, huh?
Yeah, I think it was just going and doing my homework, and it was one of those things of just, if I do my homework, I know I'm doing my job, and I want to walk away from this knowing I did everything I could. That was the most important thing. It was like, do my homework. That way I walk away no matter what happens. I feel like I did every single thing that I could.
Leave no regret.
Yeah, that was it. So that works, I guess, sometimes. Sometimes I can't even say all the time because, that was it. Okay, so it looks like Boat 8 is leading this race. That would be Boston College. Boston College may just pull through and run their way up to the podium today. I don't know. What are you thinking?
It feels like even when we say, hey, this is a 3-team race, something happens where it becomes a 4 or 5-team race. And these teams might not make it into the top 10, but here they go making it into the top 10. So this is why this is so cool and such an exciting sport, is because even when you think you have it figured out, you do not have it figured out. Points go out the window. I mean, you talk about Dartmouth. They were in 18th, last place. They gained ground on 2 boats. And, well, tell me if you've heard this story before. They get a 16. Now it depends what happens here, because it could have been an 18.
Yeah. Oh, I like how you said that. Tell me if I've heard this story before, because it happened at Harvard.
Exactly.
Oh, that was good. I'm like, you're like, riddle me this, and I'm like, I just solved the riddle. Oh my goodness.
You did. And Harvard
I like how you
figured
fed
it
that
out.
to me because it made me feel good. It made me feel good. I was like, I am paying attention. My brain is not mush after so many
It's still
days.
working. It's still still processing.
The gears are still running, believe it or not, after so
Even
many
if
days
it doesn't
of talking.
translate to your mouth, it's still there.
Yeah, that felt good. Thank you for asking that. I feel like I was a pop quiz and I got it right.
You got it. A
passing.
plus. There you go. But so as we look at the top three, it's Yale ahead by 2, 187, ahead of Harvard, 189. Then it's Dartmouth at 201. Boston College down by 30. They are at 231, and Coast Guard 244. They were able to hold off Brown by a position.
Whoa.
So they're still in the mix.
Yeah, Brown had a really strong race in their A division there. Remember we said they finished third, and their A division had a little bit of a tough race. I wonder how that stirred up the division standings as well. We'll take a look at those later. But basically, yeah, BC still has a wee bit of ways to climb back up to Dartmouth. I mean, this is what we're talking about. The top three had put in such a gap. Dartmouth is what? They've got 11 points behind Harvard. And they're 13 points behind Yale. Right now, if you're Dartmouth, you're hoping for those two teams to have bad races. Now, that's a tough thing to ask for because those are really good teams. So to ask for a really good, strong team that's on the podium to have a bad race it's like wishing on no shooting stars. Like it's like wishing on a clear sky, not a single shooting star in sight. But maybe one appears. So
And
we'll see if that shooting star appears. I don't know.
That's
we'll see.
where it happens, right? You got to keep looking up. You got to keep looking up so
Don't
you can
take
see
your
it.
eyes
Yeah,
off.
You can't. You
Don't blink.
cannot.
Don't blink. Don't blink.
But these are the moments you can't blink, right?
No.
These are the moments where you hold firm and you keep your foot on the pedal.
Hold
And
your breath.
This is where it gets, again, a battle. So 12 is Dartmouth on the top. Coming in behind on the right is Yale in 11. We'll tell you who the leader of this pack is once they turn, but again, the top teams are in the mix here in race 16B.
Looks like that's Boat 8 rounding in first now. It's going to be Boston College. It's a great race for them. You know, we're saying that they're about 30 points. Yeah, they're like 31. No, sorry, exactly 30 points away from third. They're just doing what they can do, which is I'm just going to keep nailing every single race and just hope for the best.
And you talked about how good the B side has been today. 12 coming into the day, and they have worked their way in the B division up to 6, if not better now. And that first place finish, if they stay in first, will help them. But this has been just a jump for the Boston College Eagles to try to finish on the podium here at the Open National Championship.
Yeah, and talk about a tight rounding here. We've got Dartmouth sitting right on the tail of Yale rounding this offset. So keeping an eye out for Harvard, which is boat 14. A digger for Harvard. Oh, and it's just getting so stirred up.
It feels like one of these teams it's like they hear us up here and they're like, we've got to finish in 15 or 16 to give everybody a little bit of a heart attack because
oh my goodness,
what is going on? And it's not like one team that's just falling off,
no.
right?
They're taking rotations.
Yeah, it was Yale at first, now it's Dartmouth, now Harvard is getting a chance. It is going to be a nail-biting finish.
Yeah, so Harvard's in what looks like maybe like a 13th right now. So they're in 13th. You know, not the worst. Not great. Not great. So yeah, and here's our two leader-ish, leaders on the podium right now. We got, or I guess Dartmouth is third on the podium at the minute. Maybe things are going to get stirred up here. But Yale, let's talk about this. Yale's just doing a good job of locking in first right now. They're in first and they're starting to lock it in.
If you're Boston College, you might have stumbled there a little bit as now some of these boats are closing that gap, and it feels like there's just too much overcorrecting there for the Eagles. It's allowed boat 16, MIT, and looks like Bowdoin on the bottom to really close the gap. But now they've got a little breeze that's kind of helping them out. So
Yeah, they did get a little patch of pressure over there, didn't they?
it looks like maybe that's what they were trying to get it to, is that nice little puff that's going to help them to the marker first.
Yeah, and what a great race here for MIT. You know, one of the hosts of this event. They've been sailing pretty well here in B division. That's going to be Max Groom and Wendy Wu. So it looks like they're both seniors from MIT. Wendy is a 5th year, class of 23, and Max is class of 24.
Woo, woo, Wendy Wu! I've been waiting my whole life to do something like that. Mighty Ducks reference if you don't get it, but
Love
she
it.
is absolutely tearing it up here in this race.
Yeah, and so it looks like BC is kind of clinching onto that first, but even finishing in second in this division race is quite a significant feat for them, as this day is essentially wrapping up.
I don't want it to wrap up, Gloria.
I know.
It's been quite fun watching these races and covering this. First, the Women's National Championship, and now the Open Fleet Racing Championship. It has been an exciting 8 days of ICSA National Championships this year here on the Charles River in Boston, Massachusetts. That's Gloria Kevelcute, and I'm Luis Sanchez. Happy to be with you here, bringing you live coverage on ESPN+. So we've got a light air
For BC, huh?
Yeah. Yeah,
Lined up again.
But they have taken that risk of going further out throughout after turning that marker, and they have just been trying to utilize their strength and physicality, get that boat back on the right path.
Yeah. You know, and it's tough. I just think that the port jibe is just so much slower than starboard. Look at BC. They got back on starboard jibe, and they're look way better. And there they are. They're the B division sailors of Boston College, Colleen O'Brien and Libby Redmond, who have just taken day 2 of the finals by storm, climbing up 6 places in B division, going from 12th to 6th.
See the rest of the sailors here for Boston College: Michael Kirkman, Michaela O'Brien, Colleen O'Brien, as well as Sarah Schumann, Libby Redmond. The reserves: Matt Boodington, Nick Boodington, and Peter Bush. And this Boston College team, we talked about it before, is they've been in the mix here at Nationals for a couple of years now, and they're just trying to break through. The women's team won it two years ago in Tulane for the Women's National Championship, and now they're trying to add more hardware on the heights in Chestnut Hill.
Yeah, how good would it feel to be winning a national championship in Boston, your home turf?
Well, a women's lacrosse team for Boston College holding off Northwestern in the Women's Lacrosse National Championship to earn their 2nd ever national title, and some redemption against the Wildcats after Northwestern beat them last year in the title game. So shout out to the Boston College women's lacrosse team winning the 2024 NCAA lacrosse title.
Wow. Yeah, they have a very strong women's lacrosse team, don't they? Like one of the best.
Yeah, it's been on the rise since Acacia Walker-Weinstein's taken over there at Boston College, and they had some really great players like Sam Apuzzo, Charlotte North come through the program, and it's really allowed it to now 7 straight title game appearances for that Boston College team. They haven't won them all. They've won 2 out of the 7, but it's definitely become a staple there for lacrosse. I mean, you talk about Maryland, Northwestern, those programs that have been so good for so long. Now you get a team in the Northeast making it into that mix.
Oh, wow. Incredible.
But that's the crazy thing about spring sports, right? Is a lot of these sailors out here missing graduation.
I know.
They're missing Memorial Day weekend where everybody's enjoying time with their families and barbecues. But this is what they love. This is what they love to do, and they'll take this any day.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they'll get their celebrations of MDW weekend, I guess, after they graduate. So if you're graduating, good news. Next year, you get to spend MDW weekend off of work and sailing.
Get to enjoy it.
Unless you work as the broadcast crew, which happens to be here. What? So yeah, or you're coaching. You know, there's a few places where you do not get to. Yeah, so it's you choose that destiny.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. You have that path, right?
Yeah,
you get to choose that path
you
upon
get to choose that path.
graduation. So.
I'm just like, yeah, you can have fun, celebrate. I'm like, wait, but we're not. we're not celebrating it either. Wait a minute. It's a trap.
It's always a trap.
I know. I'm like, wait a minute. That's us.
From lovely Boston, Massachusetts, you are watching the ICSA 2024 Open Fleet Racing National Championships. We'll step aside here between race 16 and the start of race 17A. We are closing out our day here with a bang. Join us back on ESPN+.
Gear up with Zim and West Coast Sailing. We have the gear you need at a great price, backed by fast shipping and outstanding service. As proud partners of college sailing, Zim and West Coast Sailing offer 15% discounts to student athletes on all apparel and soft goods. Get all the top brands including Gill, Rooster, Zyke, Ronstadt, and more. Go to zimsailing.com/college sailing or westcoastsailing.net/scholastic-sailing for details and to apply for your student athlete discount code today.
To my seniors, thank you so much for everything you've done.
I really appreciate all the seniors on the team. They're all super nice and welcoming. The upperclassmen on the sailing team have been some of the kindest and most welcoming people I've ever met. They've been really influential and kind of like a mentor to myself.
You guys are always there for me, and I appreciate everything you do.
They've been great mentors for the new freshmen this year, and we can't wait to see what they do after they graduate.
I wrote all the time when I was little. I was always writing novels and making up characters and stuff. I started sailing when I was little. I did all the summer camps in elementary school. I never really got into it competitively until high school, but my high school had a really good sailing program, and I sailed competitively and got recruited to Harvard. I entered college the fall of 2020, so it was all during COVID, so everything was online. And I just randomly stumbled upon The Independent, which is a very small newspaper at the time. I was managing editor and then forum editor, and then finally got to editor-in-chief my junior year to senior fall. It's a really cool experience to be there when people are pitching their articles and then see everyone's articles from start to finish. When I entered, it was a staff of, I think, 10 or 15 people. And they're publishing every month online. By the end of my tenure as editor-in-chief, we were publishing weekly, 20 pages, and there was a staff of about like 125. And so that really got built from the ground up. There was definitely a lot of issues along the way, so learning about, libel and defamation and what you can print, what you can't print. I'm actually writing my senior thesis on, the history of defamation and sensationalism in newspapers. I think my favorite one was that I just published 2 weeks ago. It was called For the Love of Doing Nothing. It really was a reflective, introspective piece about often lose sight of the ability to just sit and relax and enjoy where we are and where our feet are. What I am grateful that I did freshman year was that I tried so many different things. And I would really give that advice to other freshmen. I think there's so many opportunities at Harvard to take those leaps freshman year and discover what you actually really enjoy so that by the end of your 4 years, you can be proud of the work that you've done and be proud of the families and communities that you've built around that.
Zim and West Coast Sailing are proud to support ICSA with the College Sailing Give Back program. When college programs make purchases through their Zim and West Coast Sailing team accounts, they not only get great equipment, great service, and great discounts, but also 5% of their purchase is donated back to ICSA. With the Zim and West Coast Sailing College Give Back program, your general fleet maintenance and sail purchases help with general maintenance of ICSA and provides direct support to the organization that makes it all happen and increases access to the water for all.
Welcome to the community. We want to introduce ourselves to you.
We're a not-for-profit financial cooperative founded and operated by Harvard employees.
If you work or study at Harvard or any of the teaching hospitals, you and your family are eligible to join.
We've helped thousands in the community buy their first homes, pay off their student loans, and build strong credit.
Ask your friends and colleagues why they bank with HUEC.
And get to know us at huecu.org/hello.
I think the shared commitment we all have is that we're here to decrease the stigma around mental health. We want to make it a more open conversation, whether it's talking about student-athlete mental health, coaches' mental health. We got one goal, we just got to work together to complete that.
I think the evolution of the conversation about mental health has become prominent year after year for the last decade, if not more. But I think we're finally at the tipping point where the conversation isn't just about how are we reactive to prevent worst case scenarios, but how are we managing everyday stressors and activities.
I have really loved today. I mean, just the conversations. I love talking about mental health, and so being able to dive deeper. I think the keynote was incredible, seeing what mental health in athletics looks like really at the highest level.
Mental health is the same thing as physical health, right? We all have it. You guys are all in the sports space. You wake up in the morning and you do a physical check. It might actually inform how you work out that day, how you approach your training. What would happen if we took the same approach to mental health?
This is my first mental health summit that I've been able to attend, and just recognizing the value of sharing those best practices. We all have very unique institutions, and so, I think it's very valuable to sit here and think, hey, that's really cool, jot that down. How can I adapt that for our institution? And it's also a really incredible moment to be able to just have a lot of school pride, a lot of league pride.
I've always thought mental health is very important. The stress and anxiety that student athletes have to go through to play their sport, to compete in their sport, there's so much going on outside of that, and I think this mental health summit is a really good step forward to decrease that stigma and to continue to give access and to continue to give thoughts.
I think mental health is something where, because we don't talk about it as often, I think coaches might not fully understand the grasp of what that feels like to an athlete.
If your team is not open about talking about mental health, you have to open the doors and you have to be like, guys, we're all in this together.
Dartmouth College has taken holistic student-athlete development incredibly seriously. I was one of few athletic administrators with a sports psychology background, and then since my role has evolved in the last 5 years, I've been able to continue to support a team that is collectively building to enhance mental wellness, well-being, and performance of all of our student-athletes. How do we make sure we're cultivating an environment? And this is where everyone in the room has an impact on the environment that occurs within your campus. And all of us need to be actively cultivating it.
I want the idea of mental health being stigmatized to be something so of the past that we can't even imagine not having this open conversation.
We welcome you onto the Charles and accelerating to the start of 17A. These fleet of boats are making their way through, and it looks like maybe some early contact as we see some boats pulling away, or maybe this one's a general recall actually. It looks like a general recall.
Yeah. Well, wait. Yeah, general.
It looked like maybe some boats were doing some quick spins there, like, oh man, we got them, let's do it now.
Yeah, right.
But no, we'll get a recall here at the start of 17A, and well, races are getting done, and as we take a check-in here to the standings, it's Yale in first place. They've opened up a 7-point lead over Harvard at 194 and Harvard at 201, but Dartmouth 4 points behind. And Boston College got some points back, so they were trailing by 30, but now it's 27, so they're in fourth place. Coast Guard at 250, tied with Brown. So those two teams looking for a top 5 here at Nationals. We'll see which one pulls it out here with just 4 races remaining.
Yeah, that's it. If you're in A division, you got 2 more, B division, 2 more. That's it. So if you're a senior, you're thinking about how can I leave my college sailing career on a bank,
We've been talking about consistency for most of the day, and it feels like, we kind of looked at Yale with that 12 and 10 in race 13 and felt like, that was tough. They might have lost that top spot, especially with Dartmouth sailing the way they were in that same race. Dartmouth went 1-2, which allowed them to surpass Yale for first place. But since then, it's been Dartmouth that's stumbled, and Yale that's been more consistent.
Yeah, that's right. Yale has been doing an excellent job of just locking in as best as they can, right? I mean, it's not an easy thing to do, to hold on to first right now. And we see that as it's been rotating between these three teams this entire time. But Yale has been doing a good job of kind of keeping their calm, and even their double digits aren't as far back as the other two teams.
Specifically, that's 16 for Dartmouth. Their worst race since race 1B to start nationals yesterday. They have been so consistent. Their B side has finished in the top 7 in almost every race, it feels like. And the A side, maybe a little more up and down, but they've had 4 first place finishes from their A side.
Yeah, I think they've been doing it's just one of those things where just try and keep it as low of a digit as possible as we're trying to wrap up the day. So if they want to maintain it. And now we're just looking for them to have a clean start. Now, if you're one of these top teams, all you want to do is get off the line clean. You want to just have a good start. That's it. If you are over, you're going to have an issue. If you're back of the pack, you're also going to have an issue. You can make this as easy as possible for yourself by just absolutely crushing the start.
Stanford, the defending champs from the Open Championships from a year ago, currently in 7th place at 275. Feels like they just haven't had the right day. Hasn't been the right sailing today for the Cardinal. They'll be outside that top 6 as it stands now. But again, we talk about what they were able to do last year and winning the Open Championships with an all-female crew. It just felt like what they did last year set the foundation for what can potentially happen in future Open Championships, and even what we've seen here in this year's Open Championship with more diverse sailors being on these teams.
Yeah, I think you're right, and I think you're right. They paved the way. They made the waves last year, and the Open Championship is already so incredibly hard to win. So to see what they did was so incredible and so historical, and so you can't help but just kind of root for them a little bit, and I know that they had a little bit of a tough performance here. They're not going to be able to crawl their way back up to the podium, but it's one of those things where you remember it's not going to happen every year, and you just need to just always fight back, right? Just use the bad years as fuel for the fire for the next year. And so we don't know if Stanford's ever going to come back with an all-women's team like they did last year. We see that they have swapped in some other players for this event, and so it's one of those things where maybe we just witnessed it happen for the first time, and it's just opening the doors for later on.
I have another recall here at the start. I had my daughter ask me the other day, is if these are the talented teams in the country, these are the best of the best, right? Mm-hmm. How could they ever lose? And it's like, they're going up against some of the other best of the best.
Yeah.
And that's what makes it so much fun is, yeah, you might have the best chemistry, the best system, the best way to sail, the best coaches, the best teammates, but on any given day, that other team can be just as good as you.
Yeah, it's quite terrifying of a thought, isn't it? And it's crazy because it's a sport where there's 18 teams on the water competing on the same exact line, the same exact course all at once. I'm trying to think of another sport, like maybe track and field.
But not even that, because
right?
you have your 8, right? There's a set number. You don't have double-digit numbers.
Right.
Everybody has their lane, not like in sailing where you've got to kind of jockey for position, right? So this is what makes it so unique is the amount of people, the amount of time, and you're not switching every race. Right? You're not getting, hey, line changes in hockey or substitutes in basketball. This is, you're out there, and maybe if something happens, maybe if it's heavy wind, we'll get our specialists out there. Maybe if the conditions require, we'll switch out the driver or maybe one of the crew members. But it feels like it's such a unique sport.
Yeah, and it's just one of those. You learn to love it. You hate it a little bit at times, but you do learn to love it because it's so unique, right? It's unlike anything you've ever experienced before. So there's so much to lose, but so much to gain at the same time in every single race that you do.
But even in the sport itself, you have the open, you have the women's, you can go out and sail, you can find team racing. There are so many different opportunities within the sport itself to continue to maybe test yourself, challenge yourself, and get better and better as you progress in the sport.
Yeah, and that's right. And it's the same thing. You can crew, you can skipper, you can become a specialist if you'd like. You can get into the match racing portion or the single-handed portion of nationals. And then after college sailing, there's a whole other world beyond just dinghy sailing. Personally, I love the dinghies, so I like to stick to the dinghies, but you can go and get into offshore sailing. You can get into match racing. You can get into, big boat sailing. I mean, the world is your oyster at that point. So it's beautiful to see how some of these top sailors, just watching their careers after college sailing and just seeing what they do with all their raw talent. And then I think some of the saddest things to see is some of the best college sailors sometimes they just let that was the end of their career. They're good. They don't want to. And that's okay.
Yeah.
And that's okay.
Well, obviously the Olympics coming up in Paris should be a good one. You talk about those opportunities after Olympics is one of the biggest ones where you get to go to trials and potentially try to qualify to make it and represent your country, and that is one of the biggest honors. Obviously representing your school in nationals is as close as it gets, but then that next level, pretty sure, is the Olympics.
Yeah, it's there's a few big professional kind of opportunities, so you'll see a lot of, and actually it's funny, so many of the people that now work in these other aspects as well. Sail GP is one of the first things that comes to mind, as well as the America's Cup. We have so many previously college sailors in competing and working full-time in those programs, whether they're the sailors themselves or the engineers and so on. So it was really neat just watching an America's Cup video the other day of the American Magic team and how many of their sailors, engineers, and coaches are actually all former college sailors.
Well, for Sail GP, they'll have an exciting event taking place in Canada at the beginning of June, so this upcoming weekend. So it should be some more exciting. That'll be in Halifax from June 1st to June 2nd. So talk about, there's so many opportunities to just continue, even if it's not competitive, on your own time for leisure, recreation.
And sometimes that's the nicest thing to do after college sailing, where it feels like you've had such high stakes, and sometimes you just want to, maybe just get out on a laser and just go sail around by yourself. And sometimes that's the best thing after college sailing. So worth trying out. Just doing it for fun again, finding the fun in sailing again. What a great start for Brown over here, huh? So they started their second leewardmost boat or windwardmost boat off the pin, and it looks like that may be 4 or 5 that won the pin, boat 5. So that's going to be the Coast Guard Academy just going out with a bang here in the final few races. Now, here's some boats we're looking for, right? Where's boat 3? Where is boat 10? So these are 2 boats we're looking for. Or I'm sorry, my apologies. We're looking for boat 10 and boat 13, the Dartmouth boat. So we're looking for Dartmouth and boat 13, and actually Harvard and boat 15 as well. So talking about Harvard, we just saw them a little bit on the right-hand side of the screen, and the great news for Dartmouth is they're in boat 13. That's a green boat, and you know what? I like that. That's got to feel good for them, because green is, they're the big green. They're the big green. That's their color.
So
they're ending the day in their color. It
go.
Matches. Come on.
Some good juju there.
I think there's great juju in that. and they say in sailing that the 13 is actually a lucky boat.
See, isn't 13 an unlucky number?
Yes, but in sailing it's a lucky boat.
It's my favorite number. It's my basketball number.
Oh, wow.
Everybody used to be like, it's unlucky, it's a bad number, don't pick 13, but 13's my favorite.
Do you hear that, Dartmouth? You're in Louise's lucky number.
There you go.
13, it's your lucky number, and it's green. There's luck.
And they're in Boston.
And they're in Boston.
Luck of the Irish. I mean, it's working out. We're giving you a selling point here for Dartmouth.
Good juju. Good
now,
juju all around.
it's up to them to take care of business, right? It's really, they got to take care of business out of the water.
Yeah, that's right.
But Coast Guard's not making it easy. Some of these leading boats will continue to disrupt the path of those up top, and it will get interesting again. Race 17A, first of the final 4 that we've got left here on the Charles, and we got a nice little pack here.
Wow.
And looks like everybody's going at the same speed right now.
Yeah, it looks like 13 Dartmouth opted for the left-hand side of the race course, whereas we see 15 and 10, that's Harvard and Yale, together on the right-hand side of the course. Now, I don't know how high they are on ladder runs. So it could be that it looks like maybe 15 and 10 are higher up on ladder runs, meaning they would come over, crossing Dartmouth in boat 13. You know, Dartmouth is starting to get in a little bit of a tough spot relative to what looks like boat 1 from, that would be St. Mary's. Maybe thinking about tacking, getting some clear air. I believe that this is the 2 of them. And Dartmouth is really trying to hold their lane, but counting on their boat speed. I'm looking for them to exit maybe soon here. As all these boats on the right-hand side, which I believe holds our Harvard and Yale boats, is kind of sailing in clean air.
Yeah, it just looks nice and smooth up there. Not really disrupted, where you're going to start seeing some boats try to make some adjustments. Interested to see what Brown's move is down here. They've been riding this line by themselves. And
they're risking it for the biscuit. They said, I'm going to bang the left.
They are. And they have the time right now, but as we get closer towards the pin, that time's going to close really, really quick. And they'll have maybe a small window to make a move to gain some ground here on the fleet. But that side hasn't worked. We saw it work once today for Roger Williams, and since then, it hasn't worked for anybody else.
That's right, yeah. And I don't know. I think they look good relative to the lower right-hand boats. Ooh, but now, hold up now. Wait a minute now. The mark has come into play right here. Do they have the cross on this boat? I'm not too sure. I would maybe go for a duck. I'd go for the duck.
I think they're going to risk it.
But they're
going to risk it.
Oh, they went for the cross. Okay, they had the clear cross. Honestly, from my point of sight, I can't really tell. You guys.
How about this? It looked like Coast Guard wanted to get in there, but just had to bail out last minute.
Just tough lay line there. Brown just making that left-hand side work. 13. That's Dartmouth coming in from that left.
I don't know if they have Stanford right now.
Oh,
Stanford has to watch out too.
Oh no, they're gonna go. They're gonna go, but I don't know if they're gonna make it. Oh, they had to go, and they're around.
Are they gonna hit it? Oh,
I don't
so
know.
Close.
I don't know, but Stanford had to technically give them room.
I think they did. I think they're good. I think they're
good.
Yeah, I don't think they hit that marker.
Wow.
Wow.
Oh, you know, that is. Woo.
We are sweating up here.
That was such a tough call because, you're like, do I send it in or do I go more, conservative and duck these boats? Talk about, oh my gosh, you guys. 15 and 10, Harvard and Yale are back here. They're back of the pack. They are back of the pack. They're like in 14th and 13th, or 13th and 12th.
Oh my
This is going to mix things up. This is exactly what Dartmouth needed.
Yeah, and that's what they're getting. That's
I know.
what the Big Green wanted is what the Big Green is
getting.
Shooting
star.
They kept their eyes on the sky, didn't look away, and they finally saw a shooting star.
Oh my goodness.
Unbelievable. I mean, first let's go back to the move by Brown. I think that we said it. It hasn't worked all day, and then all of a sudden they get that rush. Brown takes over first place. Now the question I have for you is, on that move, will we potentially see a protest?
Oh, from Dartmouth, or against Dartmouth. So here's what I think. In terms of the rounding, so basically they had a line of starboard boats incoming, right? From the get-go, Stanford goes for the tack. What Dartmouth did is Dartmouth basically had the decision of, do we duck the Stanford boat as well as that entire train of boats, or do we go with Stanford? What they decided was, I'm either gonna get around in third, maybe potentially fouling, or I'm gonna duck, but I'm gonna lose 6 boats. They went for I'm gonna match Stanford. And what they did was they beautifully tacked into overlap with Stanford. So, and they tacked in with overlap with Stanford, matched them beautifully, where they both technically would enter the zone, overlapped. So they had mark room on Stanford. What that means is Stanford needs to avoid them and allow for them to have room to round the mark.
So basically, instead of Dartmouth having to worry about the contact, now they put that pressure on Stanford
That's right.
and warding for the contact.
That's right, because now they're lured and inside of Stanford. They are allotted mark room, and so in this case, let's say they did get contact with Stanford. It's not technically their fault, but here's the thing now. There was that boat that was windward of Stanford, so it was like a little bit of a sandwich. Like you had Dartmouth, Stanford, and then another boat. It's technically the other boats, the highest most boat's fault. Basically, if Dartmouth hits Stanford, Stanford hits the other boat. It's the highest most boat that's supposed to allow both of them to get room, and has to avoid both of them because of leeward and mark room trumps that boat. So, hypothetically, let's say somebody filed a protest. Let's say Dartmouth filed a protest against Stanford. Stanford would then file a protest against the person above them. And usually the sandwiched person gets their fine. And then it's, so, yeah.
Kind of a
So
decision then. But that's, again, what we talked about at the start of our broadcast. On a day like today, you don't want to leave it to chance. You don't want to leave it to a decision in the protest room.
Yeah, and it's one of the... also, I don't know if anybody would file a protest at that point in time. Like, Stanford didn't really get messed up by this situation. No boat really got severely... Like, it wasn't like... I feel like usually people file protests if, like, their whole race got ruined from that situation, but it looks like everybody rounded pretty cleanly around. So, I don't think anybody's going to file... It looked pretty clean, and yeah, it was just, wow. Talk about decision making. I think Dartmouth, they had a decision to make, and they just went with what they said, I need to win this. I need to win this, and I'm just going to take this chance. And it's terrifying that they did that, but they did it.
It looked like there was some separation after that last turn. Since then, we've hit some light air pockets back to back, and now it just feels like a crawl to the finish again, right? It feels like all these boats are trying to get enough momentum to get through.
Yeah, and here we see boat 13. That is Dartmouth coming around the gate
love that
soon.
side. They love taking that side.
Looks like they may have lost some boats on this downwind, actually. Here they go. They're going to go to the right-hand gate, so they're going to the left-hand side of the course. They saw it work out for them in the last upwind, and I think they're just going to try and make it work again. But talk about launching off from the right-hand side. We just missed it, but there was Brown just sending it off the right, back over to the left. I like it. They're going to be ladder runs advanced, and they're looking pretty good. Now, worth noting, like we said, Harvard and Yale are very strong teams. Look at how close Harvard has gotten to Dartmouth now. They're just about maybe 4-ish, maybe 5-6 boats apart from one another if we include those. And then Yale actually split off and went to the right-hand side. I don't know how that's going to pay off. It's just only time will tell.
Well, and I think Dartmouth might have taken a page out of the Brown playbook right now, and they're trying to take the breeze here on the bottom and maybe make that similar move where they're able to cut across in time.
I'm just thinking that they got to go back soon. Oh.
And you said it.
There they go. They're going back, kind of consolidating. The right-hand side just looks a little bit good right now. Take a look at boat 11. Actually lost a significant amount on boat 4 by going left around here. Actually, maybe not. All things relative. It's the depth perception, folks. I can't be exactly certain each time. All that being said, I do think those right-hand top boats do look a little bit better relative to the left-hand boats.
Said Brown sent it. They took this same street, same path to surpass the pack and take the lead. Can it work out again for them as they try to gain some ground here at Nationals? But you said that right side is moving so quickly now.
Yeah, and they just look a little bit more lifted on the right-hand side. which could be bad news for Dartmouth. We've seen it before where if you take the wrong side, you're losing 5-6 boats. Or you're gaining, depends on which side you're on. So 13 has fallen. Yeah, my only issue is that they're just one of the further back boats at the minute in terms of ladder runs. That makes me sweat. And I'm not sure, just relative to this whole pack of boats. And now they're kind of coming back over the left. This could be a good thing. But this whole pack of boats up here, they just look pretty good coming in from the right-hand side.
Just great movement. Brown has lost a little bit here.
Actually, look at that. Take a look how stopped these boats are. They looked halted. Looks like actually the left-hand side, now it's looking back in the favor of the left-hand side a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. It felt like as soon as they passed maybe the bushes up top of your screen, the tree line right there, as soon as they passed that one, it picked up again on the left side.
Yeah. But now it's tough again because they're attacking back over to the right, and they actually look pretty good now on the right. Ooh, it's just back and forth, quite honestly. You kind of got to make the middle work here. Boat 11 isn't looking too bad here, the brown boat.
We have a canoer just beyond our graphics, so pop in right here on your left side where brown is kind of on that path, but just depends on the speed, on how quick that kayaker can get out the way and how quick that brown boat's going to move, and see if they have a good angle here. This is where the intersection meets, right?
Yeah.
This is where you get that opportunity to either gain some ground or lose some ground. It's a good angle from Boat 5, Coast Guard Academy. Looks like they have a really good run coming.
Yeah, they're actually cooking with some speed now. It's so hard to tell sometimes.
Oh yeah, they got some momentum going.
Yeah. Wow, okay, so we're seeing the top right boat come in better here than the left. I think these two boats are kind of launched on their own as well. I think 11 and 5, they're pretty launched. So just taking a look at the boats behind them are just now kind of coming together. I'm curious to see where Yale and Harvard ended up putting themselves. Did they go all the way to the right? Did they come back to the middle? How much consolidation did Dartmouth do? Only time will tell.
Good turn there, but does it open up? It looks like it might open up an opportunity here for Brown to get back on that left side.
Yeah.
So now we're going to see, as these boats approach the pin here, it's kind of the final turn, right? Like the final turn, and how do you get the momentum after this turn to try to keep up with the fleet or surpass those teams in front of you?
There was boat 15. We just saw it there. That's your Harvard Crimson.
So it looks like St. Mary's is going to be behind in third, followed by Navy.
We've got a big mix in the leaders here.
So Brown, Coast Guard Academy, St. Mary's, and Navy all coming across here. There's 13 coming up top, so Dartmouth looks like the first one of the top 3 to get by.
Little tight rounding there. With boat 10, that's Yale.
They just got in front of Yale. Literally just made that move to get in front of Yale.
That just means that Yale had gained so many boats in that race.
Yale was so far behind.
They were so far back. They went to the right. They were patient on the right-hand side of the race course, and they brought themselves all the way back into the picture with Dartmouth.
Unbelievable.
That also shows Dartmouth had lost a few boats on this upwind. Still in an okay spot, but they definitely had fallen back quite a bit from third place. And then don't forget that we've got Harvard not too far behind as well. Maybe by about 3 boats. Let's see, here's Dartmouth. We've got Yale right behind Dartmouth. But duking it out, those two.
Look at the gap that Coast Guard and Brown have put between them and the rest of the fleet. You can see they're going that way on the right side. The rest of the fleet's down here. Just incredible. Look at that, like, huge gap.
Very big. It's definitely been a while since we've seen one like that. You were just pointing at them. There they are, our leaders. And then here's the third place boat and the rest of the fleet behind them.
But here's something you taught me, Gloria. That's very still water right there,
Yep.
where both those two boats are. So if the rest of the fleet can get into a good pocket here, it can make up that ground.
Yeah, we're definitely going to be looking. They look a little bit halted up in front, but they look pretty slow behind as well. So I'm curious to see how everybody's going to come out here. It's just unbelievable how Yale had caught so many boats. That's their A Division sailors, Jack Egan and Elle Sykes, doing a phenomenal job on that upwind, making sure that they caught all the way back up to the boats ahead of them.
We talked about Jack just being a junior, and he's still got some years under him.
Yeah, he has already gotten himself a national championship title under his belt, if not two. And so, fantastic job for somebody so young in college sailing. Definitely one of those sailors that came in even as a freshman, just dominating in college.
Well, another sailor who hails from California, coming from San Diego. Last year competed in the A Division at the Atlantic Coast Championships, was the NISA's Open Skipper of the Year, and named ICSA Open College Sailor of the Year just a year ago. And you said it, coming in first place in Team Racing Nationals, first place in Match Race Nationals back in his freshman year.
Wow.
As a freshman.
Yeah, it's a very talented sailor right there.
He was also a three-time Fleet Race High School National Championship champion from 2017 to 2019. Also placed second at the U.S. Youth Match Racing Championships back in 2021. And, well, of course, fishing and surfing are going to be part of his hobbies, but he likes fly fishing.
Ah, there's a difference.
There is a difference.
I haven't done the fly fishing
A lot
yet.
harder, I hear.
Yeah, I haven't done that, but I've always wanted to try, so.
He's the middle child of two sisters. Must be nice to have an older sister and a younger sister.
Oh, yeah.
Get the overprotective, but also you get to take care of the younger one.
That's right. That's right. Incredible sailor, no doubt about it. And how about that crew? I know that he used to have the crew Catherine Webb, but now he's got new crew Elle Sykes, which is actually a freshman on the team.
From Old Greenwich.
Ah. First year, doing so well at Nationals. It's got to feel good.
Well, that light breeze has really played a factor here. Now it's just getting to that finish line.
What a good feeling that is for that boat.
Yeah, Coast Guard again. We're able to take the high road, get in front of Brown. And now it's Brown coming over. So Coast Guard, Brown, and then the rest of the fleet will show up at some point here, but they had opened up a big gap between first and second and the rest of the fleet. It looks like Dartmouth ahead of Bowdoin right now. Did they do enough? Did they get a couple of boats in between them and Yale? Because that's where it's going to prove to be a difference. That's how you make up those points.
Yeah, that's no doubt about that. It's like this is a great race for St. Mary's College as well. Kind of ending the event on a good note. It's their A Division sailors, very talented. Owen Hennessy and Zoe Hochter, both just juniors. They've got a whole other year of college sailing left to go. So with a tough event here, you know that they've just got some of that fuel for next year as they're going to head into their senior year.
This will probably be their best finish of nationals. Their previous best was 6th in race 13A. So this one might put them in the top 5. See once the official results come in, but another good race. This is boat 8, Navy. Good job.
A good race for Tulane, huh?
Yeah, Tulane finally in the mix. The Green Wave.
Yep, 7 URI. Oh, this is gonna be a tough finish for Dartmouth here if they don't get across this line ahead. Wow, I think that put 2 spots between them and Yale. I think Yale got ahead by 2 boats.
Well, I think those boats up there as well might have played into it. So that might put them back a couple.
Tough. And where's our Harvard? Actually, Harvard may have been one of those boats over on the other side.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Wow. Just when we thought that Dartmouth was in a great spot in this race, taking that left-hand side on that upwind just showed that it was just not as good as it was on that first upwind. Looks like there is Harvard on that. They finished on that right-hand side over towards the race committee boat. They may have actually inched out Dartmouth there.
And just ahead there with the College of Charleston.
Wow, and look who is leading this race for B Division. Talk about teammates having to carry it out for one another. Here you see it, folks. There's Dartmouth just making a comeback for their teammates' A Division score. Talk about you gotta trust one another. You got to trust one another.
The A Division going 16th in 16A, the B going 4th in 16B for Dartmouth. Now they'll need some help from their B side to keep pace here for a podium finish.
And it is lightening up an awful amount here in this race. It's actually going to be incredibly tough to hold on to your positions here. As you can see, the whole fleet is starting to come together. Where's the breeze coming in from? We're not even too sure at this rate. Boat 12, Bowdoin, having a great race here. Boat 17, that is MIT as well, having a great race. Trying to keep an eye out for boat 10, Yale and Harvard, and 15. Oh, man. Honestly, Dartmouth is in a tough spot right now. They're in the middle, and the breeze is kind of dying. Everybody's trying to maneuver their way into something. My goodness. Just seeing the mains double back wind, it's quite brutal to watch.
Well, you see that one just getting pushed around. That's boat 12. Looks like Bowdoin's the one that's just getting sent all the way to the top. Actually, it's MIT. Bowdoin just trying to hold on right there at the top.
Oh man, it is so light right now across the fleet. You just want to keep the boat moving. Just keep that boat moving, you know? That's all you can do.
Wind speeds anywhere from 3 to 12 miles per hour currently, and looks like more on the lower end there. But there is nothing out there.
Oh my goodness.
They're trying.
You know you're sweating right now. Just maneuvering their way down this race. And 2 boats I just still haven't seen yet is 10 and 15. I'm just not sure where they are.
Yeah, you can see every boat just trying to keep it going towards these markers. And
get
it looks
upwind.
Like MIT will get there on the left side. On the right side, it's going to be Bowdoin. Following MIT is Stanford. Looks like a lot of those boats are going to split again.
You know, and it's good mark rounding here. Where is it going to fill in, on the left or the right? Here's boat 10. We've been looking for them. There's our Yale boat. Here's our 15, our Harvard boat. Back of the pack. Listen, I'm knocking on wood. I'm not jinxing anything, okay? But we were seeing the same thing in the last race. Our 2 winning boats, Yale and Harvard, in the back of the pack. Dartmouth up ahead. We saw it kind of fall apart a little bit for Dartmouth in the last race. And you know what's not good right now? The left. The left looks really bad right now.
For our top 4 teams, race 17A was not good. Boston College needed to make up some ground. They finished in 15th in 17A. Dartmouth 12th, while Harvard 8th, Yale 9th. Now, the good thing for the Harvard Crimson, that gives you 1 point back of Yale because you finished 1 spot better. However, Yale still has a 6-point lead.
Wow, yeah. And this is definitely making it harder for Dartmouth to catch up here. Dartmouth has 217 points. They've got grounds to make up now to catch up to Harvard at all. And to catch up to Yale is going to be, we're talking bullets. We need bullets. And right now, our B division went to the left-hand side of the course.
Looks like some boats are going to head back here. I mean, that start was rough.
That was...
It felt like positionally the teams that were ahead literally lost their positions because of the light wind. And so it looks like we are going to get a call back here on this race.
I believe that seems fair. We've got time left. We've got plenty of time left. And, yeah, I agree. That downwind was brutal. That downwind was absolutely brutal. And it's the other thing of where the only way you could get your boat moving was just by jibing as much as possible. And that doesn't, that starts making for grounds for, it's not as fair of a race. So I think that was a great call by the race committee, the umpires, to just call it back. Let's wait for something to fill in, and let's get a fair race off. We're not going to end the Nationals on a bad note.
Well, we'll allow for the boats to make their way back to the start line as we get a restart on 17B. It's been a great day of racing here on the Charles. Join us back for our conclusion. Still 3 more races to go. You're watching the ICSA National Championships on ESPN+.
Gear up with Zim and West Coast Sailing. We have the gear you need at a great price, backed by fast shipping and outstanding service. As proud partners of college sailing, Zim and West Coast Sailing offer 15% discounts to student athletes on all apparel and soft goods. Get all the top brands including Gill, Rooster, Zyke, Ronstadt, and more. Go to zimsailing.com/college sailing or westcoastsailing.net/scholastic-sailing for details and to apply for your student athlete discount code today.
To my seniors, thank you so much for everything you've done.
I really appreciate all the seniors on the team. They're all super nice and welcoming. The upperclassmen on the sailing team have been some of the kindest and most welcoming people I've ever met. They've been really influential and kind of like a mentor to myself.
You guys are always there for me, and I appreciate everything you do.
They've been great mentors for the new freshmen this year, and we can't wait to see what they do after they graduate.
To me, belonging is not just being accepted in a space, but being wanted there. You feel needed, you feel like your contribution is irreplaceable.
When I think of where I belong or how I feel included, it's feeling comfortable in the space that I'm in, feeling like I can be myself, and it's knowing that there's an opportunity for me to make changes or speak out.
Inclusion and belonging stems from not only like being invited to the party, but being asked to dance.
I think that a big thing that a lot of us deal with is imposter syndrome and feeling like we don't belong in a lot of the spaces that we're in. And so I think a big part of my own becoming a better person was realizing I do belong in these spaces. And then once I got to that point, I think that passing that along is one of the most important things that I can do.
One of the biggest things that you get from of sport is friendship, it's community, it's self-confidence. So when it comes to inclusion, I want to make sure that even if you're not having a great day on the court, you didn't have a great match, or frankly you're not playing right now, do you still feel part of the team? Do you still feel part of the athletic community?
It's easy to feel a little bit left out in high school, easy to feel like the odd one out, and I guess Brown made me feel like I was surrounded by people who got me in a way.
I think to start everything, it is conversation that has to happen, and then it'll turn into action. Once you bring it in more people's minds that it is an issue or it is something that wants to be celebrated, it gets a lot easier to kind of continue.
There's a lot of people coming after me, and I want them to have a better experience than even I had, and keep passing that down to the generations to come.
I wrote all the time when I was little. I was always writing novels and making up characters and stuff. I started sailing when I was little. I did all the summer camps in elementary school. I never really got into it competitively until high school, but my high school had a really good sailing program, and I sailed competitively and got recruited to Harvard. I entered college the fall of 2020, so it was all during COVID, so everything was online. And I just randomly stumbled upon The Independent, which is it was a very small newspaper at the time. I was managing editor and then forum editor, and then finally got to editor-in-chief my junior year to senior fall. It's a really cool experience to be there when people are pitching their articles and then see everyone's articles from start to finish. When I entered, it was a staff of, I think, 10 or 15 people. And they're publishing every month online. By the end of my tenure as editor-in-chief, we were publishing weekly, 20 pages, and there was a staff of about 125. And so that really got built from the ground up. There was definitely a lot of issues along the way, so learning about, libel and defamation and what you can print, what you can't print. I'm actually writing my senior thesis on, the history of defamation and sensationalism in newspapers. I think my favorite one was that I just published 2 weeks ago. It was called For the Love of Doing Nothing. It really was a reflective, introspective piece about often lose sight of the ability to just sit and relax and enjoy where we are and where our feet are. What I am grateful that I did freshman year was that I tried so many different things. And I would really give that advice to other freshmen. I think there's so many opportunities at Harvard to take those leaps freshman year and discover what you actually really enjoy, so that by the end of your 4 years, you can be proud of the work that you've done and be proud of the families and communities that you've built around that.
Zim and West Coast Sailing are proud to support ICSA with the College Sailing Give Back program. When college programs make purchases through their Zim and West Coast Sailing team accounts, they not only get great equipment, great service, and great discounts, but also 5% of their purchase is donated back to ICSA. With the Zim and West Coast Sailing College Give Back program, your general fleet maintenance and sail purchases help with general maintenance of ICSA and provides direct support to the organization that makes it all happen and increases access to the water for all.
Welcome to the community. We want to introduce ourselves to you.
We're a not-for-profit financial cooperative founded and operated by Harvard employees.
If you work or study at Harvard or any of the teaching hospitals, you and your family are eligible to join.
We've helped thousands in the community buy their first homes, pay off their student loans, and build strong credit.
Ask your friends and colleagues why the bank with HUECU.
And get to know us at huecu.org/hello.
I think the a shared commitment we all have is that we're here to decrease the stigma around mental health. We want to make it a more open conversation, whether it's talking about student-athlete mental health, coaches' mental health. We got one goal, we just got to work together to complete that.
I think the evolution of the conversation about mental health has become prominent year after year for the last decade, if not more. But I think we're finally at the tipping point where the conversation isn't just about how are we reactive to prevent worst case scenarios, but how are we managing everyday stressors and activities.
I have really loved today. I mean, just the conversations. I love talking about mental health, and so being able to dive deeper. I think the keynote was incredible, seeing what mental health in athletics looks like really at the highest level.
Mental health is the same thing as physical health, right? We all have it. You guys are all in the sports space. You wake up in the morning and you do a physical check. It might actually inform how you work out that day, how you approach your training. What would happen if we took the same approach to mental health?
This is my first mental health summit that I've been able to attend, and just recognizing the value of sharing those best practices. We all have very unique institutions, and so, I think it's very valuable to sit here and think, hey, that's really cool, jot that down. How can I adapt that for our institution? And it's also a really incredible moment to be able to just have a lot of school pride, a lot of league pride.
I've always thought mental health is very important. The stress and anxiety that student athletes have to go through to play their sport, to compete in their sport, there's so much going on outside of that, and I think this mental health summit is a really good step forward to decrease that stigma and to continue to give access and to continue to give thoughts.
I think mental health is something where, because we don't talk about it as often, I think coaches might not fully understand the grasp of what that feels like to an athlete.
If your team is not open about talking about mental health, you have to open the doors and you have to be like, guys, we're all in this together.
Dartmouth College has taken holistic student-athlete development incredibly seriously. I'm one of few athletic administrators with a sports psychology background, and then since my role has evolved in the last 5 years, I've been able to continue to support a team that is collectively building to enhance mental wellness, well-being, and performance of all of our student-athletes. How do we make sure we're cultivating an environment? And this is where everyone in the room has an impact on the environment that occurs within your campus. And all of us need to be actively cultivating it.
I want the idea of mental health being stigmatized to be something so of the past that we can't even imagine not having this open conversation.
What I did not expect about Harvard was that the most special part to me is community.
Harvard isn't a place where I feel like I have to prove to be someone or prove to be something that I'm not. I can just be me, and that's always more than enough.
It's a place that will open up opportunities and ideas that you may not have had before.
Teaching at Harvard is my favorite thing. It feels at times like a shot of just energy.
It's the people who actually bring what is so special about Harvard to Harvard.
Everyone is talking, listening, telling stories, laughing. There's all sorts of activity that's going on.
It's not about people trying to be the best in the world. It's about us trying to be our best for the world.
Come here, come here. Hey. Bring me a toy. Oh boy. I have always dreamed of coming to Harvard for a really long time. I come from a pretty rural town. I grew up passing turkey fields and corn farms and stuff on my way to school. North Carolina is not super known for sending a lot of people to Harvard. So for me and my community, it was definitely a shock that I got in.
I feel like I'm gonna squirrel gathering acorns. I'm gonna look for things that I like. I think my high school experience was unique. I didn't find myself a lot with other classmates that looked like me or shared sort of that immigrant background experience. So the transition was, I think, a little bit difficult in the sense of it was my first time leaving home. I'm really close with my family. This was kind of the first place that I found other students who had shared that sort of black sheep experience in high school.
I think I started just like everyone else, started preparing probably end of my junior year, getting ready for all my applications. I thought if other kids could do it, there might be a chance that I could do it, and so I might as well put myself out there, and the worst that happens is you get a no.
I wanted to make sure that when paying for college, it wasn't my parents that was paying for college, it was me. And so when I found out I got in, and then when I found out that Harvard would cover 100% of the cost of me being able to stay here, plus even more, I think that was what really motivated me to choose Harvard. I feel like when I step on this campus, like I'm part of like a bigger energy.
It's invigorating, right? Because people are excited. They have all these things that they want to do.
The amount of people here I've met who are so incredibly supportive has been really overwhelming.
I can't remember a day that I've walked to class and not seen someone that I know, or that I walk into a dining hall and there's not someone that I feel comfortable walking up to and sitting and eating my lunch with.
The thread that connects us together is this belief that we're educating citizens and citizen leaders for society who are trying to make a positive difference to the world.
Here at Harvard, I found a lot of students from the Vietnamese community who also share a lot of their roots in America and in Vietnam. That is what surprised me, is that I never thought I'd find someone to relate to in that sense.
I really appreciate just feeling like there's a community wherever I go on this campus.
So when I went to college, I didn't know what a liberal arts education was. Nor did I care, because I was just applying to college, and it didn't matter if it said that. I didn't know what that meant. It wasn't until the case that I was forced to take a class that I didn't really want to take. It was a film class. Why am I in this class? It has to satisfy a requirement. I'm going to take this class. And of course, by the end of that course, I had been totally transformed. I had never expected anything like this.
Ultimately, the idea of a liberal arts and sciences education is the notion of liber, which is to liberate, to free the mind. That's what I think we're really trying to do, is educate people who can live a life of freedom and responsibility.
Before class starts, I walk around the lecture hall. I talk to different people, I ask them questions about how things are going, and it's just through those small micro conversations, before class, after class, or having break, then I try to get the sense of where people are at.
It's those moments where you are really thinking on your feet. You know, students are discovering on the spot.
The classes have been really transformative in terms of meeting professors who are so keen to talk to you and excited that you're curious about what they're doing.
The amount of speakers and facilitators that we have come into the school that work with us every day to increase our skills and our communication abilities and our public service, it truly is incredible.
Harvard is an intellectual carnival. People from all over the world, people from all over this great country are coming together to learn with and from each other.
How do students shape the community here? They shape it in all of the things that they do.
I think when you think of a student athlete, at least in like the college athletic world, the emphasis really is on being an athlete more than a student sometimes. But when you're here at Harvard, being a student athlete is trying to do both of them incredibly, incredibly well.
I'm a part of the Asian American dance troupe. It is something that you don't need experience to be a part of, and so I think it was really amazing to be a part of a dance community, and by the end of it we got to put together a really awesome and energetic dance showcase. When I'm not in classes or when I'm not working on my thesis, I love to skateboard. I also like art, so sometimes I'll find myself in Lover Art Room. I like to make magazines, so these are just like collages that I kind of work on. I think the advice I would give to my younger self when I was applying to Harvard would be to never forget where I'm from.
I think the most important advice I can give is that you get out of college what you put in.
I encourage them to pursue lines of inquiry that really matter to them. Achievement by itself is empty unless it's connected to something more soulful.
Whatever you set your mind to is possible. Even the crazy ideas that you think you can't do, you think you can't start a company, you think you can't do this research, you think you can't realize this idea. When you see people doing it around you all the time, it really forces you to challenge that and realize that I can be doing these things. I can do whatever I set my mind to.
Amy Elizabeth Chalan Vacasella. Social
I would
science.
say a Harvard education for my family means impact. It means voice. It means being able to contribute.
When I graduate from here, I will have an incredible skill set and so many different experiences that are going to enable me to be such a productive member of society after this.
Whatever I want to accomplish, I have the fundamentals, I have the education, I have the abilities to do whatever that is, and now it's just up to me to go out and do it.
We want to be a place where people not only feel like they're here for their education, but they're here because they can contribute to the community. What I would say to any student who's considering coming to college and considering coming to Harvard College, come and help us write the next chapter of our story.
If you speak the language of bosons and quarks, of nanoengineering, Wordsworth, or hip-hop, then look no further than Brown University. If you want to work side by side with extraordinary faculty, to choose from 78 academic majors across the spectrum, or to follow a major of your own design, then expect some of the brightest young minds from around the world to surround and engage you at Brown University. Take it from me. I'm John Krasinski, class of 2001.
Next question. Can Harvard students wear uniforms? I mean, yeah, I guess you could wear whatever you want, but you don't have to. There's no required uniform at Harvard. Yeah. That's the answer to that question. Hi, my name is Kalos. I'm a senior at Harvard College concentrating in English, and today we're going to be answering the top most Googled questions about Harvard.
Can Harvard students take classes at MIT? Yes, you can cross-register at MIT. It's a really great opportunity to be able to go to a different institution. They're just down the road. It's literally 2 T-stops away. So it's really perfect and super easy to do.
Can Harvard students live off campus? Around, I think it's like 98% of students, or like a statistic around that number, choose to live on campus in upperclassmen housing. It kind of makes up like a big part of like Harvard life and Harvard's campus culture. Even when you do live off campus, you're still like affiliated with an upperclassman house most of the time.
Harvard students have cars. Yes, I'm pretty sure they can, and I think I know a few people who do. But again, like Boston, in Harvard area in general, like there's the subway, the T we call it here. So most people don't really need cars.
Can Harvard students wear uniforms? If you would like to, I'm sure you can. Whatever floats your boat, I guess, if you would like to wear a uniform and want to wear the same thing each day.
Do Harvard students party? Yes, we do. There is definitely stuff going on campus, which is really nice, especially at the weekend. So you can go out if you want to. If you don't want to, you don't have to, but the option's there if you do. And I know plenty of people, including myself, that do like to party.
Do Harvard dorms have kitchens? Oh, this is a great question. Even though most suite setups do not have kitchens, usually the houses also have like community kitchens that students can use.
Next question. Do Harvard dorms allow pets? I think generally no, but if you have like a registered emotional support animal with the accessibility office, you can have pets on campus in that way. Generally, I don't think animals are allowed in most dorms. I definitely know people who have kept pets on the down low, but don't tell people I said that.
Do Harvard students pee on statue? Is this something my grandma would want to hear?
Assuming this is the John Harvard statue in the middle of campus that all of the tourists go up and rub the toe of whenever they come visit and take a picture. And the answer is obviously no. No one would ever pee on that statue. That would be unsanitary and inconsiderate, and I don't know why anyone would ever do that.
Do Harvard students become rich? Depends in what way. Like rich in like intelligence, yeah, definitely experience. People go on to do many different things after leaving Harvard. Some people do choose to like pursue like financial opportunities. Others will like choose to pursue like passions and things like that. But it really depends like person to person.
Why is Harvard unique? Oh, this is a great question. Really the experiences and just the amount of experiences that it offers students, whether you want to go listen to a politician giving a speech somewhere at the Institute of Politics, or you're going to a performance. There's really just so many opportunities at Harvard, and I think that's what makes Harvard unique.
Why is Harvard so hard to get into? The short answer is because a lot of people apply. And I suppose, we could ask like, why do so many people apply? And I'm sure that's, a lot of different reasons. I think the thing about Harvard is like, as far as sort of like, when I was thinking about applying, like it was, that was obviously something that was very intimidating to me, of just like, the fact that the acceptance rate is so low. And oftentimes, you end up being surprised.
Why do you want to go to Harvard? I wanted to study liberal arts curriculum, and I really wanted to go to one of the best institutions in the world for that. Like, location as well is such a big thing for me. I love being near the city, but at the same time, like not right inside it. So those were the main like 2 reasons why Harvard stood out for me.
Why does Harvard do interviews? Harvard does interviews to honestly get to know the person behind all the paper. Not only was it a chance for me to showcase who I actually was behind all my essays, behind my letters of recommendation, I thought it was a great opportunity to also see the people behind the school. So I think that's why Harvard has interviews.
What is Harvard's acceptance rate? Oh God. I think Harvard's current acceptance rate is like 3% or something. The 3% encompasses like everything and everyone who applies, but you're like such a unique person and you have like such a unique experience that you can bring to Harvard.
What is Harvard known for? I think just about everything. All the departments like top of the field, like the research that goes on here, again, top of the field, like industry leading. And then of course, like the name as well, like people have heard of it from like all over the world as well.
All right. What Harvard doesn't teach you? So one of the things about Harvard is that it is a liberal arts institution. So, we don't offer like pre-law, we don't offer like a formal pre-med track, right? We don't offer like a journalism track. I think academics here are far more sort of like just that, academic, as opposed to like technical. There's a lot of, fields that programs that other schools may offer, right? Like a journalism program or like, a dedicated pre-law track that Harvard doesn't offer because we're a liberal arts institution.
What Harvard looks for in a student. I feel like Harvard looks for people who are very passionate about the things that interest them. It doesn't have to be like social change or like climate change. It doesn't have to be like a big important thing if that doesn't like interest you already. In my application, I wrote about like being passionate for like libraries and like reading and books. It's really just having that drive, like what wakes you up in the morning, like having something to answer to that, I think is like something that Harvard looks for, definitely.
What is Harvard's most popular major? I think it's probably going to be economics.
Economics?
Economics.
Where do Harvard grads work? So I think this depends on, again, what you're studying. A lot of students will go straight into like industry after they graduate. A lot of students who are like in the natural sciences or like life sciences will pursue some form of like education after their undergrad degree. Honestly, Harvard students do anything and everything after they graduate.
Bam. Where can you study abroad at Harvard? Harvard has a dedicated international education office. That's like, filled with staff who can help you study abroad and like come up with a plan. You can literally just walk in and be like, oh, I want to study, X subject and X country. And like, they will like literally have lists of them available. So they're super helpful. One of the cool things about Harvard Study Abroad is your financially it travels with you. For example, if you do a fall semester abroad in Italy and, you have to pay tuition at that institution, your Harvard financial aid will cover that as well.
Where can I buy a Harvard sweatshirt? Well, you could buy a Harvard sweatshirt at the Coop, like in Harvard Square. You'd also probably find it on Amazon. I'm pretty sure when I first got into Harvard, like I didn't have a Harvard sweater, but I wanted to take a picture like, oh, I'm committing to Harvard. So I like ordered one on Amazon. It's probably like not official, but.
Where can you buy Harvard Beets? Like the vegetable? I'm not exactly sure what those are. Those could be the vegetable. Those could also be headphones. I don't even know if Harvard has those, but if they do, I would love some as well. So I'm not sure.
Thank you so much for watching. We hope we answered all of your most burning questions and did a good job at that. And we look forward to seeing you apply to Harvard soon.
When you become a part of a sport at Dartmouth, you're becoming part of something a whole lot bigger than you ever could have imagined.
The bond between two Dartmouth people is really special because even if it's separated by 10 or 20 years, they know that they have a common experience. It's neat to really just get together and to learn through each other.
This is where I'm from, and this is me. Like, Dartmouth is who I am.
I wrote all the time when I was little. I was always writing novels and making up characters and stuff. I started sailing when I was little. I did all the summer camps in elementary school. I never really got into it competitively until high school, but my high school had a really good sailing program, and I sailed competitively and got recruited to Harvard. I entered college the fall of 2020, so it was all during COVID, so everything was online. And I just randomly stumbled upon The Independent, which is it was a very small newspaper at the time. I was managing editor and then forum editor, and then finally got to editor-in-chief my junior year to senior fall. It's a really cool experience to be there when people are pitching their articles and then see everyone's articles from start to finish. When I entered, it was a staff of, I think, 10 or 15 people, and they're publishing every month online. By the end of my tenure as editor-in-chief, we were publishing weekly, 20 pages, and there was a staff of about like 125. And so that really got built from the ground up. There was definitely a lot of issues along the way, so learning about, libel and defamation and what you can print, what you can't print. I'm actually writing my senior thesis on, the history of defamation and sensationalism in newspapers. I think my favorite one was that I just published 2 weeks ago. It was called For the Love of Doing Nothing. It really was a reflective, introspective piece about often lose sight of the ability to just sit and relax and enjoy where we are and where our feet are. What I am grateful that I did freshman year was that I tried so many different things. And I would really give that advice to other freshmen. I think there's so many opportunities at Harvard to take those leaps freshman year and discover what you actually really enjoy, so that by the end of your 4 years, you can be proud of the work that you've done and be proud of the families and communities that you've built around that.
Zim and West Coast Sailing are proud to support ICSA with the College Sailing Give Back program. When college programs make purchases through their Zim and West Coast Sailing team accounts, they not only get great equipment, great service, and great discounts, but also 5% of their purchase is donated back to ICSA. With the Zim and West Coast Sailing College Give Back program, your general fleet maintenance and sail purchases help with general maintenance of ICSA and provides direct support to the organization that makes it all happen and increases access to the water for all.
Welcome to the community. We want to introduce ourselves to you.
We're a not-for-profit financial cooperative founded and operated by Harvard employees.
If you work or study at Harvard or any of the teaching hospitals, you and your family are eligible to join.
We've helped thousands in the community buy their first homes, pay off their student loans, and build strong credit.
Ask your friends and colleagues why they bank with HUEC.
And get to know us at huecu.org/hello.
Gear up with Zim and West Coast Sailing. We have the gear you need at a great price, backed by fast shipping and outstanding service. As proud partners of college sailing, Zim and West Coast Sailing offer 15% discounts to student and athletes on all apparel and soft goods. Get all the top brands including Gill, Rooster, Zyke, Ronstadt, and more. Go to zimsailing.com/college sailing or westcoastsailing.net/scholastic-sailing for details and to apply for your student and athlete discount code today.
by seniors, thank you so much for everything you've done.
I really appreciate all the seniors on the team. They're all super nice and welcoming.
The upperclassmen on the sailing team have been some of the kindest and most welcoming people I've ever met.
They've been really influential and kind of like a mentor to myself.
You guys are always there for me, and I appreciate everything you do.
They've been great mentors for the new freshmen this year, and we can't wait to see what they do after they graduate.
When you become a part of a sport at Dartmouth, you're becoming part of something a whole lot bigger than you ever could have imagined.
The bond between two Dartmouth people is really special because even if it's separated by 10 or 20 years, they know that they have a common experience. It's neat to really just get together and to learn through each other.
This is where I'm from, and this is me. Like, Dartmouth is who I am.
Well, a little bit windy and then a little bit not. It's been up and down for the wind, but we are underway here for race 17B, a restart of 17B from earlier. Just a couple of pockets of wind that did not allow for the race to feel pretty equal, so we've got the restart, and after maybe a shifting of the course a bit here, we've got ourselves race 17B.
Yeah, talk about a new direction. Kind of wild because all day long we've had one direction, so it's like kind of finally trying to master and figure out, like, you know, you're trying to find the patterns on the race course, and then total shift of breeze, and now you got 2 races left in your B division, and you're like, you've got 2 races to figure it out, if even. You almost don't have 2 more races to figure it out. You got to figure it out right now. It's a completely new, different environment. Good luck.
I actually like the way the course is kind of set up because you're literally going from Cambridge to Boston, back from Boston to Cambridge. So you're kind of getting the best of both here. And you see the Mass Ave Bridge there off in the distance. That's the connector from downtown Boston around the Back Bay, Newberry area down towards MIT's campus of Cambridge. You go further, you hit Central Square. So just to give people a little perspective of where they're looking at to the city.
I like it. I like it. And it looks like, yeah, the breeze looks good. And the breeze looks good. I like this. You're right. I like this direction. Geographically, it looks nice. You know, it's pleasing to the eye. It's fun for the out-of-towners, and also I just like the breeze that we have right now. I will say, so once again, this is the B division race. They're resailing it with this new direction and new breeze. Taking a look right now, I see boat 10. That's our Yale boat. A little bit further back here in the race. They're kind of in the middle, third line maybe. What we are noticing is these 2 boats. Red 13, that's Dartmouth. The black 15, we have our Harvard boat. Both looking quite spicy and leading this race. Actually looks like Harvard is probably going to cross here on Dartmouth, putting them in perhaps first place, but there is a boat out further out right that is most likely leading this.
Yeah, and it looks like they're getting a little bit of a pushback there. Looks good for Harvard and Dartmouth right now, but again, when you talk about just trying to navigate this new course, the new adjustments, the wind, everything that could play a factor in here, it's just kind of relearning the course now.
Yeah, it's kind of wild. It's like going into a completely new venue every time it does shift, because it really is. It's like you have, once the wind shifts, we're talking geographical changes right now. Now the breeze is going to be coming over that Boston skyline, and it's going to totally mix things up now. And I do not envy the sailors, because it's such a, imagine you know, it's the final day of the championships, the final 2 races. So much is on the line. So you have to nail these races. And everything that you just pocketed and learned from the entire day, from your first 10 races, out the window, okay? Or first 8 races. It's completely out the window. Just completely new environment. So I think the actually very best, most talented sailors are the ones that are going to nail it.
So Brown crosses the marker first. Dartmouth not too far behind. You've got Rhode Island and Tufts crossing here. And looks like Georgetown and Tulane as well in the mix.
And what I am noticing is boat 10 Yale is actually quite far back right now.
And it looks like they're going to have to go around these boats here as well. So they're going to get further back. Just trying to get through. I'm not sure they're going to get that inside.
Oh
no!
I think they're going to make it around, but it's tight. I mean, it looks like maybe there's...
Boston College is trying to get around them. It looks like they will.
They did a great job. They just rolled over the top of them, right?
Yeah.
But Yale is just slow around that mark. That is a tough spot to be in. Oh man.
Such a difficult turn to navigate because it felt like coming in they had the momentum, but because they had to kind of shoot that back end around, Stanford and Boston College looked like they were going to get past, but still had enough momentum to get past that Yale boat.
Yeah. I mean, right now, Yale is in 3rd to last, or 4th to last, pardon me. Harvard is looking pretty good, actually. Launched themselves ahead here of Brown in boat 11. Great race for Brown as well in B division. Definitely much better than they were looking in that race before when it was recalled. It's definitely lighter here, right? Let's talk about that, huh?
Yeah, you can see the boats kind of taking that momentum that they had, rounding the marker. Come about midway through, you can see some of the boats trying to navigate through that light patch, and even the lead boats now still trying to work through that light air.
Yeah, and pretty much the entire fleet now has jibed back onto the other jibe, and now they're kind of catching into some breeze. So notice these first 3 boats are actually cruising now. So I like the momentum that they're getting. This is good. The breeze is kind of filling in, but it's definitely a testament that with this breeze over the skyline, it's really up and down.
Well, 2 teams that were trailing the top spot. It's Harvard and Dartmouth leading this race along with Brown. Yale has fallen behind, and behind by a lot. After a 9 and 17A, that B team's going to have to start chipping away at some of these boats and knocking them off to get some positioning back, because right now, Yale cannot afford a really bad finish.
No, they cannot. And it's one of those things where we were saying that those 2 teams behind are basically hoping for a really bad double digit from Yale, which is kind of what's happening right now. We were like, no way that happens. Like, they've been doing so good, so consistent. Like, for a top team to get a high double digit, no way, right? Boom, here it comes.
Yale has only hit 12 or lower on the finishing mark twice so far here through the Open Championships, including yesterday. They have only finished worse than 12 twice. So a 12th place finish in 13A to start our day today, and then 8A had a 14th place finish. But besides that, not a lot of double-digit finishes for Yale.
Yeah, and it looks like breeze is filling in quite nicely now. The boats are hiking. I gotta say, what a power play move from Dartmouth there. Dartmouth actually went for what you're looking at is the gate on the left. And now they look like they are just locking in a lead ahead of Harvard and Brown on the left-hand side, leading the boats back to the middle in this beautiful gust. So talk about it. You see this whole line of streaks coming down the left middle-ish side of the course. You kind of see it coming down so beautifully with this line of downwind boats. Take a look at that. You can perfectly see that. Look at all these streaks coming down, right? Take a look at these streaks right here. And Dartmouth just did a really great job of hooking into that, connecting the dots all the way up to the top, using the left-hand side. Harvard's kind of in a let's send it over to the right-hand side right now moment, which we'll just see if that pays off for them. But Dartmouth did a great job. They led everybody out to the left. And you can see the breeze so well, better than you could before.
Now, they always say the Sitco sign is the North Star here in Boston, can lead you right back home to Fenway Park. And the brown boat trying to use that guidance, right? Take me to where I need to go, and then as soon as that breeze comes in, ride it. And you saw them kind of move over. They're trying to catch up with Harvard, but again, just a beautiful backdrop here in Boston as we take a look at the sailors for the Brown University Bears. Connor Nelson, Connor O'Keefe, Vera Allen, Savannah Young, Leighton Borcherding, Guthrie Braun, and Caroline Keefe Jones, the sailors here for Brown University.
Yeah, and you've got to say it looks a little bit lighter here on the right-hand side, whereas if you looked to the left, it looked like all the boats out there were hiking. So that's a big testament of where's the breeze filling in on the race course, and right now it looks like the left.
Yeah, it looks like Harvard with the lead, not too far behind is Tufts. So Tufts jumped on that Harvard bandwagon. They decided, hey, they've got a nice little push going on that far side. Let's go with them, while Brown, a little bit of the longer way, trying to take a little bit of a risk here in 17B.
Yeah, I'm just not sure how confident I'm feeling in their move. They were doing so well up in the top three. You want to stay close with the rest of the fleet. You don't want to just, bang a corner at that point, right? That's one of those things of playing it a little bit more conservative. But take a look at that. You've got Dartmouth coming in hot into that windward mark, maybe screeching ahead of Harvard here.
Looks like they're going to get inside.
Woo, look how fast they're coming up to that mark. Go for the tack. Oh, my goodness. It's close. Getting around there. Wow.
Oh,
so clean.
Beautiful overtake
clean.
there. Dartmouth with a phenomenal move over the Crimson. And while Dartmouth sitting in third place, they know who they have to catch. Harvard is one of those teams. And although it's one position closer to the Harvard Crimson and the Yale Bulldogs.
Yeah, and you got to say, right now, these two teams are both fighting. What they want is Yale back there. And so what this does is it opens the door for their A division to now duke it out against one another and just fight. Now A division has got to be seeing this and going, Harvard's my target. Harvard is my target. Yale a little less, but Harvard I now need to go down on hard.
Nice turn there by Georgetown, just getting in front of Coast Guard Academy. And again, Yale has fallen behind. And that was about 6 or 7 boats crossing there at that marker, and Yale was not part of it.
Yeah, it's tough seeing this. They've been putting on such a strong performance. It's not over for them, right? We'll still have 2 more races after this.
And
like we said, they're in a completely new environment with the new direction, right?
6-point lead as well. You got some room to work with. Not a lot. You don't want to get cute, but you still have a little bit of room to work with depending on the finish.
Yeah, and we'll see what this does for Dartmouth. Dartmouth was still, 8 points behind Harvard. 8 points behind Harvard. Let's say they finish ahead of Harvard by 1 point. So that'll put them 7 points behind Harvard. But I think that would put them ahead of Yale, because Yale at the minute is, or maybe they'll be very close with Yale. All I know is that Yale would drop down from the standings from first. Harvard would punch up, and maybe it would be then Harvard, Yale, Dartmouth, with Dartmouth just, we're talking a point spread between the 3 of these teams, just wicked close going into the last races. We're talking way closer than we imagined.
Well, and that's why it's hard to see, depending on where Yale actually is Dartmouth could potentially pass Yale depending on the finish, or they could be tied. So there's still a lot here in this race that can be decided. And as you said, now that the A teams are kind of looking at what's going on here and saying, hey, all right, they're ahead. This is where we are with the points. This is what we need to do.
Look at that. And Harvard is not making this easy on Dartmouth. Harvard just directly went on, attempted to go up onto Dartmouth's breeze there, trying to make something happen, going towards the finish line now. Oh, I'm sorry, folks. They have another upwind because I believe that they are doing a W6. This leaves so much room for Yale to come back in this race as well, as they still have another upwind and downwind left to go. But Dartmouth was able to pump their way up ahead, and Harvard kind of taking an interesting move. They're splitting off, and they went to the right-hand side whereas Dartmouth went to the left. And I don't know how I feel about that. I feel like the left-hand side just has so much more breeze. I mean, take a look at all these boats coming downwind. They're all on the left-hand side, and we just, their point just looks fantastic there.
That's where Brown went the other side, or the other time on the turn, and it didn't work out for the Bears. They lost the lead. So now it would be interesting to see how this plays out at the turn. Now you get that, again, you see those streaks where it's just popping up in the water.
So beautiful. Definitely great pressure now in this race.
How about that push on the right side? You see some of those boats just flying now on the right.
That's right. Yeah, the right-hand side is looking a little bit nice. If I'm not mistaken, this may or may not be boat 10 on this downwind in about third to last place right now. That is the Yale boat, just in a really tough spot here and kind of falling further and further behind from the leading boats here.
But as you said, not a time to panic.
Nope.
You still have some room. You have some time in this race specifically to gain some more ground on some of those boats and make that difference not so bad.
Yeah, and you know, doing a W6 for this race, it just goes to show the race committee has given so much time for the teams to try and make any distance, make any gains. So, you know, this is a wicked fair race. So it looks like there's two boats on the top right-hand corner. I'm just not sure. I believe that may be Dartmouth crossing Harvard, but
looks like it might be.
Or is that
on the
Harvard?
right side? It's Rhode Island.
Oh, Harvard and URI.
Yeah.
Roger that. So the two right-hand boats. So it looks like the left-hand side may not be paying right now. It looks like they're coming in pretty knocked, but there's still plenty of room to go to the windward marks. As you can see, here are your windward marks. We've got Harvard and URI on the right-hand side, and on the left we have Dartmouth somewhere. We'll see how they all come back together, the left and the right. Right now, actually the left is looking a little lifted.
Yeah, yep.
They look lifted. Look at their angle.
They've got a good line there.
I mean, folks, just take a look at that angle. So relative, you always want to say you want to be on the tack that's pointing you towards the mark. So take a look. Which point do you think is going to be more towards the mark, that point or this point, right? So right now, to me, it looks like the boats on the left-hand side are way more lifted and heading more towards the marks. But let's take a look at this interaction. This may be
Harvard is going to have to make a
13
move.
and Harvard.
Yeah, I think this is Harvard and Dartmouth going to meet here again. So they've been the leaders of this race.
Oof, Dartmouth going for a duck. It looks like the right-hand side came in, huh?
Oh, yeah, that is beautiful. Now, can they get it back inside? This is going to be a nice move for the Crimson if they can complete it. Dartmouth knows what they have to do, and you can see them kind of taking that a little further out so they can cut it back in, try to gain some ground.
Just matching it
simultaneous,
perfectly.
beautiful.
Well done, huh?
This is just, I mean, we could just let it speak for itself for a second.
Oh,
here.
yeah.
I mean, this is just, those two boats with those 4 sailors on them, it's just what you want to do when you're out there.
Yeah, they've totally been neck and neck this entire race.
Coast Guard and URI following not too far behind, along with Tulane and Georgetown. So none of the other teams in the top mix are in this top 6. Tufts creeping their way in. So it's really a two-headed race between Harvard and Dartmouth. And in reality, depending on where this race finishes, it will set up a winner kind of take all race 18. Whether it's 18A or 18B, those will be deciding races here today.
Yeah, how wild is that? It's one of those things where A division's gonna finish the race and look back at B division, and they're just gonna know. They're gonna know, and that's a incredibly wild thought.
Looking for boat 10, trying to cross the markers there. There you see.
10 is still going upwind, I think. I think they're still going upwind. I think they're back. They're back.
They're further back, yeah.
Is it? We'll see if that's them tacking over from the left-hand side. I think that's 10 that's just tacked over on the top of the course. This is this is an unfortunate race for Yale, but a race that's going to add into the action. And
sometimes that pressure gets to people.
Yeah, and sometimes we'll see. Maybe that pressure is just going to, carry them on to the finish and maybe carry them into first. Maybe this is the pressure they needed.
And we've seen them bounce back. When they went 14-11 in race 8, they had single digits for both in the next 4 races. A went 4-1-6-6 and B went 5-6-2-9. So sometimes when those bad races happen, dust it off and you get back to the positions that you were in. That being said, you have 2 other teams who are really sailing well in the back end of the schedule here today.
Yeah, with Yale finishing where they're going to finish, this is going to completely turn things around.
Now, this light air is helping out the Crimson because now looks like Coast Guard is making a move to come down to the marker in 2nd place, while Dartmouth has fallen behind to 3rd place. And again, Dartmouth trailing Harvard by 8 points.
Yeah, Dartmouth in this A division race is going to need to get ahead of Harvard. There's no doubt about that. They've got to put in the gap. And B division for Harvard has been absolutely putting on a textbook performance today. That is Justin Callahan and Kennedy Leahley. I mean, just stunning performance today. And A division for Harvard has been having a few tumbles. So what we're going to be looking for is for them to really pick it up for this next division race.
Coast Guard making some really good moves there to try to overtake the Crimson, but Harvard matching move for move will try to stay in front, and it looks like they will.
I'm not sure. I mean, at the pin, we had Dartmouth over by the pin. They may have actually beat out Coast Guard, but I'm not sure. That was too close.
That's too close to call.
Way too close.
Oh, what a race. This was one of the best ones we've seen today. From start to finish, moves up and down the fleets, and now when the rest of these boats cross this line at 17B, it will leave us with 2 races remaining, 18A and 18B, and we will have a pretty tight race at the top. We will step aside here in Boston. It's coming down to the wire at the ICSA National Championships. Stay with us on ESPN+.
Zim and West Coast Sailing are proud to support ICSA with the College Sailing Give Back program. When college programs make purchases through their Zim and West Coast Sailing team accounts, they not only get great equipment, great service, and great discounts, but also 5% of their purchase is donated back to ICSA. With the Zim and West Coast Sailing College Give Back program, your general fleet maintenance and sail purchases help with general maintenance of ICSA and provides direct support to the organization that makes it all happen and increases access to the water for all.
Welcome to the community. We want to introduce ourselves to you.
We're a not-for-profit financial cooperative founded and operated by Harvard employees.
If you work or study at Harvard or any of the teaching hospitals, you and your family are eligible to join.
We've helped thousands in the community buy their first homes, pay off their student loans, and build strong credit.
Ask your friends and colleagues why the bank with HUEC.
And get to know us at huecu.org/hello.
I think the shared commitment we all have is that we're here to decrease the stigma around mental health.
We want to make it a more open conversation, whether it's talking about student-athlete mental health, coaches' mental health. We got one goal, we just got to work together to complete that.
I think the evolution of the conversation about mental health has become prominent year after year for the last decade, if not more. But I think we're finally at the tipping point where the conversation isn't just about how are we reactive to prevent worst case scenarios, but how are we managing everyday stressors and activities.
I have really loved today. I mean, just the conversations. I love talking about mental health, and so being able to dive deeper. I think the keynote was incredible, seeing what mental health in athletics looks like really at the highest level.
Mental health is the same thing as physical health, right? We all have it. You guys are all in the sports space. You wake up in the morning and you do a physical check. It might actually inform how you work out that day, how you approach your training. What would happen if we took the same approach to mental health?
This is my first mental health summit that I've been able to attend, and just recognizing the value of sharing those best practices. We all have very unique institutions, and so, I think it's very valuable to sit here and think, hey, that's really cool, jot that down. How can I adapt that for our institution? And it's also a really incredible moment to be able to just have a lot of school pride, a lot of league pride.
I've always thought mental health is very important. The stress and anxiety that student athletes have to go through to play their sport, to compete in their sport, like there's so much going on outside of that, and I think this mental health summit is like a really good step forward to decrease that stigma and to continue to give access and to continue to give thoughts.
I think mental health is something where, because we don't talk about it as often, I think coaches might not fully understand the grasp of what that feels like to an athlete.
If your team is not open about talking about mental health, you have to open the doors and you got to be like, guys, like, we're all in this together.
Dartmouth College has taken holistic student-athlete development incredibly seriously. I was one of few athletic administrators with a sports psychology background, and then since my role has evolved in the last 5 years, I've been able to continue to support a team that is collectively building to enhance mental wellness, well-being, and performance of all of our student-athletes. How do we make sure we're cultivating an environment? And this is where everyone in the room has an impact on the environment that occurs within your campus. And all of us need to be actively cultivating it.
I want the idea of mental health being stigmatized to be something so of the past that we can't even imagine not having this open conversation.
If you speak the language of bosons and quarks, of nanoengineering, Wordsworth, or hip-hop, then look no further than Brown University. If you want to work side by side with extraordinary faculty, to choose from 78 academic majors across the spectrum, or to follow a major of your own design, then expect some of the brightest young minds from around the world to surround and engage you at Brown University. Take it from me. I'm John Krasinski, class of 2001.
On the final day of open fleet racing in the national championship, it comes down to the final races. We will take you through the standings here as Harvard has taken the lead at 2:10, have surpassed the Yale Bulldogs for that top spot at 2:19 for Yale. They came in that last race 16th in 17B to drop them to second place. Dartmouth 1 point behind Yale, 10 points behind Harvard. Top 3 teams finish on the podium. Coast Guard Academy, Boston College, Brown, Stanford, Navy, and Roger Williams round out the top 9 here on the ICSA National Championships. And well, Gloria, it comes down to this.
Wow. Okay, so here's what we just witnessed. So I just can't believe what I've seen. So essentially we know that Yale and Dartmouth are especially head-to-head right now, and they've got to battle it out here. And what we saw was textbook match racing off that start. So keeping an eye here on boat 13 and 10. That's 13 Dartmouth, the leewardmost boat. They purposefully put themselves leeward of the Yale boat 10. And boat 10 from Yale coming in last minute as the leeward boat, maybe some contact here against Dartmouth, boat 13, but pushing Dartmouth over the line and forcing them to individual recall on this race. And here 13 was in such a tough spot to even come back down onto the line. There may have been a foul there between Yale and Dartmouth, and if not, and if there is no foul, even then it's just Yale just totally put, like, textbook match racing, pushed Dartmouth over the line.
But if there is a foul, that disrupts the start of the race and arguably the entire race for Dartmouth.
Oh yeah, Dartmouth is now starting completely behind. We're talking, here's Dartmouth and here's the rest of the fleet. That completely, to say that destroyed their race is an understatement. They just, that was a traumatic start.
Now, we've seen
inflicted,
and well, Dartmouth has been able to regroup and recover in a lot of these races. Given the circumstances here, this doesn't feel like a race where you're going to be able to knock off some boats on the way down. You've got to take care of business. So we're keeping an eye on boat 15 for Harvard, boat 10 for Yale, and boat 13 for Dartmouth.
I mean, that was tough. That was straight up inflicted pain off the start by Yale. It was hard to tell, but that could have been a foul by Yale.
So now, even if this race finishes, we're going to have to wait to see if there's a protest filed potentially.
That is correct.
Incredible.
Yeah.
All the drama on the final day. We'll see if Dartmouth can regroup and not allow it to impact the entire race.
And let's talk about this. Harvard's not looking too hot right now either. They're looking okay. I would say they're looking okay. Here's boat 15 Harvard. They've got a lot of boats ahead of them at the minute. The only boat that does look okay out of all the boats we were referring to is boat 10 Yale.
Now, I guess on the opposite side, we're talking about the consequences for Dartmouth. If Yale commits a foul and doesn't spin,
they get thrown out of the race. And that's a disqualification for them. That's an automatic 18 or 19.
Potentially Yale wins this race. They go to the protest room, and this is all hypothetical. We've got enough time here to kind of work through this. Yale wins this race, comes in first. They surpass Harvard and take first place on the overall standings. Their B side still has to race. They have to file that protest and then go into the protest room, hear obviously the arguments, and then a judgment will be decided. Right. Yale could be handed a disqualification after finishing maybe in the top 5 of the final race.
Yeah, I would argue that what happened was they left up so quickly they gave Dartmouth almost little to no room to avoid. You saw it there. If there was collision. Now, if there was no collision, that means that there potentially, if there was no collision, then maybe there was no foul. But if you're Dartmouth, your top 3 boat, you are not happy about this. You're probably going to file a protest, right? The most important thing right now, if you're Dartmouth, is forget about what happened. If they're planning a hail protest, they did that already. They're just going to go through with the protest. But right now in this race, in the case that they lose the protest, right, and nothing happens, the scores don't change, sail the best race possible given the circumstances. Does not matter. Forget about what happened. Catch as many boats as you can, because you can't count on that protest. You can't count on it. What happened. Leave it behind and sail as fast as possible.
And try to sail a clean race as to not commit a foul as a frustration foul, right? As we would say it, is just because you were worried about what happened before, you're committing a foul trying to catch up here on these pass or the next few legs.
And I'll say that 13 has already done a stellar job of that, right? So we were talking about how sail as fast as possible. Look at this. They've already caught up to probably 4 boats here, 4 or 5 boats, sailing fast, and beautifully done. I mean, to go from having to start the race because they got individually recalled, they had to go back, restart again. They probably started around 40, 30 seconds behind everybody else, and they've already caught 4 boats. Stellar job done by Dartmouth here.
So Dartmouth trying to get back into this race. Stanford ahead of Yale. Top 2 here.
So considering all that's been done, let's say there hypothetically is no protest, Yale has been sailing a great race, right? They're currently in 2nd place in this race, doing a great job.
right behind Stanford. And again, you talked about it, just making sure that they are doing what they can without worrying about potentially fouling or potentially a protest. They just got to take care of business at hand.
That's right.
They're doing that right now.
Yeah, I think, it's the same thing. It's like whatever happens during the races, it's already in the past. You know, in the case that they didn't spin, so that just means that they are leaving it in the hands of a protest room. Hypothetically speaking, we don't know if there is a protest that will be filed. So, once again, it is what it is. You let it happen. You just sail your race. So, and Yale is doing a great job, right? They just had a bad race in B division. Guess what? A division's showing up, and they didn't come messing around. They came in swinging hard, and they know that they have to get a top finish in order to secure the championship. So, mad respect to them. At the same time, right? Like maybe there was no foul, and maybe they just were more aggressive. They wanted it harder. We don't know. Yeah, it's just we can't see. We're not there. So, you know, and look at them. They're sailing themselves into first place right now. So that's incredibly done by Yale's Jack Egan and Elle Sykes.
Well, again, the A side for Yale has sailed so well here in this competition. After a 16 and 17 B, they know and knew they had to make up some ground, and so far they are doing that. They are leading the race ahead of Stanford, Brown, and College of Charleston turning here on the bottom of your screen, while up top it's Rhode Island. How about that? Harvard coming in with the pack now.
Yeah, Harvard's a little bit further behind in this race as well.
Leaders, and is that 13? Is that 13 right there? So they're one boat away.
Wow.
What?
Whoa. What a great downwind.
Oh, my. Dartmouth has made up a ton of ground in this race.
Picturesque. What a brilliant, talk about we've been talking all about the mental aspect of sailing. They're doing everything, given the circumstances, they're doing everything right now. So it's just all about bouncing back.
Yumi Yoshiashu and Boyd Bragg, they have been sailing together all open championships, and they have made up a ton of ground, even potentially about to pass Harvard here. Just one boat at a time, continuously moving up, and we'll see if they stick with the fleet here. Looks like a good wind too, a good push from the Cambridge side.
Left-hand side right here. Take a look at this boat that just hooked into this nice dark puff. Taking a look, but you can see on the right-hand side, you also have a nice patch of pressure over there as well. So we'll take a look and see which boats start coming back nicer.
So it's that Stanford boat that was on the bottom of your screen, trying to get back up. And again, just that line of intersect. You see the top fleet heading towards the markers, while the bottom is just trying to take those paths, right? All the way up, working their way, kind of like a snake, just finding its way through.
Looks like 10 actually went back over to the right-hand side. They are ahead of the University of Rhode Island, boat 7 now. I'm just not sure. It looks like the right-hand side has been coming in favored over the left, so Stanford just now heading back over there, boat 4. But a great finishing race for their A division here. Beautiful breeze they actually just hooked into. Boat 4, see boat skipper. Oh, auto tack. Oh, that's an auto tack. That means the right-hand side just got a massive shift. What a great recovery there. Fantastic boat handling from boat 4. The recovery from the auto tack, they didn't even take it. They were like, you know what, just hold it out, just big pressure change, and we're going to be okay. Take a look at this point they have. Great speed.
Oh, yeah, they've got it. They have gotten into that pressure, and they are going to catch up here with Rhode Island. Now it's slowed down a bit, but can they still get that angle in front of the Rams? No, they're going to be just short.
They're going to take a little duck here.
Yeah.
Here we go. Nice little duck. Well done. Beautiful and tight right next to them.
Oh, you are right. He's trying to hold that position, but I think there's just too much momentum from Stanford.
Yeah, Stanford's still in a tough spot. They've got to wait for Uri to go. They're going to be right on the top of them.
It's a great job.
Around here.
Great job sticking with them, not giving up too much ground. Brown coming in, Looks like they're going to have to sneak in here with MIT. No, they decided to duck under.
Yeah, what a great race right now for Yale, who's just in first place, pretty launched right now on this downwind. Here's MIT ending on a good note for their A division. We got 15 and 14. Keeping an eye out, where is our boat 13, Dartmouth? Ooh, what a big shift in the breeze, my goodness. Making it nearly impossible for Brown to get around the mark right now. They're going to have to do a double tack here.
That's going to open the door for some of these trailers coming in.
That's a big shift. Oh, that is so tough for Brown.
Oh, Brown got spun around.
Oh, that is so tough.
Here comes Dartmouth to the marker. That pressure really helps Dartmouth stay with the pack here.
Oh, that was such a tough puff on Brown's boat.
And he came out of nowhere.
Yeah, that was tough.
Leaders are the Yale Bulldogs, who are currently in second place, trailing Harvard by 9 points, 210 to 219. This is a big enough gap that it will be closed after race 18A.
I mean, what a lead right now. It would be a shame if this was taken to the protest room and Yale had it dropped. This would be a huge. That would be a tough loss for Yale. That's like the kind of loss that you maybe lose sleep over. Maybe because it's one of those tough things because it was only they just came in with the competitive spirit. They just chose a more aggressive take on the starting line, and a part of me I hope this pays for them, right? And it works out in their favor, because if it does, this was incredible sailing, right? So they took the aggressive stance and they really fought for that first place finish at Nationals. Yet at the same time, if this doesn't work out in their favor, this would be an incredible loss.
Just heartbreak.
Yeah.
It would just be heartbreak, especially with it if it is an 18 or lower, then that's when you open the door for a potential Coast Guard or Boston College to, in a race 18B, depending on finishes, maybe take you off the podium.
That's right.
The turn coming up here before we come back down for the finish. Inside position there for Rhode Island. Do a great job turning that over MIT.
I like that Stanford went to the right-hand side this time. They kind of understood. They understood again. They're like, we're not going to make the same mistake. We're going to go to the right-hand side. That's definitely been filling in.
Well, again, Glory, we're talking about race 18A, and what we're kind of trying to piece together here is the beginning of the race. Was there a foul? Was there not a foul? So we'll show you here as Yale and Dartmouth make contact at the beginning of race 18A.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there was contact. It looks like a little bit off the stern here, and it looks like Dartmouth had a tack off to avoid. It's hard to tell. We can't truly see the contact, and so it's one of those things where Yale went out there and Dartmouth, they both went out there knowing they had one job to do, and it was to beat one another, right? And you can see that when these situations occur, you start off the start line pretty aggressive. You want to get lured to them. Dartmouth did a great job. They got lured of Yale, right? What they weren't expecting was for within 10 seconds for Yale to duck down and stuff them to leeward. I wasn't expecting that. I just thought that they would just start the race and Yale would maybe, tack off later on or just hold their position. But it went from one aggressive approach, so Dartmouth did their job. They're like, okay, I'm going to match race them. I'm going to beat them off to start. And then Yale just took it one step further. They said, oh, you want to get lured? I don't think so. And then they totally overtook it. So it's incredibly hard to tell. I have no idea if really any protest is going to be filed over this. If it's not, if there's no protest that's going to be filed, then they have to sail their races. Sail the best race you can possibly sail. And with a W6, you know what? This is totally in Dartmouth's favor. You got so much more opportunity to gain back in this race. So don't you dare give up. Don't you dare. And Yale just, closing the door.
Start to finish. Start to finish, this has been an excellent race for Yale here on the A side. A great job in the boat again for Jack and Elle. And they are just trying to keep pace. They know they can see the rest of the fleet behind them, and they just have to take care of business here in both race 18A and 18B to claim the Open Championship. You know, it looked like early on it might be just Yale running away with it. They had a 106-118 lead over Harvard coming into the day. Dartmouth took over the top spot after a couple of races to start day 2. Now it's currently the Harvard Crimson in first place. So Yale with a lead. And we will check in with the start of race 18B just to make sure we don't miss anything on that start line as well, right?
I can only imagine. Listen, these teams are not here to play, and we now see that off that start. Like that's been more clear than ever. Now I saw the start and I was like, we're coming in with a heat.
Yeah. This isn't a pickup game.
So we're spicing things up, aren't we? I was like, I really wasn't anticipating it. I was like, okay, how often do you see people, like, everybody knows what you have to do. You have to be pretty aggressive there with such close points, but it's like, they really came in with the hot sauce, you know? Like, that was so much more spice than I imagined.
Well, again, it just, final day, final races, it all comes down to this. You can't play any games. You've got to go for it, and that's what Yale did. And now we check in with race 18B. The fleet a lot closer here at the start than it was for 18A.
Yeah, and just taking a look, so we've got Yale in boat 10 here coming in from the left-hand side in their B division. We're taking a look now. You know, here's our 15. Just found them on. Here's boat 15. And that just makes me assume that Dartmouth's 13 is somewhere out on the right-hand side. Where? I am not too sure just yet. Actually, it looks like they may be one of the leading boats on the right-hand side all the way over here. So this looks like a pretty even across the road sort of race in B division.
Yale kind of falling behind here of the pack.
Yeah, it's that left-hand side. It's just, it hasn't been as clean as it looks to be.
And the good thing is it feels like they're trying to go back instead of trying to risk it with the further approach. They're trying to go back towards the fleet, but now we get our crossing from A and B, and again, this is where it becomes dangerous. You gotta make sure you navigate your way through those channels and find an opportunity to stay in the race.
Oh goodness, and we're talking about how the left-hand side just has not been working out as well. And who do you think is winning the right-hand side right now? None other than Dartmouth's boat 13. So there's a little bit of a gap there between 13 and 15 here.
Looks like Dartmouth might have hit some light air though. They're trying to get it back in their favor.
In that A division race, we can also see there's boat 13 just coming across now. Their teammate probably sees this as well and is thinking, I really gotta seal the deal here. I cannot play.
So Yale, the leading boat, heading to the finish line with quite the gap. A couple of boats just trailing the Bulldogs there. Stanford was in the mix.
And with the time being 4:55, we know that there is no way that they can start any race after this. Of course, they're on the 18th race of B division, but the reason why I say that is in the case that the B division race, the breeze dies or something happens like that, they will not be able to start a new race. If they'd have to abandon it, that means that they'd have to undo this A division race, which would mean the standings would lie the same as they are after 17 races, which is Harvard in first, Yale in second, Dartmouth in third. So if you're this B division, you're doing well. You're really hoping that if these points are in your favor. If you're not Harvard, you're hoping that these 2 races count for something.
Some more boats finding their way to the finish line here for the final of race 18A. You see MIT navigating their way through. Right behind them is the College of Charleston.
What a great finishing race for Georgetown as well.
The Hoyas just in front of MIT, and looks like we've got Bowdoin on the near side. Final race for the Polar Bears.
Here's the Harvard Crimson coming into the pin in an okay finish for their A division. This may have actually closed the gap between them and Yale, if I'm not mistaken. This actually may have launched Yale into first now, and now we'll see where Dartmouth finishes. How many boats behind Harvard are they? Did they sort of close the gap between them and Harvard, which they had? Folks, this is extremely tight racing, and we're just going to wait. I think that's Dartmouth that just crossed the finish line, meaning that Dartmouth actually did close a gap quite significantly between them and Harvard as well. If anything, they might have just finished right next to one another.
Yeah, it looks close, and you were just alluding to it. It's a close race, still a lot to be decided. We are going to move now to race 18B. With the conclusion of race 18A, we will wait for the official results. We will also wait to see if there are maybe formally any protests filed. But as it stands now, Yale with the first place finish, Dartmouth and Harvard behind them by it feels like a couple of boats.
Yeah.
So this one's going to be tight. Again, the good thing for Harvard and Dartmouth is they stay pretty close because they finished almost neck and neck.
Right. Gaps are being closed. This is going to be, everything's going to come down here to the B division race. So taking a look, I don't see any of these teams in the lead here coming up to the mark. Rounding in first, we have 14. College at Charleston just coming in and saying, you know what? No. I know you guys are all competing for the podium. I'm just going to come in. I'm going to win the last race of the day. So we'll see if they're going to be able to hold on to that lead. Following them is Boat 8. That is the Naval Academy. Again, one of those teams that just came into the last race with some fire. And we've got Boat 12. That is Bowdoin.
Where are the leaders, Gloria? It feels
oh,
like
there we go, Dartmouth.
We've got a lot of the bottom of the pack, but
that's right.
It feels like Dartmouth, Harvard, and Yale are right in the middle of things.
Oh, man, and it looks like Harvard rounded right behind Dartmouth in this race.
Yale looks like they're still getting to the marker.
That's actually not a good indication for Dartmouth here if they're rounding right next to Harvard, because I believe that they needed a little bit more than just 1 point to catch up to Harvard. And it looks like Harvard is also going to the right-hand side, which we saw before in the prior race. It looked like the right-hand side was somewhat the place to be.
Harvard's up there. In the middle there is Navy. Right behind Navy is Bowdoin and College of Charleston. They started the day off really well. 3 second-place finishes for the College of Charleston to get our day started here on day 2. Kind of fell behind there after the next 3 races, but it's always a good way to finish strong. And the College of Charleston, we've talked about it at length here throughout our broadcast. These are the final 18 programs in the country at Nationals. So, yes, 18 out of 18 at Nationals might not sound good, but you have beaten over 200 programs across the country.
That's right. It's such an incredible feat to make it this far, and so you got to pat yourself on the back. You got to do it. You have to. So it's not easy. It's so much training, and it's so hard to win a national championship. There's so much that goes into it. So we're seeing how difficult it is here today.
just incredible that it's come down to the final race on the final day, and it could be anybody's championship at this point.
Bananas. It's bananas. And we're just waiting to see. Look at that right-hand side just filling in beautifully.
How about Charleston? Just look at that.
Launched.
Just beautiful. I mean, they from the start of this race, they took their path. They knew they wanted to go a certain way. They've stuck to their guns, and here they are outpacing the entire group behind them.
Yeah, what a great way to end their regatta and their national championship is with such a great win. It looks like for their B division they have Benjamin Dufour and Noelle Owen. So it looks like Noelle is a senior, so this is her final year, and she said, you know what? I want to end with a bang. I want to win my final race in nationals. So that's what I'm going to go out there and do.
They are doing exactly that. How about this? Look at Hobart and William Smith taking that breeze from the right.
Coming in hot. All right, who wants it more? Who wants it more?
They are moving. This is a good move for Charleston. The Cougars just trying to give some dirty air there.
Yeah, and just tacking right on their lay line. So right now you can even see where, based off where that bad air, right? 18 slow down almost immediately there. So
that's like me cutting off somebody in the breakdown lane, trying to skip traffic.
There you go.
I'm gonna stay out in the breakdown lane, so you can wait.
Yeah,
and that's
I do that too. I'm always like, I don't think so. What you think?
Not on my watch.
I'm like, especially if there's one person in the car, I'm like, I don't know. I don't trust it.
I'll do it.
What are you trying to do?
Well, good job there by the Cougars to make sure to shut the door on a potential overlap or takeover there by Hobart and William Smith.
And what's going on with Yale?
Yeah, they're...
What is going on? Man. I mean, Yale just having a tough... Oh, jeez Louise. Yale having a tough go at it here. Bottom left-hand side, just no breeze. Not moving. Almost last place.
Updated standings have a first-place tie between Harvard and Yale. So Harvard able to make up some ground. They were as far back as 15th. They ended up finishing 10th. So now it is 220 to 220 between Harvard and Yale. Dartmouth at 231. Still an opportunity to gain some ground here against both the Crimson and the Bulldogs, but they have to start making their moves here in race 18B.
Let's talk about how Dartmouth's A division finished in 11th. What a climb back up. I'm like, I am blown away by how impressive that is. I mean, they went from 18th, starting about 30, 40 seconds behind everybody else, and they finished in 11th. What an incredible, no matter what happens, you can't help but be so proud of yourself if you're their A division for climbing all the way back up. That is like the number one sign that they did not give up at any single point in time there.
And you said, just race your race. Don't worry about what happens. Just go out and race your race. Pick off those boats one by one. And you said it perfectly. They started the race about 30 seconds behind everybody else because they had to go and restart, the individual restart. So now it comes down to what happens in race 18B. And again, Boyd, Bragg, and Yumi just doing a great job. Got to give them credit because, again, after a 16 and a 12, you can say, hey, we're in the back of the pack. We did what we did. Third place is good enough. But they fought, they clawed, and 11th place helps them stay in third place.
Yeah, right now I think this is tough. I think that Harvard is up there right next to Dartmouth, and it had to be Dartmouth winning this race and Harvard kind of back of the pack in order for Dartmouth to move up into first right now. Right now I think with Yale falling back so hard, it could be that Dartmouth moves up ahead of Yale and finishes second, but I'm just not sure that Dartmouth, with where Yale or Harvard is right now, I'm just not sure Dartmouth will be able to move up into first.
Will be a battle.
Well, I guess if they're tied, I don't know. Don't listen to me.
It all comes down to the final results and what is official, what is not. Again, and we're focusing on Harvard, Yale and Dartmouth. You know, there could have been some fouls elsewhere where maybe some positions switch a little bit here, and maybe we just didn't see it on our angle. But as of right now, what's official is Harvard and Yale are tied for first. Dartmouth currently in third place. Coast Guard, Boston College, and Brown, they will finish 4, 5, and 6. Not too much they can do here to get onto the podium, but it is going to be this final race that decides the order of Harvard, Yale, and Dartmouth.
And it appears that Harvard may have edged out Dartmouth on this downwind as well. So you can see here is boat 15 coming into the mark. I just haven't seen boat 13 just yet. Unless I may have missed them. But it could be that 13 had fallen back a bit on that upwind.
You can see the teams trying to get to the marker, and Harvard loses position there to Tufts. So it's Harvard and then Rhode Island. Looks like 2 lanes going to go here on the near side. I think Harvard is going to try to come back this way as well. Oh, no, they'll turn it back.
Yeah, and I'm not seeing where boat 13 is. Oh.
Not sure. 6 is trying to get back onto that right side. But yeah, 13 is kind of lost in the chaos here. There's 13. Okay, 13 is going to come across behind the graphic.
Yeah, that's not the race we wanted for Dartmouth now, is it? I think Harvard has essentially almost locked this in now.
Oh, the Crimson again, just trying to close it out. One of the 2 hosts here, along with MIT of the ICSA 2024 National Championships. And you had to talk about this during the semifinals, is Harvard wasn't really showing out too much during the semis. And there was a point there where you said, hey, they're turning a corner. They're starting to find the groove, and we saw it in day 1 of the championship or the finals. They finished in 2nd place with a 118 and felt like they got comfortable yesterday. Here they are today, a little bit of an up and down, but some strong finishes here from their B team has really helped them get to that top spot.
Yeah, what I love right now in this race is even though they're super launched up ahead of everybody else, Brown and College Charleston are not giving each other easy time for that first place. It's one of those things where you're fighting for it, right? So who wants this win more? You know, they're not going to podium. They're not bringing home any hardware, but they just want to walk away being like, yeah, I won the last race of Nationals, right? So it's like no matter how you perform throughout the entire Nationals, you get to walk away feeling pretty good after that win.
Especially when you get to beat out some of these programs that feel like you've been seeing them all year long. You've become friends and competitors with others. It just feels like, you know, sometimes that last win can give you that little bit of boost that you might need going into the off season. Brown and Charleston leading the pack. Right behind them is Hobart and William Smith. And then the bigger gap between 3rd place and the rest of the fleet.
And kudos to Brown for just putting in the lead there, really fighting for it. And looks like that's Brown's B division. That's Liam O'Keefe and Savannah Young.
Looks like Brown's just trying to find a pocket, but they've hit some light air.
Or actually, it looks like that's actually Liam O'Keefe and, no, that is Liam O'Keefe and Savannah Young. But they did have momentarily in the last race Guthrie Braun and Emily Mueller. So they did, for one of those B division races, they did kind of mix things up a little bit.
Try to give that, as we talked about, more experience to some of those reserves. Opportunity to help guide the program next year and learn from their experiences here at Nationals. As we see some of the boats making their way to the marker, it's the Harvard Crimson that lead the pack of Dartmouth and Yale for the top spot.
It looks like it's lightening up pretty hard right now in this final race. Wow, really lightening up across this race course, and it looks like we can finally see boat 13 come back into the picture. That's the Dartmouth Big Green having a bit of a tough race here, and just looks like all they have to do at this rate is finish ahead of the Yale Bulldogs by, well, they needed to beat them by 10 points, 11 points.
They have a pretty good lead now. I'm not sure it's 9 or 10 boats, but they have a couple of boats in between them, and if they can get some more distance, then potentially for Dartmouth, you're looking at a top 2 finish rather than a top 3. Some more distance created. That's Brown trying to track down that lead boat.
Boat 9. Boston College trying to end their day on a good note as well. Looks like 15. Harvard has rounded the windward mark. Can't remember, is this the final downwind? I think so, right?
Should be. Yep, this should be the final turn here for the teams as they head to the home stretch here on the Charles.
I've got to say, it is really lightening up. I mean, just taking a look at these boats. Skippers are crouched inside. I mean, this is starting to look a little bit brutal. A little bit of pressure up at the top now again, but for a hot second there, it quite literally shut off.
Yeah, it looked like boats had nowhere to go, just kind of at the mercy of the wind.
And Brown looks like they are locking in that. Actually, there's College Charleston 14.
Brown not too far behind, and if they finish maybe 1 or 2 better than Coast Guard, actually 2 better than Coast Guard, which looks like they could do here, they could have a top 4 finish here at Nationals.
That would be great for them.
See kind of the pocket behind the 2 leaders here, Charleston and Brown. Now they're hitting that light air. Looks like it's still Hobart and William Smith behind the top 2. What a day, what a week it's been here at the Open Fleet Racing National Championship from Boston. So much racing, so much activity here out on the Charles. And again, on a day like today where it comes down to the final races, it looks like we will have a tight race at the top. Get you final results here for 18B as they come across. Looks like it was Charleston, Brown, and Hobart, and William Smith, top 3.
Tufts having a great race here as well. Boat 8, Navy 7, University of Rhode Island. Right behind them, Harvard Crimson in boat 15, potentially locking in first place overall. They may be your national champions, and it looks like they are celebrating. Nice little slap on the tank, nice little fist bump.
Harvard Crimson with a top finish here in race 18B, and Yale finishing behind
the Harvard Crimson. Looks like this will be a championship for the host, Harvard, if the results hold. 6 Tulane, 4 Stanford. And again, big shout out to the race committee, to the umpires, all the amazing people who made this event so possible, all the volunteers, the family of spectators that have come out to both pavilions. It has been just an incredible event. A couple years ago at Tulane, last year at Kings Point, and now this year here on the Charles in Boston.
Yeah, what an incredible fight to the very end there. I mean, neck and neck and neck at the very end there.
Just incredible racing. We thought we had a winner. We thought we had maybe a top 3, and we knew where they would be, but it doesn't turn out that way. As with sports always, the unpredictability always plays a factor, and we will have that here today. Take a look at boat 15 for the Harvard Crimson. They are currently your leaders. We will await final results, but as it stands now, the Harvard Crimson in first place, Yale in second place, and Dartmouth in third, followed by Coast Guard, Boston College, and Brown. Those results will shift once race 18B comes in, and there's a big embrace for the Harvard Crimson team, who know that they have locked up that top spot. Now again, the question, Gloria, is are there going to be any protests filed? It doesn't seem like it just yet, but we have a couple maybe that might be decided here at the end of the day.
That's right. It appears that I just got an update, so it sounds like no protests have yet been filed for race 18, but there are about 5 protests to be heard from prior races. That's anywhere between races 10 to 15. So it sounds like they have a dock protest limit as well of 525. That means by the time they hit the dock, they have until 525 to notify race committee and file their and fill out their protest forms. So now, all that being said, we don't know what's going to happen. I'm not exactly sure who these protests are between. Is it between anybody in the leaderboard? We don't know. So I think at the minute, we'll see. Maybe Harvard is celebrating. They don't know they're in protest, or maybe they're just not in any protests. If they're not in any protests, I can't imagine that they would drop down from first place. So, big kudos to Harvard. They did an incredible job sailing, and talk about a stupendous performance from their B division. It felt like towards the end of today, their B division pulled through so many times. And here they go. If you win, you swim. And so here's Harvard taking a nice swim. So much sweat from all the pressure from today, and they just did an incredible job. So here they go.
Time to take a dip into the Charles for the Harvard Crimson, your 2024 ICSA Open Fleet Racing National Champs. And that must feel amazing for the Harvard Crimson, who get back to the top spot here in 2024. And how about being the host and winning the event on your own river?
That's got to be the best feeling. And we see that host teams oftentimes actually end up winning national championships. Something about it, when you're on your home waters, you just want it that much more. So big kudos to them. Go big, go Crimson. Incredible racing and incredible job by Yale University and Dartmouth College, as they both just were climbing and working so hard, battling till the very last race.
You talked about that Harvard B division and how good they competed today. A 97, which when you look at what they were able to do in the B division, that is the only team less than 100 to score less than 100. Right behind them was Yale's B team with Teddy Nicolosi and Ashley Hyland with 114. And, of course, Dartmouth, Maddie Hawkins, and Reese Bragg, they're in third place. But we talked about that B division. We know how competitive A is. B really was the deciding factor in this race.
Yeah, It truly was till the very end. And you just take a look at their A divisions as well, which big kudos, throwing things off in A division and coming across with that finish in A was the U.S. Coast Guard Academy, Coleman Schofield and Lauren O'Neill, just dominating A division with 102 points. In second place from Yale University Bulldogs with 121 points was Jack Egan, and Elle Sykes just putting on textbook performance of coming in aggressive and trying to make it all happen there in the A division. They did their job. They got that bullet in A division. Third place in A division was Dartmouth College's Big Green, Boyd Bragg and Yumi Yoshiyasu with 127 points, just putting on stellar performance all across the entire event. And in fourth, those Harvard University Crimson with 130 points, Lachlan McGranahan and Marbella Marlowe. A ton of seniors here in the A division. That's Boyd and Yumi, Lachlan and Marbella just did a stunning performance and just really textbook material there.
Well, Harvard will celebrate on the docks. We will await to see the official results as some protests are still being heard. There is about 3 more minutes till the deadline for protests. So now, you said there were about 5 earlier. You add on some protests from 18A and 18B. Got a little bit of deciding to do in that protest room.
Yeah, let's wait and see for the confirmation for that as well for the 18 races. But we do have confirmation that protests reported to the finish line. These are granted to the finish line. So I should have said none of these protests have been necessarily filed yet. So there's a good chance that based on what teams are filing them, a lot of them are thrown out. So, but at the minute, all we know is that there were protests reported to the finish. We don't know which of them have been filed. Protest filings and hearings will be held at Harvard. At this time, we are aware of the following protests reported to the finish boat. That's what the 5 that we talked about. And then that a dock protest limit is 1725. So let's just wait for these 2 more minutes and we'll get an update to you as soon as we get one.
We will have coverage of the awards ceremony following the final results of the ICSA Open Fleet Racing Championships. Harvard Crimson will celebrate here on the docks of the Charles. And we were talking about Harvard and what it means for them to be here, to be in this competition. It's been such a competitive team, but to win it here at home and to be around your friends, your family, have that spectator support, it just feels like they fed off of that, especially in the the last 2 days of the final championship.
Yeah, like we were saying, this is incredibly tough sailing. The Charles has been exceptionally hard to sail on. The conditions are never easy, and yeah, maybe there's a little bit of that home turf advantage. Like this is one of the most difficult venues to sail at. So you gotta say it. They're just proving, hey, these are our waters. Let us show you how it's done.
Take you through the top 18 as it stands now, starting from 18 Hobart Williams Smith. They will be 18, finish in 18th here at Nationals. Tulane Green Wave in 17th, St. Mary's Seahawks in 16th. The Georgetown Hoyers just ahead or just behind the Rhode Island Rams, who finished in 14th. MIT Engineers, the other co-host, will finish in 13th. How about Tufts? A great finish to the day for the Tufts Jumbos. They finished in 12th, Roger Williams in 11th. Now we'll get you the top 10 as the Charleston Cougars started the day in 12th. They are now solid at number 10. The Bolden Polar Bears at 9th. The Navy Midshipmen 8th. Stanford Cardinals, the champs from a year ago, they finished in 7th, while Boston College will finish in 6th. Coast Guard Academy in 5th. Brown moves up to 4th. How about that? 4th place for the Brown Bears. Dartmouth in 3rd, Yale in 2nd, and Harvard, your first place team here at the ICA Open Fleet National Championships. Looks like it is 5:25, so the dock deadline has come.
And it sounds like the B division time limit for protest filings is 5:40. But I don't believe that any of these are involving Harvard at the minute, which means that you're looking at your national champions here, folks.
The Harvard Crimson find their way into the final 18. They come into today second overall behind Yale. And at a point there, they were in third, trailing both Yale and Dartmouth. But a strong second half of the day for the Harvard Crimson. A 3-1-8-10 from their A, a 1-12-1-7. And they have gotten bullets when they needed to and picked up a crucial victory over the competition here at the championships. Well, Gloria, again, just a phenomenal week of racing that now has finally concluded with the champs of Harvard. Any final thoughts?
Just happy to be here, you know, and at the end of the day, sail fast, have fun, make friends. Incredible sailing by everybody. Thank you to these top 3 teams for giving us such nail-biting final results. And big kudos to all the teams that made it here. Congratulations to the top 18 teams. I'm happy to be here for another 3rd year in a row, and I'm signing off.
Well, it's a pleasure to have you. Really thank you for the opportunity, the education on sailing here this week. It has been a pleasure to be alongside with you. For our amazing production crew, and of course, my broadcast partner, Gloria Kevelcute, I'm Luis Sanchez saying so long from the banks of the Charles, where your Harvard Crimson are national champs, ICSA 2024 Open Fleet Racing National Champs. All games airing on ESPN networks are streaming live and archived on the ESPN app. This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports.
We're still working on the, it's currently like at head height, so we might try and get it a little higher. The only thing I can think of is like getting 3 chairs, but then would it be too tall to, is that the one that extends? No. We could just set up a static shot as well. Like maybe get it higher and then make it static.
Do I have time to go change?
Or you can take a boat.
I'm taking the boat. Take the boat. Do you want me to bring a boat? Eventually.
Monday, Memorial Day.
Monday, so it started on Friday.
I got second.
bottle that I've been missing for the last like 5 days. That's this specific one.
truck driver. How are you? We were. Hi, Greg.
Connor, we're meeting. If you see Guthrie, can you get him?
Coaches! There, coaches! Dog! Oh, dog, get in here. Get in here, dog. You guys suffer with us. Answer the muncher. All right, you gotta hold it again. Oh, I lost it. I'm bossy, but we'll do that. Yeah. Pull it that way. There's on your hat. Pull it that way. Oh, my goodness. Yes. Okay, pull it that way. I don't like pictures. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
As well. You really had to fight.
We'll take it like a cape.
You should wear that like a cape.
Thank you. There you go.
Oh, Muncher called me too. Here, no. We'll put Muncher on speaker.
Hi, Jack. I'll probably go on it. Hi. Hey, what's up? Thank you. What do you want? Yeah. We'll be there. Super late right now. Ready? Yes. Yes, yes. We're in Boston. They have to go. What do you want? The entirety? The entirety of the regatta can hear you. it loud enough? Can you hear me out there or not really? Yes, really? Hey, on the roof, can you guys hear me at the far end closest to the building? No. Yes, no? No? Yeah, I got it.
I wasn't expecting anything from you.
Can you guys hear me on the roof now, especially close to the building? No?
What a birthday gift, am I right?
That was ridiculous.
What a birthday gift celebration.
Goodness. Oh my goodness. What up, Jack? Dude. Thanks.
Oh, hey, do we have the Virgie?
Honey, sorry. My phone was wrapped up in that stuff. Clothing.
So it might still be in the other boat.
Okay, that's all right.
I would ask Kate.
She went to get the other camera.
Check, check. Can you guys hear me down on the roof close to the building? Yes? You can hear me pretty well? Yeah? Kind of sketchy. You can move this way a little. All right, everybody, welcome. Thanks for coming. We're going to get started in a little less than 5 minutes here. Especially with the wind direction, we're going to need people to move east. This is basically as loud as we go here, so we'll get started in just a minute.
Oh, look, they got him down.
Oh, they did.
Robbie!
Harvard!
Harvard!
Happy birthday. Now, you can do it.
Perfect.
Got it, brother. One of my best friends. Well, my brother to Harvard is, I have to acknowledge.
Thought you were from Maine.
Hey, Harvard, congratulations. You guys sailed a great event. Nice to watch.
Thank you. Thank you.
I have to call my brother and give him a sticker not being here.
since he lives across the way there and he graduated from Harvard.
Yeah, for real, man. What am I gonna do?
Well, I said that.
Hey. I have to take the hat off though, because we have neither one of us has anything to do with MIT.
Wait, but can we go back to our yeah. So does that mean I gotta get my good straight face? I didn't bring it.
Yeah. What cancellation? I don't know what you're talking about. I know, I saw you at the top mark. I feel like we make eye contact and we both like, damn, this sucks.
He really does like to take that thing all the way up, doesn't he? Doesn't that get you nervous when the wind's blowing? It's shaking him back and forth. Hey, youngster.
How are you?
Doing well. How are you?
Hi.
Congratulations to you and your brother and your whole team.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Well, thank you for being here all week. We really appreciate it.
Glad to be here.
We really appreciate it.
Your mom wants a photo.
Okay. Fred, you are good.
Ah! I'm hardly a kid. I'm just a simple volunteer.
Well, we appreciate it. So thank you. Get out there.
Enjoy the rest of the day. And it was very nice to actually your team captain invited me to dinner. But
Okay, welcome everybody.
To go see
Thanks
my
so
son.
much for coming out to support college sailing. My name's Greg Wilkinson, and I'm the president of college sailing. Extremely excited with how these national championships turned out. It was an amazing 4-day competition here. You know, starting off last Friday with one of the best days I've ever seen of college sailing on the Charles River, and then ending with a really exciting final today. 3 teams battling it out for the championship and lots of position changes just behind them. So congratulations to everybody on an amazing week. College sailing relies on tons of support to do what we do, and we couldn't do any of this without the support of our sponsors. They had a great presence here this week and have been helpful throughout the entire competition year. So special thanks to Dermatone, Marlowe, Quantum, and Zim and West Coast Sailing for all their support of what you guys love to do. And as all of you know, it takes a monumental effort to put on a regatta of this size, and in this case, 2 regattas of this size plus 2 several weeks earlier. So we really do need to recognize some of the key people who put together amazing teams of volunteers to help run this. Our race management was led by our PRO, Matt Cohen. Thank you so much, Matt, for helping out. Our judging crew was assembled and led by John Pratt. Thanks so much, John, for being our chief judge. And then the planning for this lasts a full year, and it's really been an enormous effort by our host. And the Open Championships were hosted by Harvard University with help from MIT here. And so I'd like to invite Mike O'Connor up so that we can all recognize their Herculean effort to run this. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Greg and Danielle, and to all the competitors. It's been an amazing year competing with all of you, and we're very proud to have hosted these championships. And a lot of work goes into this, and My friend Matt Lindblad did 90% of it. We had meetings every week, and I sat there, and Matt said, "This is what we're going to do," and I said, "Yup, yup, 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 yup." So, Matt, here. Thank you all very much. All right, and now to celebrate the winners of this year's event. First in third place, winning the Metropolitan Sailing League trophy, Dartmouth College. Okay, and the winners of the Oxford Trophy and the runners-up at this year's Open National Championship, Yale University. Okay, and before we award our championship trophies, we'd like to recognize some amazing individual efforts at this event. Our low point B division winners of the Robert Allen Jr. Trophy are Justin Callahan and Kennedy Lahili from Harvard. Okay, so that was the Robert Allen Senior Trophy, and winning the Robert Allen, that was the Robert Allen Jr. Trophy, but winning the Robert Allen Senior Trophy for low point in A Division, Coleman, Schofield, and Lauren O'Neill from the Coast Guard Academy. Finally, the winners of the Henry Morris Trophy and your 2024 Open National Champions, Harvard University. thank you all for coming. Thank you all for supporting college sailing, and we'll see you all next year. Thanks so much.